Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Met the Girl Who Changed You? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. The antiseptic smell clung to the air like a ghost that refused to leave. Nurses hurried down the narrow corridors, rubber soles squeaking against the polished floor. Somewhere, a heart monitor beeped steadily, a reminder that life still clung to a fragile thread. Televisions mounted on the white walls blared news in a tone too bright for a place full of fear. Kyoto tightened her arms around the girl at her side, a child with messy dark hair and eyes too wide and too quiet. Sora pressed her hands to her ears, trying to drown out the noise that clawed at her from every direction. Kyoto looked down at her granddaughter, lips trembling with words she could not bring herself to say. She wanted to promise that everything would be fine, that her son would walk out of surgery smiling, that his wife would come home soon. The words felt like lies. Kyoto murmured that everything was going to be all right as she brushed a strand of hair from Sora's face and told her that her father was a strong man who would come back to them. Sora did not answer. Her fingers twisted the edge of her skirt until her knuckles were pale. After a long silence, Sora asked her grandmother if her mother was strong too. Kyoto froze, then forced a smile that did not reach her eyes and told Sora that her mother had always been strong, though her hands trembled. Hours passed, hours filled with footsteps, whispers, and the low hum of machines. When the door finally opened, a doctor stepped out with exhaustion written across his face and the surgical mask hanging loose around his neck. He hesitated and then explained that the patient was still in critical condition. They had stabilized him, but his legs were paralyzed and there was severe memory loss, possibly total amnesia. Kyoto covered her mouth and reached blindly for Sora's hand. She stumbled into the room before the doctor could stop her. The man on the bed looked fragile and unrecognizable beneath bandages and wires, his eyes glassy and fixed on the window where rain tapped at the glass. Kyoto fell to her knees beside the bed and sobbed softly into the sheets. Sora stood clutching the hem of her grandmother's coat, staring at the man who no longer seemed to see her. Then, as if something deep inside urged her forward, she stepped closer and called him Dad. The man turned his head slowly and blinked with the same greenish eyes she remembered, confused and empty. He did not answer, but Sora decided then that even if he could not remember her now, she would make sure he never forgot her again. Chapter 1. Foodies. Sora thanked the cashier at the small bakery as she accepted the white box. Morning sunlight spilled over her face, warm and golden, and she stood for a moment breathing in the scent of spring. In her hands was the box of donuts, 4 perfectly glazed circles of comfort. The air was crisp, and the breeze carried the fragrances of cherry blossoms and fresh bread into something peaceful and almost magical. She walked down the quiet street with light, rhythmic steps. Passing the glass front of a tall office building, her reflection caught her eye. She recognized herself as the new Takkan Sora, neat in her UA uniform with a perfectly tied necktie, hair curled softly at the ends, and subtle makeup that masked her nerves. She smiled at the practiced expression she had rehearsed at least 20 times that morning and told herself that she could do it. It was just another school. Then she kept walking. 10 minutes later she arrived at the massive gates of UA High School. The building towered above everything else, modern, bold, and shining in the morning light. Students filled the courtyard, their laughter and chatter echoing through the air. Some were taking pictures, others comparing quirks, and everywhere there was an electric hum of excitement. Sora's heart thudded in her chest. She adjusted her grip on the donut box, took a deep breath, smiled again, and stepped through the gates. Finding Class 1A was more challenging than she expected. The hallways were bright and endless, spotless floors reflecting the lights above, and every corridor looked the same. After passing the same vending machine 3 times, Sora muttered that she should ask someone for help and scanned the hallway for a friendly face. She spotted a girl who looked older, perhaps a 3rd year, with long flowing hair that shimmered and an energy that seemed to glow. Sora approached the girl politely and asked where Class 1A was. The older girl turned and greeted her enthusiastically, delighted to see a first year, and then launched into a rapid succession of questions about Sora's quirk, where she was from, details about her appearance, and whether she already had a hero name. Sora managed to say that she did not have a boyfriend, and the older girl responded that it was a shame because she thought Sora was very cute, then asked again what Sora had originally asked. Sora exhaled in quiet relief. Sora asked where Class 1A was. 𝗍ᴘ pointed cheerfully down the corridor and directed her to go straight and turn at the end of the hall. 𝗍ᴘ introduced herself as a third year, and Sora returned the introduction, giving her name as Takon Sora while clutching her box of donuts. 𝗍ᴘ complimented the name and said Sora would fit right in. Sora smiled and walked away, laughing softly to herself. As Sora neared the classroom, she felt a strange, uneasy flutter in her stomach. Her palms were clammy and her heartbeat quickened. UA was famous for incredible students, geniuses, and prodigies, and in the past few weeks, she had kept asking herself whether she really belonged. She took a deep breath, tightened her grip on the donut box, and pushed the classroom door open. The noise hit her like a wave, dozens of voices clashing together in laughter, chatter, and excitement. It was overwhelming. Sora stepped in quietly and walked toward the rows of desks, scanning the room and catching flashes of bright hair and confident faces. She chose a desk in the middle row, set the donut box on the table, and slipped her backpack onto the chair. She exhaled slowly, relieved to see that her classmates looked like ordinary teenagers. A few more students entered, but no one approached her. Sora leaned on her desk and murmured to herself that she felt invisible. A sudden sharp voice cut through the room with a reprimand about putting feet on desks. Sora looked up to see one boy with glasses and precise movements facing another with spiky blonde hair. The boy with glasses had navy blue hair and a strict expression, his hand chopping through the air like a judge handing down a verdict. The blonde looked unimpressed and barked back with scorn, mocking the first boy's tone and background. The boy with glasses stiffened and introduced himself as 𝗀𴄐, mentioning his old academy with formal pride. The argument escalated, 𝗀 insisting on proper behavior while the blonde mocked him. The blonde replied with a harsh, provocative challenge. 𝗀 refused to back down, speaking with firmness about what it meant to be a hero. Before the clash could worsen, 𝗀's attention shifted as he noticed another person at the doorway and marched over to introduce himself properly. Sora could not see the newcomer clearly and decided to mind her own business. She opened her donut box, took one, and bit into it. The sweet, warm pastry was a small comfort. Before she could take another bite, a cluster of students had gathered around her desk, eagerly asking for donuts and praising their smell. Sora blinked at the sudden attention and offered them freely. They took the treats, sharing them when there weren't enough. A gentle, elegant voice behind her introduced the speaker as Momo Yaoyorozu. Momo smiled warmly and explained that she was a recommended student and had noticed Sora's serious expression during the exam. Sora was surprised to learn she had looked upset and admitted she had been nervous. Momo reassured her that a calm mind helped in exams and that she understood feeling anxious. A deep, tired voice then cut through the room, saying that if they were here to make friends they could all leave. Everyone turned toward the door to see a man wrapped in a yellow sleeping bag with half-lidded, exhausted eyes. The room fell silent. The man stepped out of the sleeping bag, introduced himself as 𝗀𝗏, and revealed himself to be the homeroom teacher. He looked like someone who had not slept in years. He held up a set of blue uniforms and instructed the class to put them on because they would be going outside. On the training field, now dressed in the blue UA sports uniforms, the class reacted loudly to the announcement of a quirk assessment test. Some students protested that they would miss the orientation, but 𝗀𝗏 dismissed ceremonies as a waste of time and explained that he could run his class as he saw fit. He argued that restricting quirk use in testing had been a mistake and that if someone had an advantage they should be allowed to use it. His gaze landed on the blonde from earlier and he asked about the blonde's farthest softball throw in middle school. The blonde, Bakugu Katsuki, smirked and estimated about 67 meters. 𝗀𝗏 ordered him to repeat the throw using his quirk. Bakugu strode to the throwing circle, shoulders rolling with confidence. 𝗀𝗏 reminded them that anything was allowed inside that circle. Bakugu gripped the ball, shouted a fierce cry, and activated his quirk in an explosive burst that sent the ball 𝗀 into the sky in a brilliant trail of light and smoke. 𝗂𝗧 checked a measuring device and announced an astonishing 705.2 meters. Gasps rippled through the group. Sora's stomach twisted for reasons other than fear. The name and the performance felt familiar. A shiver ran through her chest, an electric flutter like nervous butterflies, as she realized she recognized him. Chapter 2. He has a quirk? The rest of the test went well enough for everyone else. Sora's scores were decent, her form solid, and her quirk performance reliable. Her mind, however, was scattered. Worry about Mr. 𝗂𝗧's announcement about expulsion for whoever ranked last consumed her, and the way he had said it made her believe him without question. Worse, Katsuki Bakugo was in her class. Of all people, he was here. She had silently hoped he would not recognize her. Every time his crimson eyes met hers, she hurriedly looked away and pretended not to be staring. She only had to get through the day. ģirū counted Sora's sit-ups up to 60, and Sora thanked ģirū between breaths as she dropped back from her last repetition. ģirū smirked, brushed a strand of hair from Sora's face, and told her she had good stamina, suggesting they switch places. Sora nodded, stood, and stretched while ģirū took her spot on the mat. Across the field, the chatter of other students mixed with the scrape of sneakers on the track. The air buzzed with energy as quirks flared and friendly competition continued. A cheerful boy with messy red hair called out to 𝗵𝗏𝗍 to ask if he had finished his sit-ups. 𝗵𝗏𝗍 lifted his head, panting, and admitted that he had tried his best, rubbing the back of his neck. Sora froze when she heard the voice. She squinted for a better look and realized with a jolt that the green-haired boy was the same one she remembered. 𝗵𝗏𝗍 turned slightly, and for a brief second his bright green eyes met hers. Panic rushed through her, and she quickly pretended to adjust ģirū's position. ģirū announced that she was ready, and Sora forced a stiff smile and crouched to hold ģirū's ankles, trying to focus on counting reps. Her thoughts would not stop racing. Seeing 𝗵𝗏𝗍 here at UA made no sense to her. She risked another glance and noticed he seemed more confident than she expected. When it was time for the ball throw, Uraraka went first. Her zero-gravity quirk removed the ball's weight completely, and, when she threw it, the small device in 𝗂𝗧's hand took a moment before displaying its result. 𝗂𝗧 turned the screen for everyone to see, and it read infinity. The class gasped, and Sora smiled genuinely and gave Uraraka a thumbs up. Uraraka blushed and returned the smile. Sora stepped forward next and took a softball from the pile. Her nerves fluttered, but a spark of confidence warmed her. She held the ball carefully and took a steady breath. Her pupils flickered and glowed faint neon blue as her quirk activated, information layering over her vision: numbers, material density, wind resistance, gravitational pull, and energy conductivity. Classmates leaned in, curious. ģirū whispered that the glow was Sora's quirk, and Momo observed that it seemed similar to her own but more data-focused, analyzing at a molecular level. Sora concentrated. The blue light danced across her irises like a screen. Sora decided how to proceed, and the neon blue sparkles she summoned condensed into a small mechanical device no larger than her hand. A few students gasped as she attached it to the ball. She considered how many units to program and settled on 1,000. Then activated the gadget with a fingertip. It pulsed with light. Sora took a firm stance and threw. The ball shot into the sky like a comet and disappeared into the blue. 𝗂𝗧 watched it and then turned the device screen to the class, which showed exactly 1,000 meters. Excitement rippled through the students. Sora felt heat in her cheeks and rubbed the back of her neck, trying to look casual. Katsuki Bakugo stood a few rows back with his arms crossed, his gaze sharp and unreadable. Sora's heart skipped and her stomach twisted at the thought that she might have stood out too much. Uraraka praised Sora with a bright smile and a thumbs up, and Sora thanked her. Next was 𝗵𝗏𝗍. He walked to the circle with a mix of determination and nerves, clutching the ball. Sora assumed he would not achieve much without a quirk, but as he prepared to throw, his arm began to glow. Surprise widened Sora's eyes. He actually had a quirk. 𝗵𝗏𝗍 threw with all his strength. The light flickered, but the throw traveled only a short distance and 𝗂𝗧's device showed 47 meters. 𝗵𝗏𝗍 stared at the screen, horrified and clearly expecting a better result. 𝗂𝗧 then declared to 𝗵𴟐𴜱 that he had erased his quirk. He explained that the judges from the entrance exam had been irresponsible and should not have allowed someone like 𝗵𴟐𴜱 into the school. 𝗂𝗧's capture cloth extended, wrapped around 𝗵𴟐𴜱, and pulled him closer with disciplined motion. Sora watched, curiosity burning in her chest. Her fingers twitched. She could easily build a small amplifier to eavesdrop, but something inside told her not to. That conversation was meant to stay between them. 𝗂𝗧 released him and told him to try again. 𝗵𴟐𴜱 nodded shakily, stepped back into the circle, clenched his hand, and let his arm begin to glow more controlled and focused. The light crawled from his shoulder to his fingertips, concentrating into a single point. He threw the ball and it rocketed across the sky, soaring nearly as far as 𝗀𝗑𝗏. 𝗵𴟐𴜱 exhaled sharply, clutching his trembling hand, and gave a pained but determined grin as he told 𝗂𝗧 that he was still standing. Sora's eyes widened when she noticed the damage. He had injured his finger. She whispered that it was amazing and that he did have a quirk. 𝗀𝗀 stormed toward 𝗵𴟐𴜱, demanding to know how he had done that, his palms crackling with explosions. Before 𝗀𝗀 could get too close, 𝗂𝗧 snapped his scarf forward, binding him tightly. 𝗀𝗀 snarled and struggled, asking why the scarf was so strong. 𝗂𝗧 explained coolly that it was a capture weapon made of carbon fiber and a special metal alloy. Sora's eyes lit up in fascination at the scarf's design. 𝗂𝗧 tugged it tighter, complained that using his quirk gave him bad dry eyes, applied eye drops from a small bottle, and then released 𝗀𝗀. He ordered the next student to step up without wasting time. When the final test ended, the whole class gathered again. 𝗂𝗧 announced that he had ranked them from best to worst and activated a hologram that displayed everyone's results. Sora scanned the list quickly and saw her name in 7th place, exhaling in quiet relief. Momo praised Sora, calling her Takan, and Sora thanked her with a smile. 𝗂𝗧 then admitted that he had lied earlier about expulsions to make sure everyone gave their best. Sora blinked in disbelief as several students gasped. Momo said she was surprised no one had figured it out, and Sora laughed nervously, pretending she had not been one of the first to believe the lie. Her gaze drifted back to the hologram and she murmured that 𝗵𴟐𴜱 was last, even with a quirk. The day ended quicker than she expected. Sora was packing her things when Ģirū approached, slung her bag over her shoulder, and asked if Sora was heading home and which way she went. Sora said she was not going home that day because she had something to take care of. Ģirū nodded, said she would see her tomorrow, waved, and headed out with a small grin. As the classroom grew quieter, Sora watched 𝗀𝗀 leave, his sharp glare unsoftened by the day's events. Her smile faded slightly, and she whispered to herself, clutching her bag strap a little tighter, that she hoped things would not repeat themselves. Chapter 3. Let's start a fight. Sora knocked gently on the hospital door, her knuckles barely making a sound against the cold white surface. A tired, aged voice invited her in. She opened the door slowly. The faint smell of antiseptic filled the room, clean, cold, and distant. Her father lay in the bed, sunlight pooling faintly over his blanket. The years had dulled his once sharp expression, but his eyes softened when he saw her. Sora greeted her father with a small smile that did not quite reach her eyes. He returned the smile weakly and acknowledged that she had come. She settled into the chair beside him, the metal legs squeaking softly against the floor, and poured 2 cups from the teapot on the small tray. Steam rose between them like a fragile connection trying to bridge the silence. Her father asked about her first day at 𝗬𝗎. Sora admitted that it had been far from boring. He expressed that he was glad she had decided to follow her dreams. Her smile faltered for a moment before she let it back into place. It was easier to let him believe that entering UA had been her dream. When he inquired about classmates, Sora said she had met 2 childhood friends in her class and suggested he probably would not remember them. He frowned and warned her to stop joking about his memory. She laughed softly, then promised to take him for a walk when he finished his tea. He nodded and turned his gaze back to the window, where sunlight filtered through the glass and painted the walls in pale gold. Sora followed his gaze, her smile fading into something unreadable. The afternoon sun spilled across the hospital garden, painting the white paths in gold. The air smelled faintly of wet soil and blooming azaleas, the kind her mother used to grow by their old house. Sora walked slowly beside her father's wheelchair, her hands lightly resting on the handles. Each push of the chair made a soft sound against the gravel, steady and rhythmic, like a heartbeat she was afraid might stop if she let go. The silence between them was comfortable and heavy at once. Her father tilted his head toward the sun and murmured that it felt warmer today. Sora reminded him that he had always liked the sun. It mentioned that her mother had loved it even more and had believed sunlight helped the mind think better, though he admitted he had never proven that theory. Sora recalled how her mother used to open every curtain in the house first thing in the morning, saying darkness made people forget they were alive. Her father watched a nurse push another patient past them, then said carefully that he wished he could remember those things, that he wished he could remember her. Sora stopped walking and swallowed hard, forcing herself to breathe. She told him that their mother would be happy he was trying, even if he did not remember. He looked at her for a long, searching moment, and for a fleeting second she thought she saw a spark of something familiar buried deep in the fog of his memory. It faded quickly. He remarked that their mother must have been kind if she had raised someone like Sora. She admitted that her mother had been the kindest person she had ever known and that she had believed in people even when they did not deserve it. He smiled faintly and observed that Sora carried her mother's light. They reached the end of the path where a single bench stood beneath an old maple tree. Wind carried down a few red leaves that brushed his lap and fell to the ground. Sora knelt beside the wheelchair and brushed the leaves off gently, her fingers lingering a moment on the cold metal frame. Sora asked if he remembered anything about that day. He paused, eyes fixed somewhere far away, and then said he remembered light and a sound like the world breaking in half. Her breath hitched. He turned toward her and asked why she wanted to know. She offered a quick smile and said she was just wondering if he remembered anything new. He nodded slowly and said perhaps it was better that he did not remember, that some things were not meant to be recalled. Sora lowered her eyes and agreed softly. For a moment the world was still, full of warm, soft light. In that fragile peace, Sora thought she heard their mother's voice again, echoing in her mind about how darkness made people forget they were alive. The classroom door slammed open with a dramatic blast. All Might announced his arrival exuberantly as he strode through the doorway, sunlight blazing behind him and his postures strikingly heroic. The force of the entrance made the windows rattle and filled the room with awe. The class gasped, a ripple of shock and excitement spreading through the students. A student exclaimed that it was All Might. Even Sora, who had seen his face in her parents' research photos and heard his voice in old recordings, froze in place. She had known he had visited her parents before, but she had never met him in person. Seeing him now, towering in front of them, was something else entirely. Mineta blurted from beside her, practically bouncing in his seat, clearly impressed. Sora agreed softly, smiling despite herself, her eyes wide with wonder at the sight. All Might laughed loudly and welcomed them to Heroing 101, explaining that here they would learn to fight like heroes in the name of justice and good. He flexed dramatically and proclaimed that the essence of being a hero was to look good. 3 large columns rose from the wall with a mechanical whir. Steam hissed, and they opened with a metallic click to reveal neat rows of numbered suitcases, each containing a student's hero costume. All Might proudly explained that the costumes were custom-made for their quirks and personal requests and instructed them to get suited up and meet him at ground beta. By the time Sora stepped into the training field, the sun was dipping low. The fake city stretched around her like a real one, cracked streets, scattered cars, half-lit buildings. Her new costume shimmered slightly as she took it in. All Might reminded them that even the way pros looked was important, and Sora scanned the others, seeing bright colors and bold shapes that reflected personalities. She smiled when she noticed 𝗀. 𝗀 complimented Sora's costume enthusiastically, and Sora returned the compliment about 𝗀's, adding that she liked the shoes. Sora also noted that the fit was imperfect and planned to request a few adjustments later. All Might clapped and praised them all for looking incredible before beginning. 𝗀 called out to 𝗏𝗏, and 𝗏𝗏 responded, arriving a little awkwardly with the fabric of his green jumpsuit faintly squeaking as he moved. Sora observed that his outfit bore clear All Might influences: the ears, the grin, the color scheme, and she couldn't help but grin at the homage. Ida raised his hand and asked about the location. All Might announced that they were entering Phase 2. He explained that while heroes often chased villains outdoors, the most dangerous villains hid indoors, and in the shadows of a hero-filled society the smartest threats could be found. He pointed to the buildings and said they would be divided into pairs: heroes versus villains for indoor combat training. Questions erupted from the class. Yaoyorozu asked about the evaluation system. Bakugo demanded whether he would be allowed to fight aggressively. Uraraka nervously wondered about consequences for last place. Ida pressed for details about how pairings would be decided. Aoyama, twirling dramatically, commented that the cape suited him perfectly. All Might muttered under his breath that he needed Shudo's help before producing a tiny notebook and preparing to organize the teams. All Might then laid out the rules. The villains had hidden a simulated nuclear bomb somewhere inside the building. The heroes must locate and secure the device or capture the villains before time ran out. The villains must defend the device or capture the heroes. He emphasized that this was a training scenario designed to test tactics and teamwork. To pick teams, All Might produce 2 boxes and announced they would draw lots. One by one, the students stepped up to draw their team letters. All Might then read the team assignments aloud. Team A would be Uraraka and Midoriya. Team B would be Todoroki and Shoji. Team C would be Mineta and Yaoyorozu. Team D would be Bakugo and Takon. Team E would be Aoyama and Mina. Team F continued beyond them. Sora froze when she looked down at the tiny ball in her hand and realized she had drawn D. Her heart sank, and a forced smile crossed her face to hide her frustration. Uraraka noticed and asked if she was okay, and Sora nodded stiffly before suddenly raising her hand to request a team change. All Might refused, keeping his trademark grin. As she stared at the ball again, she felt a sharp, familiar gaze. She lifted her head and caught Bakugo looking at her with an intensity she remembered from their childhood. For a moment neither moved, then he looked away. Bakugo passed by and issued a terse warning that she better do a good job, not bothering to look at her as he walked off. Sora watched him go and murmured that he should do the same. All Might drew 2 balls to decide who would face off first and announced that Team A would take on Team D. Sora reacted with disbelief and frustration, but All Might moved the class toward the monitor room and left her standing in the center of the mock city, preparing herself for the match. Chapter 4. Fight, Fight. They crouched in a dusty 4th-floor room, fluorescent lights buzzing overhead. A battered office chair sat in one corner and a toppled filing cabinet leaked paper like leaves. In the center of the room, deliberately ridiculous and disturbingly realistic, a fake bomb rested on a metal trolley with a placard that read "Training Device." Sora leaned in, eyes narrowed. The faint neon from her gauntlet traced invisible diagrams in the air as her quirk fed her data. The soft hum of the building and distant shouts from drills downstairs felt far away as she focused. Sora explained that the device was completely fake. Its dimensions matched a real device, but the interior was hollow, making it much lighter. She reasoned that the hero team would likely rely on Uraraka to neutralize gravity and on Midoriya to create an opening for Uraraka to take the device, and she outlined a plan to prevent that from happening. She turned, calm and precise, toward the doorway where Bakugo stood framed in the frame, shoulders tense and palms already sparking with energy. The faint sulfur scent of his quirk hung in the air like a threat. He announced that he had a plan in a flat voice, the edge showing as his jaw tightened and a small explosion popped at his fingertip. He insisted they should just kill them, singling out the one he called a nerd, the statement landing like a verdict with no room for negotiation. Sora blinked, then smiled with a sharpness that matched the heat in his voice yet tried to hide her worry. She agreed that it was a bold idea but said it needed more. If they destroyed the room, Uraraka would not be able to get a clean lift on the bomb and Midoriya's objective would change. She suggested a surprise attack and tapped the bomb's casing as if annotating a blueprint. Bakugo's glare cut to her. He snapped that he would not follow her instructions, declaring he would kill them and demanding that she look at the bomb, jabbed a finger at the device, and began stalking toward the door as if force alone could solve everything. Sora's chest tightened. She stepped closer and softened her tone, apologizing for how they had left things and reminding him that they were teammates now, asking him to trust her. He half turned, the muscles in his neck bunching, and for a breath looked like the fierce, honest kid she remembered. Then he spat that he saw no reason to trust her. Sora explained she wanted to win as much as he did. Her words settled between them like both ultimatum and truce, and he let the heat in his hands dim to embers as he considered her logic. 𝗀괏 and 𝗏𝗏 moved down the dim hallway, shoes whispering as they tried to decide on a plan. 𝗀괏 asked 𝗏𝗏 what he intended to do, nerves trembling but masked with confidence. 𝗏𝗏 set his jaw and kept his eyes forward, reasoning that 𝗏ᴑ would likely go straight for them while 𝗃ᴏ would stay with the bomb. He planned to occupy 𝗏ᴑ and draw him away while 𝗀괏 secured the device. When 𝗀괏 asked if he knew 𝗃ᴏ, 𝗏𝗏 recalled that they had been friends in childhood until middle school when she left, noting that she had seemed unchanged earlier, calm and sharp. 𝗀괏 nodded and took comfort in the plan as they kept to the shadows. A shadow ripped the air above them when Bakugo descended in a blast of motion and heat, landing a breath away with a cutting attitude. He snarled that Deku should die and his palm began to smoke with the charge of his quirk. 𝗀괏 spun to retreat, but Sora appeared in the hallway like a silhouette, limbs coiled and ready. 𝗏𝗏 noticed that the others had left the bomb before Bakugo's palm released an explosive blast that shook dust from the ceiling. Earlier, Bakugo had paced while Sora's hands glowed neon blue, assembling motes of light into a compact device no bigger than her fist. She explained that it was her 𝗀𝗏, intended to be placed on the bomb. It emitted a disorienting sound pattern when it detected movement, interfering with balance so anyone near it would feel dizzy and clumsy. She produced a second device low-profile ear cups sized to fit Bakugo and said they would filter the Ultra 300 signal so he would not be affected. She noted that she did not need them because her suit had built-in dampeners. Bakugo accepted the cups with jaw grinding and a gravelly mutter that sounded like resignation. Sora's eyes fixed on him as if cataloging his reaction. In the monitor room, the class crowded around screens, eyes glued to the live feed. Kirishima suggested a surprise attack with a mixture of doubt and excitement. Momo reported that 𝗃ᴏ had rigged something onto the bomb that looked like an alarm or interference device. All Might's face filled the big screen with a wide smile as he praised the ingenuity and reminded the class that strategy and heart both mattered. Kirishima punched his palm and voiced their support for the heroes. 𝗀괏 squared her shoulders and gathered the tiny pink sparks of her quirk between her fingertips, ready to neutralize whoever she touched. Sora smiled at her with a quick, honest curve of the lips, teasing gently and asking to be treated carefully, though her eyes remained sharp. 𝗀괏 launched forward in a bright arc reaching for Sora to perform the defusing touch. Sora moved with machine precision. She dodged the first strike, caught 𝗀괏's wrist, and turned to grip the other hand. 𝗀괏 twisted to try to slap Sora's midsection, but Sora's leg swept in a clean trip that toppled 𝗀괏 to the floor with a gasp. Sora brought a shoulder down to pin her and turned her head to watch the brawl between 𝗏𝗏 and Bakugo rippling toward them. The students watching cheered that Sora had completely dodged 𝗀괏, noting her aptitude at close combat. 𝗏𝗏 moved like a tactical dancer, explosive yet deliberate. He ducked Bakugo's first blast, rolled, and sprang with practice technique. Bakugo raged and readied another palm blast, but 𝗏𝗏 intercepted, caught Bakugo's wrist, and used his momentum to throw him down with a crisp martial turn that made the students gasp. 𝗏𝗏 declared that he was no longer the useless Deku, asserting that he was doing his best. Bakugo pushed himself up with a stony face, fury still evident but channeled into his stance. He spat that the other trembled like a leaf and warned he would make him explode, his voice carrying the old competitiveness that had always hung between them like a third presence. Kirishima frowned and noted that there was no sound in the feed. Mina's face showed sharp worry as she reported that they only had 15 minutes and that the heroes still did not know where the bomb was. All Might's smile grew thoughtful, and he reminded everyone that heroes must remain calm under pressure and to show what they could do, adding the motto plus ultra. The monitoring room hummed as everyone echoed it. Sora watched Deku's movements, careful, focused, the same boy she had once promised a quirk to. She whispered to herself that Deku was amazing. 𝗀괏 used the stumble to push herself up. Seeing Sora shift, 𝗀괏 twisted and sprang, fingers reaching. Sora tumbled, hit the floor, rolled and popped up. 𝗀𴏛's hand grazed Sora's fingertips. Sora scrambled and found the hallway wall ahead. Her boots, engineered for grip and rebound, found purchase on the vertical surface. She pushed off in a blur, using the wall like a springboard, spun midair, and planted her boot into 𝗀𴏛's side with a sharp move that sent the brown-haired teen stumbling. 𝗀𴏛 faltered, breath knocked from her, and Sora landed between her and the corridor that led to the bomb's room. Sora taunted that if they caught her she would show them where the bomb was. 𝗀𴏛 growled, determination blazing, and lunged at full speed with arms out. Sora darted, drawing her like a lure down the corridor, closer and closer to the room with the bomb. Kirishima observed that Sora was running, and Tokoyami warned that she was baiting 𝗀𴏛 toward the bomb. It was a trap. Over the earpiece All Might had issued to all teams, Sora faintly told Bakugo to put on the device she had given him because they were near the room. Bakugo's response crackled back terse and flat but resolute that he would put them on soon. Sora murmured into the mic that if they lost she would kill him, a threat shaped by their history. After a charged pause, Bakugo answered that he would not lose. They barreled toward the room. Sora's 𝗀𝗲 was primed, tucked beneath a flap on the trolley like a sleeping thing. Her hands shook not with fear but with the rush of risk. 𝗀𴏛 thundered behind, breath fogging, eyes bright with focused fury. As 𝗀�'s fingers hovered inches from the bomb, the 𝗀𝗲 emitted a transparent halo of sound waves inaudible to those with filters, disorienting to others. The corridor seemed to lurch for anyone without protection. Feet slipped, heads swam, steps misfired. 𝗀� faltered, knees wobbling as the device's pattern affected her balance. She tried to steady herself but staggered side to side. Sora's boots clicked lightly against the fractured floor as she stepped toward 𝗀�. The air between them shimmered faintly with the dying blue sparkles of her quirk. She held the white filament in her gloved hands, thin as silk but strong when charged, its edge glowing softly. Regret softened her expression. Sora offered a low, sincere apology to 𝗀�. The string unfurled, tracing through the air like a ribbon. Sora pulled. The fiber tightened, catching the light. The hum of the 𝗀𝗲 filled the corridor in a high, invisible pitch that made the air seem to vibrate. 𝗀� flinched and covered her ears. Sora's jaw clenched. She did not want to hurt her, but this was a contest and there could be no hesitation. A sudden, thunderous explosion shook the floor beneath them. The building convulsed as dust burst free and lights flickered wildly. The vibration rolled through the structure like a powerful shockwave. Sora's balance wavered as the cracked tiles shifted. She cried out in alarm as plaster fell around her. Another explosion followed, louder and closer, the sound of two forces colliding with raw intensity. The clash came from Bakugo and Midoriya. Their confrontation had fractured multiple floors, each blast projecting energy through the structure. The once stable walls now looked like the aftermath of a fierce showdown, with smoke curling through the cracks and debris tumbling in stylized bursts. Sora stumbled, clutching the string and worrying aloud about the 𝗀𝗲. The device on the bomb sparked and then died with a small, final sputter. In that instant, the chaos stilled. The roar gave way to the softer sounds of settling dust and the faint crackle of cooling smoke. Sora snapped her head up and called for 𝗀�, spinning around. 𝗀� was no longer on the floor. She hovered in the dusty air, framed by sunlight pouring through a shattered window, hair floating around her face. Her eyes gleamed with fierce, determined light. 𝗀� returned Sora's apology and, with a resolute smile, reached out and held the bomb to her chest. The glowing white string snapped and fluttered to the floor. Sora's hands trembled as she reached, but it was too late. The heroes had secured the mock device. 𝗀�'s quirk kept her gently suspended, the fake bomb cradled safely, while the monitor confirmed the result. The hero team had won. Sora exhaled slowly and stood in the dust and half-light, heart pounding, unsure whether to curse or laugh. Beneath the fading rumble, she heard Midoriya calling and Bakugo shouting back in that familiar, heated exchange. Sora smiled, tired and quiet, thinking that of course it had to end like this. As 𝗀� drifted down through the golden haze, Fragments of light swirled around her like victory confetti, a sight that made even defeat feel beautiful. 𝗷_µight's booming voice later echoed through the monitor room, celebrating the match and declaring 𝗀 the standout performer. Sora blinked, still dusted from the action, looking as if she had been weighed down by the whole ordeal. Her mouth opened slightly. She asked in a small, confused voice whether she had been the MVP. 𝗷_µight nodded enthusiastically and announced that she had been the MVP, addressing her as young 𝗀. 𝗷_µight then turned to the class and asked them why. Momo Yaoyorozu raised her hand gracefully and explained that 𝗀 had demonstrated remarkable strategy, constructing a plan that accounted for both her and her teammates' quirks. Momo noted 𝗀's adaptability, foresight, and close combat skill, and added that she had even subdued Uraraka twice. Momo glanced toward Bakugo and continued coolly that the team's loss was only because their teammate had not followed the plan. Bakugo slammed his foot forward, teeth gritted and sparks flickering from his palms, demanding that Momo say that to his face. Momo did not flinch and repeated that she already had. A ripple of laughter went through the class. 𝗷_µight laughed nervously and praised everyone for their points. Sora stared at Momo, her golden eyes wide and soft. No one had ever praised her like that before. Warmth spread through her chest, not pride so much as gratitude, and she silently thanked Yaoyorozu. Then she turned to Bakugo to point out that they could have won, but Bakugo snapped and told her to leave him alone, his face a storm of irritation and faint embarrassment. 𝗷_µight cleared his throat and reminded the students that even the winning team had imperfect performance, then asked about weak points. Uraraka raised her hand and admitted that her physical combat skills needed work. Midoriya quickly added that he needed better control over his quirk. Bakugo smirked and confidently declared that he had been amazing. When 𝗷_µight asked 𝗀, she thought for a moment and then gave a flippant answer, joking that she was easily distracted by attractive people. The entire class fell silent. 𝗷_µight blinked, then Bakugo exploded in protest, insisting that she had misunderstood him. Sora put a finger to her chin and pretended to think, then corrected herself, saying that she should probably work on the durability of her inventions since her 𝗀_µight's had not survived the match. 𝗷_µight gave her a proud thumbs up and called the class to move on to the next match. As the sun dipped behind the UA buildings, painting the sky orange and gold, Sora carried a tray full of boxed snacks from the cafeteria, balancing it carefully as she walked down the quiet corridor. She saw Midoriya limping slightly, bandages peeking from under his sleeve and his hair messy from Recovery Girl's treatment. His eyes were determined and restless. She called to him and he stopped, surprised. When she asked where he was going, he said he was going to find Kaken and asked if she had seen him. Sora told him that Bakugo had left through the main gate earlier and asked what he wanted to say. Midoriya's eyes darted away and he responded that it was nothing important, trying to move past her, but she stepped into his path and said his name, which made him freeze. Her voice was quiet and trembling at the edges, not angry, just hurt as she asked if he was doing all right, reminding him that a lot had happened. Midoriya said he was doing fine and apologized for not coming up to her sooner, but she interrupted, sharp and fragile, saying that she was happy he had a quirk but worried that he was pushing himself too hard. She told him she used to dream of giving him a quirk when she was older and that now she saw him harming himself with a power that did not feel right for him. The hallway fell a little quieter as a few classmates paused to listen. Midoriya took a small step closer and tried to explain that it was not like that. She asked who had given him the quirk, and he froze, eyes wide with fear for his secret, then bowed low and apologized, saying he could not talk about it. Sora's expression softened but sadness lingered. She reached into her tray, pulled out a small box of chocolates wrapped with a yellow ribbon, and placed it gently in his hands. She asked him to give some to Katsuki as well, joking that he would probably throw them back. Midoriya looked down at the box, words caught in his throat, and Sora was already walking away. As she passed Uraraka, Mina, and Tsuyu, she smiled too brightly and announced that she had brought snacks for everyone, lifting the tray like a trophy. Her classmates smiled back. Sora kept walking with that same bright smile, but behind her eyes the light trembled like glass about to break. Outside, the front gates of UA High were swarming with journalists. Cameras flashed and microphones crowded toward any student who stepped close. Reporters shouted questions about all-might teaching at the school and what it felt like to have the symbol of peace as a mentor. Inside, behind the tall glass windows of the main hall, 𝗀 pressed her palms against the glass, her reflection half drowned by the storm of reporters outside. 𝗂𴏄 murmured that the scene was unprofessional, and ģirū replied that All Might's presence was bound to fuel media curiosity. 𝗀 marveled quietly when the metal gates suddenly slammed shut, sealing the frenzy outside with a low mechanical hum. She speculated about the security system, and 𝗂𴏄 smiled and told her to save the theories for class. ģirū smirked as 𝗂𴏄 gently led 𝗀 down the hallway, noting that 𝗀 was only getting started. Later, the classroom lights buzzed faintly as Aizawa slipped inside, his capture scarf hanging loose and his eyes half-lidded. He commented flatly that the students had done good work in the previous day's exercise and that he had reviewed recordings of every match. He paused, his gaze landing on Bakugo, and told Bakugo that he was talented. A classmate told Bakugo to stop sulking about his loss. A faint twitch crossed Bakugo's jaw and his usual scowl tightened. 𝗀 watched him quietly, chin resting on her hand, and wondered what they had talked about the other day. Deku had seemed in a rush. Chapter 6, 𝗀𝗏. The cafeteria buzzed with life, the clatter of trays, the smell of curry and fried rice, and dozens of excited voices blending into a cheerful storm. 𝗀 walked beside Uraraka, Ida, and Midoriya, holding her tray carefully as they searched for somewhere to sit. Midoriya pointed to a table by the window, his face lighting up when he found an open spot. Uraraka grinned and headed toward it. A bright, enthusiastic voice called from behind, and 𝗀 turned to see third-year ∞ bounding toward her, her long blue hair swaying as she nearly skipped the last few steps. ∞ introduced herself with energetic curiosity and leaned in, peppering 𝗀 with rapid questions about meeting All Might, finding her class, choosing a hero, name, and whether she had a boyfriend. 𝗀 laughed and answered the questions she could, clarifying that she did not have a boyfriend and that she could find her class now. ∞ gasped in delight, waved both hands in farewell, and hurried off, leaving a warm trace of laughter behind. 𝗀 sighed softly and corrected the name ∞ had used, reminding herself that she was 𝗀, then turned back to find Uraraka waving from across the cafeteria. As 𝗀 began toward her friends, the loud, piercing alarm blared through the building. The lights flashed red and the air filled with a tense electric hum. The intercom warned of a Level 3 security breach and ordered all students to evacuate the building in order. For a heartbeat, everything froze, then the cafeteria erupted into motion. Chairs screeched back, trays fell, and students rushed toward the exits in panicked waves. 𝗀's chest tightened. She did not know where to go. The rush of people felt overwhelming. Uraraka found her and grabbed her wrist, urging her to move through the chaos. They wove between bodies, trying to stay side by side, but someone collided into them and their hands slipped apart. Their fingers brushed one last time before the crowd split them. 𝗀 stumbled forward, nearly tripping over a dropped tray, heart pounding and breath coming fast. She scanned for Uraraka but saw only frantic faces and a tide of students heading for the exits. Above the noise, ∞ climbed onto a small platform near the doors and raised his arms to halt the search. He called for calm, explaining in a clear, authoritative voice that the censors had been triggered by reporters outside the gates and that it was not a villain attack. He reminded everyone that they were UA students, heroes in training, and urged them to act with discipline. The crowd's panic eased, nervous murmurs replacing the previous chaos, and embarrassed laughter floated through the room as students steadied themselves. 𝗀 brushed a loose strand of hair from her face and exhaled shakily. Uraraka found her again a few moments later, panting and relieved. 𝗀 nodded and said she was fine, thinking that Ida had been made for leadership. Later that day, word spread about Ida's composure during the alarm. Midoriya stepped down as class president, and Aizawa officially announced that Ida was now class president. 𝗀 smiled quietly from her seat and tapped a pencil against her notebook, feeling vindicated. The next days at UA were intense in a rewarding way, mornings filled with theory and language, present mixed booming English class leaving everyone buzzing, and afternoons taken up by sweaty, relentless heroing Sora hunched over her physics notes between classes, the margins filled with tiny schematic doodles. She had not had much time to visit her father since school began. Between homework and training, she stole moments to call him when she could. Mina, dramatic as ever, collapsed into the seat across from Sora and begged for her physics notes, explaining she had slept through the lecture. Sora smiled and promised to send them, and Mina squealed with gratitude before returning to her bright chatter. 𝗍 entered the room with his usual tired air, scarf folded and eyes barely open, and announced that the day's lesson would be different. 3 teachers would lead the session, including 𝗍, All Might, and another instructor to be introduced later. Sora raised her hand politely, ready for whatever came next. Sora asked what they were doing. 𝗍 replied that it was a rescue exercise, that they would face several disaster scenarios, and that how they dressed was up to them. He warned that the new flashy suits might limit movement for some and reminded them they would be traveling by bus before he left the classroom. ģiru bounced by Sora's desk, practically vibrating with excitement as she expressed how great this would be. Yaoyorozu added that she was excited as well, moving closer with her usual calm composure. Sora felt a grin spread across her face and stood to take the case with her costume, relieved that her mobility-first design would not limit her movements. About 10 minutes later, the class gathered in front of the bus. Everyone wore their hero gear except Midoriya, who remained in his UA sports uniform. Sora teased him about not having his costume, and Midoriya explained sheepishly that it had been damaged in a simulated fight. Sora offered to make a small temporary support with a faint spark of energy at her palm, but Midoriya declined and smiled to reassure her. Ida called for the class to board the bus by assigned numbers, but the students ignored the order and sat wherever they liked. Sora ended up beside Tsuyu and Aoyama. Ida muttered that the bus layout had ruined his plans, and Sora gently tried to calm him. Tsuyu remarked that she always said what she wanted and then looked to Midoriya for confirmation. Midoriya nodded, cheeks flushed. Tsuyu suggested that Midoriya's quirk seemed similar to All Might's, which brightened Midoriya's face until Kirishima interjected earnestly that although there might be similarities, All Might did not injure himself in the process and their abilities were different. Midoriya breathed out as if a weight had been lifted. Takane, eager to explain, offered her thoughts about how similar strength types could stem from shared genetic factors and referenced Hanyu Lu, the first recorded quirk user, as an example of early cases producing evolving traits across generations. Bakugo suddenly shouted in anger, jolting everyone on the bus. Sora blinked and apologized quickly, hands raised. Kaminari leaned in with bright eyes to compliment Takane, calling her a genius. ģiru teased Kaminari in return. Tsuyu pointed out bluntly that Bakugo's constant anger would not help his popularity, which prompted Bakugo to snap and glare. Tsuyu suggested, without flinching, that he try being less explosive to broaden his social reach. Bakugo leaned forward menacingly and threatened to attack anyone who repeated that. Nervous laughter and a dozen small reactions rippled through the bus, and 𝗍's voice cut through the bickering to order quiet as they arrived at their destination. The city slid by outside the windows as each student settled into their thoughts about the rescue training ahead. Chapter 7, Villain Attack. The massive metal doors of the training dome slid open with a soft hiss. A calm, bright voice greeted the students as they entered. Sora froze mid-step when she saw the space hero 13. Standing before them in a sleek white and black spacesuit. Sora thought that 13 was even cooler in person. Midoriya, trembling with excitement, recalled how 13 had saved many people from disasters like quake damage, landslides, and collapsed tunnels and described her as a living legend. 13 chuckled softly and invited them to see what lay inside. The students followed through an arching doorway and gasped at the sight before them. The unforeseen simulation joint opened up like a world of its own, an enormous dome divided into multiple environments, from a blazing mock city to a flooded shipwreck, jagged cliffs, and a collapsed urban sector. Every direction promised chaos, realism, and challenge. Sora breathed that it was amazing, eyes reflecting the flicker of simulated fires, and pointed toward the shattered city sector, saying she wanted to train there. Yaoyorozu noted that a city collapse was a common rescue situation. 𝗬 spread her gloved hands and explained that the space was designed to simulate earthquakes, landslides, wildfires, storms, shipwrecks, every type of disaster a hero might face, and that they called it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or ūsj. 𝗲 leaned close to 𝗬 and suggested that All Might not be present today. 𝗬 nodded and then addressed the students, reminding them of her quirk, black hole, and warning that the same power that could save a life could also take one. She cautioned that many quirks were dangerous if control was lost and urged them to remember their training. 𝗬 laughed softly to ease the tension and said she had a few points to make before they began. 𝗏 pointed out that she had used her quirk in countless rescues, and 𝗬 acknowledged that while her power had saved lives, it required careful control. Her warning quieted the class. Only the hum of machinery and the distant artificial wind remained. Sora felt a warm resolve in her chest at the thought of saving others. Then the lights flickered once, twice, and went out, leaving only slivers of sunlight through the dome. A low rumble echoed through the structure. The water fountain in the shipwreck zone began to bubble violently, then stilled before a strange purple mist started coiling upward from its center. Sora's breath hitched as she asked what was happening. The mist expanded, warping the air around it, and sparks of light twisted into the shape of an eye that gleamed ominously from the darkness. 𝗲 was the first to react. His scarf flared to life as he ordered everyone to stay together, not to move, and called on 𝗬 to protect the students. The purple mist pulsed, and shapes began to step out of it, figures in tattered clothes, wearing masks and grins that radiated malice. Dozens, maybe more. Kirishima murmured in disbelief that he thought the exercise had started and that they were supposed to be rescuing people. 𝗲 interrupted coldly, goggles clicking into place and his hair rising with static, and warned that this was real. He identified the situation as a villain attack. A deep voice rolled out from the purple mist, cold and cruel. The voice claimed that the only real heroes present were Eraserhead and 𝗬 and noted that All Might should have been at the event. The speaker accused someone of using the press event to sneak into the school and suggested that causing harm might draw All Might out. The figure's form seemed made of shifting, overlapping limbs. One of those limbs obscured his face while others moved across his torso, and two red eyes glowed with focused malice. At that threat, 𝗬 stepped forward, dropping a protective arm in front of the students like a shield. More figures peeled out of the mist, closing the distance as 𝗲's quirk awakened and his scarf whipped through the air. Kirishima wondered aloud how so many villains could have gotten into UA, since the facility was supposed to be secure. Yaoyorozu's voice trembled as she asked why the alarms were not going off. 𝗬 replied with short, worried uncertainty. The fear on the students' faces answered the rest. Sora's eyes snapped upward to the bank of lights and the high alarm fixtures, and her mind raced through possibilities. She concluded that someone with a quirk had sabotaged the security systems from the inside, cutting off communication with the outside. Kaminari reacted in alarm when she confirmed that there was no contact with the outside. 𝗲 ordered Takan to try to access the school network with her quirk and told Kaminari to assist. Both students nodded and moved without hesitation. Midoriya protested that 𝗲 could not fight so many villains alone, warning that 𝗲's specialty was one-on-one capture. 𝗲 retorted dryly and then, steeling himself, told 𝗬 he would leave the fight to her and leapt into the fray. Sora's hands shimmered with neon blue motes as she summoned a small device into the hollow of her palm and explained to Kaminari that the device, 𝗵𝗡𝗋, could regenerate the security system and bring it back online if attached to the grid. She warned that because everything had been shut down, the device required a strong electrical surge to reboot. If the system was corrupted, triggering the surge could cascade and fry the network through the building with catastrophic consequences. Kaminari met her gaze and nodded, visibly shaken. When Sora asked what they should do, 𝗬 ordered everyone to run to the exits. The students pushed into motion. Sora glanced at the device as it winked away into blue sparks, and then she ran with the others toward the gates. They were almost there when the purple mist swelled, coalescing into a solid wall across the corridor. The villain's voice declared that there was no escape, introduced his presence theatrically, and identified his group as the League of Villains while suggesting that the school was the perfect place for a dramatic confrontation. He explained that All Might had not arrived as expected, but that the performance would continue regardless. Kirishima and Bakugo sprang forward without hesitation. Kirishima drove his fist like a battering ram and Bakugo unleashed a roaring explosion. Their attacks struck the mist and caused it to ripple outward like spilled ink across water. Kirishima shouted that they would not sit idly by, and 13 urged everyone out of the way with worry in her voice. The villain responded with a toxic laugh and threatened to scatter them through the facility to meet his comrades. The purple haze surged through the corridor, sweeping across the students and forcing them to brace against the blast. Sora stumbled, raising her arms to shield her face as wind and grit buffeted her and dust stung her eyes. She called for Yaoyorozu and Jairu, but no answer came. The pressure built and the world compressed to a single need to breathe. Unable to see or think, Sora shut her eyes and waited for the next sound. Chapter 8: Scary Villains. When Sora opened her eyes, she was falling. The world twisted violently beneath her in a blur of sky, shattered light, and chaos. The roar of the wind tore at her hair and clothes, and her heart pounded so fast it drowned out every other sound. She cried out in panic, the ground rushing up like a tidal wave of stone and dust. Then she remembered the landing system in her boots. She forced her legs straight, fighting gravity and steadying her breathing. The boots hummed to life beneath her, blue energy surging and spinning around her ankles. A split second later, her boots activated with a sharp burst. The system activated and released a shockwave that slowed her descent just enough. She hit the ground hard, the impact jarring through her legs, and stumbled forward, catching herself on her hands before collapsing to her knees. Sora pressed a trembling hand against her chest, panting that she had thought she was going to die. Her heart thundered beneath her palm, wild, frantic, alive. She shut her eyes for a moment, inhaled deeply, then let out a shaky laugh and told herself she was still breathing. Still alive. That was good. When she looked up, the world around her was eerily quiet. She realized she was in the sand area and murmured that it seemed she was alone as she brushed dust off her uniform and glanced around warily. A sudden gust of air sliced past her, sharp and fast, and a menacing voice announced that she was not alone anymore. Sora spun as a figure dove from above, a villain with wings slicing through the air like blades. She stumbled backward and readied her quirk, blue light flaring in her hands, but froze when his face came into view. She thought, without meaning to, that he looked striking. The thought left her cheeks warm and her heart racing. The villain sneered and dove straight toward her, claws outstretched. Sora threw her arms up to brace for impact, but the blow never landed. A sharp sound split the air and an icy wind rushed past, stinging her cheeks. She opened her eyes to find the villain hanging midair, frozen and glimmering in a sheath of crystalline ice. Her gaze darted to the source. A boy stood a few meters away, calm amidst the chaos, half his hair stark white and the other a deep crimson. Steam curled faintly from his right side, and his mismatched eyes, one gray and one turquoise, fixed on her with cool detachment. She recognized him instantly as Todoroki from her class and felt relief wash over her. Todoroki told her she should be more careful as he lowered his arm. Sora rubbed the back of her neck, embarrassed, and explained that she had been testing the landing system. Shifting movement in the smoke behind Todoroki caught her attention and she warned him to watch out. Todoroki was already acting. Without turning, he pressed his palm to the ground and sent ice surging outward, spreading across the floor like a living thing and swallowing the incoming villains in glimmering frost. The air turned frigid and frost crept across the rubble near her boots. Sora remained frozen in place, watching as Todoroki moved with silent precision. The air shimmered with frost and glittering shards of ice caught the dim light. Each breath burned her throat like winter, and she felt the cold numb her hands. Todoroki advanced, his left side radiating power as another villain fell, half encased in ice. He muttered that it was pathetic to see adults unable to fight back and lamented that quirks were being wasted. Sora pressed herself into the corner of a crumbling wall, hands trembling from the cold. It was not from fear alone. Since school started, she had never had the courage to speak to Todoroki. The unreadable expression and the calm power in every movement captivated her. She thought again that he looked very cool, her heart pounding against her ribs. Todoroki exhaled slowly, frost curling from his mouth, and observed that separating the students to kill them showed a lack of respect for their potential. One of the frozen villains growled an insult, but Todoroki did not look back. He stepped forward, boots crunching on ice, and headed toward the exit. Sora hesitated, then carefully followed, watching her step on the slick, glassy surface. A shout shattered the tense quiet as a furious villain charged toward them, gripping a metal pipe. Sora stumbled backward, her hands glowing faintly with blue light, but a blur of motion crossed her vision as Todoroki pushed her aside. The pipe froze mid-swing, ice crawling up from the villain's hands to his chest in an instant. The villain stood rigid, mouth open in a silent scream, immobilized by the cold. Todoroki lowered his arm and observed, in a calm but merciless tone, that if this continued the man would be rendered helpless by the cold. Because he wanted to be a hero, he would spare him unnecessary suffering. Sora stared at Todoroki, struck by how terrifying and impressive he was. He continued walking with steady composure and stopped before another villain. He raised his hand toward the man's face and asked how the villain planned to kill All Might and what weapon could possibly be that strong. The man trembled and said nothing. Frost gathered at his feet. They walked on. The cold had numbed Sora's legs, but she stayed close behind, still dazed by everything she had seen. Then Todoroki stopped. Sora breathed a quiet question and then saw a scene that stole her breath. A few meters ahead, Mr. Aizawa lay on the ground, limp and badly hurt. A huge, monstrous figure loomed over him, its bulk rippling with power under a faintly glossy surface. It made low, animalistic growls and repeatedly struck Aizawa against the shattered concrete. Sora covered her mouth in horror. A rasping voice answered from nearby, and the man with hands over his face tilted his head as the fingers across his features twitched. He commented that a quirk which could erase other quirks was unique but not necessarily strong. In the face of overwhelming power, it could be like having no quirk at all. He laughed dryly and dismissed the idea. A mist swirled into existence beside the hand-covered man, and the mist identified the other as Shigaraki Tamura. Shigaraki turned slightly as the mist, Kurogyri, confirmed that it had taken care of one target but that a few students had resisted, and one had escaped. Shigaraki reacted with a sharp, scratching noise as he processed the information. Shigaraki said that if Kurogyri were not his warp gate he would have torn him into 1,000,000 pieces. He then froze, breathing ragged, and ordered a retreat, insisting they could not take on so many heroes. Sora blinked in disbelief and asked if they were really going to retreat after everything that had happened, then glanced at Todoroki. Shigaraki twitched, almost smiling beneath the hand covering his face, and murmured that before they left they should humble the heroes a little. Then he moved with sudden speed. Shigaraki darted toward the water zone and brushed the top of Tsuyu's head, but nothing happened. He laughed softly and complimented her, glancing back at Aizawa, who still refused to back down even under the monster's pressure. Aizawa's face showed signs of injury as he glared up. Midoriya erupted from the water, shouting for them to leave her alone, and unleashed a powerful smash attack. His punch tore through the air like a thunderclap, sending a storm of dust and wind into the dome. When the dust cleared, the monster Nomu stood where Shigaraki had been, unscathed. Shigaraki mocked Midoriya and teased that he was an All Might fan, then shrugged as if it did not matter. The Nomu seized Midoriya's arm with one massive hand and drew back the other. Tsuyu lashed out with her tongue, Mineta hurled sticky spheres, and Shigaraki lunged to grab them all. A deep rumble shook the dome. Dust exploded outward, whipping at Sora's hair. Through the haze, a tall, broad figure appeared, All Might, his confident smile catching the light and easing the tension in the air. Todoroki recognized him, and Sora felt her knees go weak at the sight. All Might stepped forward and declared that he was here. For a moment the arrival of All Might seemed to shift everything. He moved faster than Sora could follow, securing Aizawa and ordering Midoriya, Tsuyu, and Mineta to retreat to safety with a calm, powerful voice. For an instant Sora believed things might be all right. That belief shattered. All Might and Nomu collided with force that shook the training dome. Each blow sent shockwaves through the ground and whipped debris into a furious swirl. Sora shielded her face from the wind and realized with growing dread that All Might's punches did not seem to be having their usual effect. Shigaraki observed with a cruel, playful tone that All Might's punches were absorbed by Nomu, and taunted that if they wanted to hurt Nomu they would have to tear it apart piece by piece if Nomu allowed it. All Might grinned confidently beneath the dust and launched himself at the creature. He dodged, caught Nomu by the waist, and slammed its head into the floor in a thunderous impact, but as the smoke cleared a dark portal shimmered beside Nomu. A black mist reached through and gripped All Might's torso like a vice, while Nomu's other arm pinned him down. He struggled but could not break free. Shigaraki laughed, telling 괘ᴍᴜ that slamming Nomu into the ground was pointless because Nomu's strength matched All Might's. Midoriya ran toward the trapped hero, desperate and shaking, but a wave of mist surged up and blocked his path. 괘ᴍᴜ had stepped in the way. Bakugo exploded forward and pinned 괘ᴍᴜ to the ground, sparks crackling from his palms as he warned not to move. Todoroki sprinted toward All Might, ice blooming beneath his feet. Sora called after him and almost slipped in the chaos. Todoroki launched a sheet of ice that seized Nomu's arms, freezing them and freeing All Might from the mist's grip. Todoroki stated evenly that he knew their goal. They had come to kill All Might. Sora joined him, heart pounding. Kirishima charged, swinging a hardened fist at Shigaraki, but Shigaraki dodged with ease as the ground cracked from the blow. Bakugo kept 괘ᴍᴜ pinned and taunted him, while Kirishima muttered that Bakugo's tactics were hardly heroic. Shigaraki whispered Nomu's name, and the creature stirred. Even with part of its body frozen, it began to move again, ice cracking as it regenerated beneath the frost, and damaged limbs tearing away only for the beast to continue pressing forward. Sora's breath caught at the sight. Midoriya reacted with alarm that the creature was still moving. All Might warned everyone to stay back as the heroes braced for the next wave of the fight. Chapter 9. Sora could only stand frozen and watch the chaos unfold. Ever since All Might had arrived, everything had shifted. The tension that had choked the air when the villains appeared had lifted, replaced by the blazing certainty that came with his presence. He had secured Aizawa and ordered the others to safety with a voice that carried calm and power. For a brief moment Sora believed everything would be okay. That belief shattered when All Might and Nomu clashed again with a force that shook the entire training dome. Each punch was like a thunderclap, shockwaves rippling through shattered ground while dust and debris swirled like a storm. Sora shielded her face and thought that All Might was strong, but his attacks were not having the expected effect. Shigaraki explained with a mocking tone that All Might's punches were being absorbed by Nomu, and that if the heroes wanted to stop it they would have to break it apart despite its regenerative strength. The name Nomu made Sora's skin crawl. All Might flashed a confident grin through the dust and continued the fight. He dodged, slammed the creature down, and for an instant it seemed like victory, but then a dark portal opened, and a misty hand snaked through to clamp around All Might's torso. The creature's other arm pinned him, and he became trapped. Midoriya ran toward them, desperate, but 괘ᴍᴜ's mist blocked his path. Bakugo forced 괘ᴍᴜ to the ground with a fierce explosion, warning it not to move. Todoroki raced to All Might and used ice to freeze Nomu's arms, allowing All Might to break free. Todoroki then stated that their purpose was clear: the villains had come to kill All Might. Kirishima charged at Shigaraki and landed a hard blow that cracked the ground, but Shigaraki stepped away easily, taunting them. Bakugo kept 괘ᴍᴜ pinned and jeered at the misty villain, while Kirishima criticized Bakugo's approach. Shigaraki spoke Nomu's name, and the monster stirred despite its injuries and the ice. It moved on, rebuilding itself beneath the frost as damaged parts fell away and new strength took their place. Sora's breath caught. Midoriya reacted in disbelief that it was still moving. A warning sounded for everyone to fall back as the heroes prepared for the next escalating clash. All Might shouted for them to run, urgency finally threading his voice. Before their eyes, the Noma's limbs began to restore themselves, an unnatural energy sweeping over it as wounds closed and heat shimmered where injuries had been. All Might muttered through clenched teeth that he had thought the creature's quirk was absorption. Shigaraki replied, amused, that he had never claimed that was the Nomu's only quirk and that the creature had been made specifically to fight All Might at full strength. Shigaraki added that the Nomu was a living weapon designed to strike back. Shigaraki raised his hand lazily and ordered the Nomu toward Bakugo. The creature blurred and vanished in an instant in that direction. Sora shouted a warning. A deafening boom tore through the air. The shockwave sent Sora and the others sprawling. She hit the ground hard and gasped as the breath left her. Midoriya scrambled to his feet and called out for Bakugo. Bakugo steadied himself beside them and insisted he was fine, adding angrily that of course he hadn't dodged the blast. Sora turned to see All Might standing despite the dust and rubble, teeth clenched and his body trembling from the force of the impact, but he remained upright. The Nomu loomed before him, poised to strike again. Sora's throat tightened and her eyes went wide, reflecting the golden aura still burning around the hero. She could barely comprehend what she was seeing and felt an impossible doubt settle in her chest. Crayons still stained Sora's fingers when she finished her drawing a bright, messy picture of her family under a big yellow sun. She thought her mother would love it. Her small feet pattered through the marble hallway of the quiet house. The air smelled faintly of chemicals, the sharp, clean scent that always clung to her mother's office. Light spilled through the slightly open door and the bluish glow of screens flickered inside. Sora leaned forward, pressing her eye to the gap. Her mother sat at her desk with glasses low on her nose, speaking into the phone in a clipped, careful tone that was colder than the warmth Sora usually heard at home. Her mother explained that they had started the project and acknowledged the danger, but believed that studying the right elements could stabilize the work. She tapped a pen against a folder marked with symbols Sora could not read. Sora frowned without understanding the words, but the tone made her chest constrict. Her mother went on to say that creating a being with multiple quirks would be risky, but that one enhanced vessel might be capable of overpowering even pro heroes. She dismissed fusing bodies as too unstable and dangerous, saying it would result in loss of control. Then she spoke the name Nomu and treated the idea as the perfect example. A creature of pure strength, built for survival. Her mother caught Sora at the door. For a moment her expression was unreadable, then it softened into a warm, tender smile. She hung up the phone and told the other caller she would call back. Sora squeaked and stepped back, but her mother was already moving toward her and was gentle as she knelt down and asked what she had found. Sora proudly held up her drawing. Her mother took it, traced the uneven stick figures, and praised it as beautiful. She scooped Sora up and hugged her close. Sora giggled and buried her face in her mother's shoulder, not noticing a faint tremor in the woman's hands or the cold focus lingering behind her smile. What followed was a blur of light, dust, and the thunder of blows. Sora remembered only fragments: All Might's roar through the smoke, the Nomu staggering under the hero's relentless attacks, and the roaring cheer that rose when the danger seemed to end. Then an uneasy silence fell. Pro-heroes swarmed the scene with sirens and hurried footsteps. The League of Villains had vanished as if swallowed by a strange purple mist. By the time the chaos had settled, Sora stood outside the ruined facility surrounded by flashing cameras and shouting reporters. Microphones were moved toward the students while bright lights stabbed at their eyes. Reporters demanded to know how the intruders had gotten in, whether All Might had been hurt, and whether the students had been able to fight back. Sora felt detached, as if watching herself from the outside. Her hands trembled and the cold air bit at the small scrapes on her palms. The word Nomu echoed through her mind like a hard stone. A gentle tap on her shoulder pulled her back. Uraraka was behind her, face soft and worried, asking if she was okay. Sora forced a shaky smile and said she was scared but all right. Uraraka laughed with relief and clasped Sora's hands, saying how relieved she was that it was over. Sora looked at her friend, noticed the dirt on her cheeks and the small cut above her brow, and nodded, whispering that it was a relief. Even as others began to laugh, cry, and cling to one another, the memory of the Nomu and the heaviness of what she had seen lingered with Sora like a shadow. Sora couldn't shake the feeling that it wasn't truly over. Not for her. Not when the monster she'd just seen had the same name her mother once whispered in a locked office. Nomu. Suddenly, that word didn't just sound familiar, it felt like destiny catching up to her. Chapter 10. Let's go sports festival. The morning sun spilled through the tall windows of Class 1A, painting soft gold over desks still nicked and scuffed from training. The air buzzed faintly with the restless chatter of students trying to shake off the memory of the attack. 𝗏𴑍𴑘𴜀's voice rang out, light and bubbly as always, asking if anyone had seen the news and noting that the class had been shown on screen. Kaminari leaned back in his chair with a smirk and joked that they were the interclass of heroes. 𝗏𴑍𴑘𴜀 admitted she hadn't been very noticeable in the footage. Ojiro replied carefully that, with her costume, being noticeable was hard to avoid. The class laughed softly, the tension easing a little. Kaminari continued, lounging, and mentioned that every channel had been talking about it, remarking that they were kind of famous now. ģaira tapped her headphone jack on her desk and responded dryly that a class of hero students being attacked by villains was big news. Siro leaned back with his arms crossed and wondered aloud what might have happened if the pros hadn't intervened. Mineta interrupted with a nervous comment about nearly losing control from fright. Bakugo barked at Mineta to be quiet and slammed his desk with an irritated scowl, which earned another ripple of nervous but real laughter. Even Yaoyorozu let out a quiet chuckle before her gaze drifted to the far corner, where Sora sat perfectly still, hands folded neatly on her desk, eyes fixed on nothing. She hadn't said a word all morning. Yaoyorozu frowned and tapped her pen gently against Sora's arm, asking how she was feeling. Sora blinked, startled out of her thoughts, and assured her she was fine, though her voice cracked slightly. Yaoyorozu noted that Sora had been spaced out since the incident and reminded her she didn't have to pretend. Sora insisted she was okay, but her gaze lingered on the window. The sunlight felt too bright for the weight in her chest. She thought about wanting to ask her father about everything. Before the silence could stretch further, Ida marched to the front of the room and clapped his hands in his usual commanding fashion, calling for everyone to take their seats because homeroom was about to begin. Kaminari snorted and pointed out that everyone was already seated. Siro grinned and added that Ida was literally the only one standing. Ida froze, realized his mistake, and muttered an embarrassed curse before sitting down. The classroom door slid open and Aizawa stepped inside, his usual tired expression in place but with faint bruises and bandages that spoke louder than his words. The whole class reacted with shock. They hadn't expected him back so soon after what he'd endured at the USJ. Ida immediately raised his hand and asked if Aizawa was well enough to be there and whether he should still be resting. Aizawa waved him off and dismissed concerns about his condition, emphasizing instead that the battle wasn't over yet. Aizawa then announced that the UA Sports Festival was coming. A collective exclamation filled the air, followed by a giant sigh of relief. Mina reacted in surprise and told him not to scare them like that. Kaminari said it was a normal thing and treated it like an exciting opportunity. ģaira frowned and wondered if it was dangerous to hold such a big event so soon after a villain attack. Aizawa explained that this was precisely why they were holding it, to prove the system was strong and that UA stood unshaken. He added that it was also an opportunity for the students. Yaoyorozu remarked that the festival was one of the biggest events in the country, and Sora murmured that all the top heroes would be watching. Mineta raised a trembling hand and voiced a fear about the villains. Kaminari waved that worry away, calling it a chance to get scouted. Yaoyorozu sat straighter and pointed out that after graduation many of them would begin as sidekicks in hero agencies, and the festival could decide their futures. ģaira teased Kaminari about how far he might get, and he protested. Aizawa cut through the banter with a firm reminder that getting scouted by a top agency was the fastest way to the top and urged them not to waste the chance but to push themselves harder than ever. The class straightened, determination sparking across their faces, and they responded in unison to acknowledge his words. Sora joined in with a strong voice, but inside she still felt that flicker of doubt. When the bell rang, the room exploded into chatter. It was lunch break, but nobody was heading for the cafeteria. Everyone was still buzzing about the sports festival. Kaminari and Kirishima argued over which event would test strength the most. ģaira pretended not to listen while jotting notes, and Ida paced near the front, passionately listing proper etiquette for inter-school competitions. Sora smiled faintly at the noise, but her heart wasn't in it. She rose quietly, slipped her phone from her pocket, and told Yaoyorozu she was going to lunch and needed to make a quick call first. She left the classroom and walked down the empty hallway, which grew quieter until only the faint hum of lights and distant laughter remained. She stopped at a window overlooking the courtyard, slid down until her back touched the cool wall, and watched her reflection shimmer in the glass. Her eyes were tired but soft. She took a deep breath, pressed call, and held the phone to her ear, tapping her foot anxiously as silence stretched. A familiar, rough voice came through the speaker and her face lit up when she identified herself as Sora. Her father's tone softened instantly as he said how nice it was to hear from her and mentioned that she hadn't come to visit him since starting school. Sora laughed softly at that, relieved to hear his warmth. Sora apologized over the phone and explained that things had been hectic. Her father responded warmly, reminding her that she was a student at UA in the hero course and calling her his little Sora, training to save the world. His pride was clear in his voice, and Sora felt her chest tighten because he did not know about the attack. She had begged Grandma not to tell him. He did not need that worry while he was still recovering. After a pause, Sora mentioned softly that the school would soon hold a sports festival and asked if he could come watch. He chuckled affectionately and said he would try, but warned that the doctors there were strict. If he could not attend in person, he would cheer loudly on TV. That made Sora smile for the first time in a while. When she hesitated and tried to ask something else, a cold flutter of unease stopped her. She chose not to bring it up and promised to call later. Her father reminded her to eat, teasing that she tended to skip lunch when she overthought things, and Sora laughed quietly, relieved that his memory was improving. The call ended with a soft click. Sora stared at the dark phone screen for a long moment and then lowered it. A long sigh escaped her as she stood in the quiet corridor. When she looked up, she noticed movement down the halls. Midoriya, Ida, and Uraraka walking together, Ida cutting the air with his hands as he spoke and Uraraka smiling brightly beside him. Midoriya suddenly broke away and approached a tall figure near a corner of the building. Sora realized it was All Might. The sunlight glinted off his blonde hair while he leaned down to speak to Midoriya in hushed tones. Curiosity stirred inside her and she watched as Midoriya's face filled with determination, wondering what they were talking about. When the last bell rang, the hallways filled with the usual post-class noise, chairs scraping, bags zipping, and laughter spilling out as everyone prepared to leave. Sora stretched and rubbed her eyes, thinking of the sports festival, her father's call, and the strange, heavy feeling she couldn't shake. She gathered her notebooks and tucked her pencil case into her bag, but at the classroom door she stopped. A dense wall of students blocked the exit, bodies pressed shoulder to shoulder, voices overlapping. Uraraka appeared beside her and tried to peek past the crowd. Ida took an authoritative tone and demanded that anyone with business state it clearly and stop obstructing the exit. Mineta clutched his bag in alarm and complained that they could not even leave. Then Bakugo pushed through with sharp words, reminding everyone that they were the ones who had been attacked by villains and accusing the onlookers of coming to see them like animals in a cage. He dismissed the crowd as extras and told them to get out of his way. Ida scolded Bakugo and insisted that those people were their fellow students. A calm, sharp voice cut through the noise and a boy with deep purple hair and heavy-lidded eyes stepped forward, his presence quieting the hallway. He told the Hero Course students that while they were in that position, many students in the general and support courses had wanted the same chance and that during the festival, if one of them outperformed a Hero Course student, a switch could happen. He presented this as a warning and a challenge, calling it his declaration of war rather than praise. Sora found herself watching him with a sudden flush, quietly impressed by his cool, composed manner. Mineta fretted over Sora's reaction, asking if she was okay, and Sora blushed inwardly and admitted she was taken with the newcomer. Before anyone could respond, a boy with spiky silver hair stepped forward and announced himself as Tetsu from Class 1B, saying he had come because he had heard about the villains and wanted to see what they were like. He accused the Hero Course students of acting superior because of their luck in getting in. Bakugo brushed past him and said he had no time for the confrontation. Tetsu protested loudly, and Kirishima called after Bakugo that his attitude was only making things worse and would make others dislike them more. Bakugo replied that being on top was all that mattered and strode away, leaving the crowd to part for him as Kirishima watched with a determined gleam in his eyes. Sora thought the moment was manly and nodded vigorously, still dazed, declaring it totally movie style as she gave a dramatic thumbs up. Chapter 11. The Start. The 2 weeks leading up to the UA Sports Festival had been brutal. Every corner of Class 1A buzzed with energy punches striking targets, ice cracking underfoot, and shouts of effort echoing through the gym. Some trained strength. Some trained endurance. Others sparred until sweat soaked their uniforms. Sora tried to do almost everything. Her afternoons were split between chaos in 2 forms. One half spent locked in her room among scattered notes, metal scraps, and half-finished blueprints, her hair a frizzy mess and dark circles under her eyes. The other half spent in the training arena, trading blows and dodges with Ojiro. Ojiro ducked under one of her punches and tapped her side with his tail, commenting that her guard was too high. Sora stumbled back, pant. Ojiro chuckled, shook his head, and told her she was improving and that she moved with purpose now. Sora bowed her head slightly to thank him and said she owed him one. He waved it off and assured her she was helping him too. When she wasn't sparring, Sora spent long hours with Yaoyorozu, the 2 of them surrounded by books, gadgets, and glowing bits of metal and fabric. Yaoyorozu sketched in a notebook and explained that channeling focus first and then visualizing an object's composition would speed its creation. Sora's eyes lit up, and she called the idea genius as she scribbled notes furiously, hair sticking out in every direction. Yaoyorozu laughed softly. Before she realized it, time slipped away and the 2 weeks were gone. The sports festival had arrived. That night, exhaustion left her feeling like a zombie, so she launched into a late-night beauty routine. By the time the moon climbed high, her room looked like a battlefield of face masks, hair oils, curlers, and brushes. She muttered that this was for national television as she applied eyeliner with meticulous focus. Morning sunlight spilled into the living room where her grandmother sat braiding her hair. The smell of coffee and toast lingered in the air. Sora sat perfectly still, hands in her lap, eyes wide with anticipation as her grandmother wove the last strand into a neat French braid and murmured that it was almost done before finishing. Sora jumped up and rushed to the mirror, gasping at her reflection. Her grandmother's eyes twinkled with pride as she said Sora looked so cute, her little hero. Sora beamed and explained that she had done her best with the makeup because she wanted to look TV ready. Her grandmother laughed, gave a thumbs up, and said mission accomplished. Sora giggled, adjusted her uniform collar, and paused at the door to ask if her grandmother would come watch her. Her grandmother softened and said she would try her best and would see if the nurses would allow Sora's father out of bed for a few hours so they could both be there. Sora promised she would look for her in the crowd. Her grandmother opened her arms and Sora melted into the embrace, receiving the advice to do her best but not forget to have fun. She hugged tighter and carried the warmth with her as she stepped out the door. The air in the waiting room of the stadium buzzed with anticipation. Every seat seemed to vibrate with nervous energy. Some students chattered excitedly, others sat in silent concentration. Sora sat at a table with 𝗀, tapping her pen against a notebook that looked far too thick. 𝗀 wondered aloud what they would have to do first, bouncing her legs anxiously. Sora brightened and announced that she had come prepared, explaining that she had made a list of all possible events with probabilities, difficulty levels, and a gadget for every scenario, plus an emergency backup strategy in case the tests deviated from expectations. Ģiru laughed as she strolled by with hands in her pockets and teased that Sora sounded like she was planning to take over the school rather than just win the sports festival. Sora grinned sheepishly and said she only wanted to do well and have fun. 𝗀 giggled and reminded her that there was no fun if everything was planned down to the percentage. Sora blinked, agreed, and sighed dramatically. A sharp, cold voice then cut through the chatter, calling Midoriya. The room fell quiet. Todoroki stood a few feet away, arms crossed and eyes steady, creating a shift in the air that drew everyone's attention. Midoriya started and asked what was wrong. Todoroki began by stating, from an objective standpoint, that he was stronger than Midoriya. Midoriya's shoulders tensed as he admitted he guessed so. 𝗀ᴬᴜ went on to note that all-might had taken an interest in ɪᴍᴜ and, without intending to question that judgment, announced his intention to defeat him. A few students gasped and Kaminari whistled, commenting that the top guy of the class was throwing down the gauntlet. Kirishima stepped forward with a grin and asked why 𝗀ᴬᴜ was picking a fight right before the festival, placing a hand on his shoulder, but 𝗀ᴬᴜ brushed it off and said he had not come to make friends. The silence that followed felt heavy. Midoriya tried to speak, but someone else cut him off. Sora's voice then stopped the air. The quiet that followed felt even heavier than before. 𝗀ᴬᴜ turned. The light from the window caught the mismatched colors of his eyes. He asked what the matter was, speaking in a tone that did not expect to be challenged. Sora took a breath, pulse quick but expression steady, and asked what was happening. She criticized 𝗀ᴬᴜ for picking a fight with someone he already knew he could beat and called it a little pathetic. Midoriya whispered in an attempt to catch her attention, but Sora did not turn. She continued, saying that if 𝗀ᴬᴜ wanted to prove something he should pick someone who could actually stand against him, because otherwise he just sounded like a bully. A few heads lifted and the quiet in the room thickened. 𝗀ᴬᴜ studied her for a moment. His expression remained unreadable though his jaw shifted slightly. He then asked whether she was saying he should fight someone like her. Sora frowned. Sora denied that was what she had said, and then a thin smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. She added that if that was what he wanted, it would be a pleasure to knock the arrogance out of him. He showed no visible reaction, only a quiet exhale that might have been a laugh. He replied that he would make sure to defeat her as well, then walked away, leaving the air between them noticeably colder. Kirishima let out a low whistle and wondered aloud what was going on with everyone lately. Sora sank back into her chair, pressing a hand to her chest, thinking that the encounter had been frightening. The air outside the tunnel was sharp with anticipation. When Class 1A stepped into the stadium, the noise hit like a wave, tens of thousands of voices folding together. The stands shimmered with color, flags, posters, flashes of camera light. The ground beneath them vibrated faintly from the crowd's roar. Sora felt her heartbeat jump, then trip over itself. The brightness of the open field made her blink. She murmured a quiet pep talk under her breath. Beside her, Uraraka glanced over, amused. She had grown used to Sora's muttered encouragements. Present Mick's voice carried over the stadium, introducing the classes one by one until all the students stood together in the center. Midnight announced that it was time for the opening speech and that Katsuki Bakugo would represent Class 1A. Bakugo stepped up to the podium, the sunlight catching his hair, his shoulders squared and his expression fixed in defiance. Bakugo announced that he was going to win. A wave of noise followed boos, shouts, laughter. Ida muttered that it was hard to believe Bakugo's choice of words for someone representing them all. Midnight then announced without wasting another second that the first event would begin, an obstacle race around the stadium, for kilometers, no limits, no restrictions. Gasps and murmurs spread through the students. Sora's eyes brightened. She said it was perfect and explained that she had predicted something like this and even designed gadgets for it. Uraraka asked if she had, then smiled and urged them to do their best. Present Mike thundered a welcome to the UA Sports Festival and explained that the first event was an obstacle race where everything was allowed. The stadium erupted into cheers. Sora stood at the starting line beside her classmates, her heart pounding. The air shimmered with tension, the smell of metal, sweat, and anticipation filling her lungs. Ahead of them stood a wide crimson gate with lights counting down, red, yellow, green. When the light changed, a boom of footsteps and shouts erupted as everyone sprinted forward, elbows and quirks in motion. Sora's eyes gleamed. She said she was ready. She clasped her hands together and felt blue sparks ripple between her palms, the glow intensifying until a sleek metallic board unfolded in midair, polished silver with a cobalt stripe and her initials engraved underneath. Her masterpiece was a flying skateboard powered by mini turbines, built for balance and speed. With a grin, she jumped onto it. The engines purred beneath her shoes and she shot forward like a comet, weaving through the stampede of students below. Cold air rushed against her face as she burst out of a narrow hallway, just in time to see 𝗀ᴬᴜ slam his palm onto the ground. A surge of frost erupted from his hand, freezing the entire corridor in an instant. Todoroki muttered that it was too easy as ice spread across the path. Aoyama used his laser to propel himself over the frozen floor, Bakugo blasted through with explosions, and Yaoyorozu summoned a metal pole to vault across. Yaoyorozu called out that Todoroki was too ingenuous for the situation. Bakugo snarled and insisted no one would win easily, unleashing louder explosions that painted the air orange. Sora glanced back, hair whipping behind her, and pressed a button on her board. The thrusters glowed as she shot past a group of students. Present Mike exclaimed that it was not a bird but their favorite mad scientist, to con Sora. Sora waved dramatically as she zipped by. From somewhere behind, Mineta announced that he was close to Todoroki and began to use his special move, but a metallic arm swung down from above and struck him mid-sentence. Midoriya yelled in alarm. Verbotic. Voice reported that the objective had been neutralized. Sora's eyes widened as dozens of massive shadows loomed overhead. Enormous zero-point robots hovered, gears grinding and red sensors glowing. She activated her quirk and a grid of data filled her vision. Their height, weak point at the central processing core in the head, slow mobility, reinforced steel armor, and a thermal battery in the upper chest. Sora muttered that they had kept the bad design. Present Mike announced that the unexpected villains had appeared and that the first barrier was the zero-pointers. Kaminari froze in his tracks, noting that the robots looked like the ones from the entrance exam and were huge. Sora hovered above the chaos, analyzing the situation and planning her moves. Todoroki stepped forward and pressed his hand to the ground again. Ice surged outward and engulfed the robots in crystal frost. The massive machines screeched and froze mid-step. Someone yelled that Todoroki had stopped them all. Another student suggested running between the robots' legs, but Todoroki cautioned that he had frozen them while they were unstable and that they would fall soon. The frozen robots began to tilt and topple like falling towers. Present Mike proclaimed that the recommended student was dominating the field. One robot, however, broke free and turned its glowing eyes toward Sora. She leapt off her board and formed a metallic gauntlet around her arm that hummed with energy. With a precise strike to the robot's head, the machine's structural shell failed and it collapsed in a heap of inert metal. Present Mike announced in astonishment that Sora had taken down a zero-pointer with one strike and that she had surged into second place. Sora flipped through the air and landed smoothly back on her board, grinning that second place was amazing. Ahead loomed the next obstacle. A vast canyon with ropes strung between tall pillars like a complex web. Todoroki froze the ropes to create a bridge and sprinted lightly across the ice. Bakugo shouted for Sora to get out of the way as he blasted past, his explosions propelling him like a rocket. The blast nearly sent her spinning off her board. She steadied herself and pushed forward, aiming for a top 10 finish as her predictions suggested. She zipped through the canyon until the final obstacle appeared. Present Mike announced that the last challenge had arrived, a landmine field. He reassured the crowd that the mines were not lethal but promised they would be a serious nuisance. Sora soared low over the field, carefully avoiding the sparkling mines below. Ahead of her, Bakugo and Todoroki ran neck and neck, explosions and frost clashing in dazzling bursts of light. Present Mike announced that the lead was changing every second and that Bakugo had taken the front. Sora was about to catch up when a massive pink explosion erupted behind her, shaking the ground. She turned in surprise and asked what was happening. Through the smoke, Midoriya emerged riding a giant metal plate like a surfboard, the mines exploding beneath him and propelling him forward with shockwaves of power. Sora called out his name as the wind whipped her braid. Midoriya surged past her, then past Bakugo and Todoroki, and crossed into the stadium first. Sora gasped in disbelief at the audacity of the move. When the smoke cleared, the order was visible, Midoriya in first, Todoroki and Bakugo close behind, and Sora gliding through in fourth. As her board dissipated in a burst of blue light, Sora crossed the finish line on foot, threw her arms into the air, and smiled broadly. She celebrated her achievement as the crowd erupted in cheers. Her face appeared on the giant screens, braid messy and cheeks flushed with joy. Fourth place, exactly as she had predicted, and she could not have been happier. Chapter 12. follow the plan. Midnight announced that the second game of the UA Sports Festival was the cavalry battle. Her whip cracked across the arena as the giant monitor behind her came to life, displaying the event name in bold letters. She explained that the match would be a cavalry battle between the 42 students who had passed the first game. Midnight pointed her whip toward the trembling first years and reminded them that the students at the top had a harder time. She declared that this was plus ultra, and the crowd quieted. 𝗵𝗫, who had finished first in the previous event, would start this round with a value of 10 million points, she announced, and the arena reacted with a shocked murmur. Sora watched the reaction around 𝗵𝗫 and felt pity for the boy frozen in place. Midnight then explained the rules. The match would last 15 minutes, each team's total value would be the sum of its members, and everyone would wear a headband displaying their score. Stealing another team's headband transferred their points, and students were allowed to use their quirks freely, but deliberately causing another team to fall would result in disqualification. The students had 15 minutes to form their teams. The arena erupted with motion as students rushed to form teams. Within minutes most groups had taken shape, faces full of excitement and determination. Sora stood near the edge, scanning the chaos and thinking aloud about strategy. She looked for popular choices, but saw that Momo Yaoyorozu was already deep in discussion with Shoto Todoroki. Caught watching, Sora returned a wave when Momo smiled at her, then tried not to seem awkward. 10 minutes passed and no one had approached Sora. She wondered quietly if she seemed unapproachable, then a firm hand landed on her shoulder. Ejiro Kirishima invited her to join his team. Sora brightened and agreed, only to notice who else was standing with him, Hantashiro smiling sheepishly and Katsuki Bakugo scowling. Bakugo snapped at her to stop standing there and asked if she was joining. Sora recovered quickly, said she was in, and Kirishima slung an arm around her shoulder in a friendly gesture. She looked between Kirishima, Shiro, and Bakugo and tried to steady her nerves. Present Mike counted down for the start. At 0 Midnight cracked her whip and started the match. Bakugo shouted about the 10 million points and the team surged forward. Kirishima charged at the front, Shiro moved to the right, Sora took the left, and Bakugo balanced atop them, eyes fixed on 𝗵𝗫's team. Other teams also rushed toward 𝗵𝗫, all aiming for the glittering prize. 𝗵𝗫's team shot into the air on jetpack gadgets built by support student Mei Hatsum and Bakugo yelled in surprise at the sight. Sora watched the flying students with sparkling eyes, impressed by the gadgets. Bakugo launched himself into the sky with an explosion of power. 𝗵𝗫 called up to him. Bakugo shouted back that 𝗵𝗫 should not think he would win. Before Bakugo could reach for 𝗵𝗫's headband, Tokoyami's dark shadow rose and struck him, sending him tumbling backward. Shiro fired his tape and caught Bakugo, halting his fall. Kirishima cheered as Sora and Shiro pulled Bakugo back into position. Sora asked if he was all right, and he pushed her hand away, jaw clenched and a faint curl of smoke at his palms. He swore he would make them pay, and Sora nodded, determined to win. A blur of motion darted behind their formation and a sharp tug took Bakugo's headband. A taunting voice called class stupid and claimed the headband. Sora shouted that their headband had been stolen, and Bakugo demanded its return, threatening harsh consequences. The other boy smirked, his light blonde hair catching the stadium lights, and explained that he had stayed back to observe opponent quirks after the first game. He reasoned that pushing too hard in an elimination round was pointless and that, with fewer competitors, everyone would be fighting to prove their worth. He said that observing from the back had allowed them to understand future rivals, and he suggested that outright aggression in the first game had been a waste. Sora found herself momentarily captivated by his confidence and wondered who he was. Without realizing it, she nodded. Sora said brightly that she had been thinking the same thing. Shiro, exasperated, reminded everyone to remember whose team they were on. Monoma laughed and remarked that Bakugo was pretty famous, tilting his head toward him and calling him the victim of that green sludge villain. He added with a cruel grin that when all this ended, Bakugo could tell him what it felt like to be attacked by villains every year. Bakugo's expression darkened instantly and his temper ignited like a fuse. He snarled at Kirishima that they would change plans and, before going after Deku, they would deal with the other opponents first. Sora thought that he was intimidating. A teammate hissed for Monoma not to provoke Bakugo. Sora murmured Monoma's name without thinking, and Zero scolded Takon to remember which team she was on. Kirishima shouted for Bakugo to calm down and reminded the formation to stay focused if they wanted their points back. Bakugo cracked his fists together and a burst of explosive energy sparked between them. He snapped at Kirishima that his mind was clear, though the crazed grin on his face suggested otherwise. Kirishima groaned and urged them to move, and Bakugo shouted that everyone was counting on them as their team sprinted toward Monoma's group. Bakugo hurled himself forward in a blazing burst of power. Monoma dodged with a smug smirk and extended a hand. The moment his palm flashed, a shock returned Bakugo's own explosion reflected back. Monoma laughed at the display and taunted that while Bakugo's quirk was unique, his copy ability was better. Kirishima cried out in disbelief at the apparent duplication, and Sora quickly realized and noted that it was a copying quirk. Before Bakugo could react further, a sticky wave of adhesive shot across the field and splattered against them, causing their team to skid to a halt. Bakugo struggled to move as the ground grew thick and tacky. Blue sparks flared around Sora's legs and formed into a pair of sleek, metallic boots. She kicked down hard and shattered the glue with a sharp crack. The boots vanished as the energy dispersed. Sora called for Kirishima to move, and Kirishima thanked Takon before charging forward. Sora told Bakugo to forget about the other target and to focus on going after Deku and Todoroki. Bakugo blinked, then snarled and agreed. Their eyes locked on Midoriya's team, now surrounded by massive ice walls as Todoroki's power froze the arena around them. Sora laid out a plan. Kirishima would use his quirk to break the ice while she created special boots to boost their speed. She raised her hand and let blue sparks dance around her fingers, forming a metallic gauntlet, and she handed it to Bakugo, explaining that she had analyzed the fiber of the headbands before the event and that the glove would help attract the headbands if he got close. She then formed a pair of sleek glasses and tossed them to Zero, explaining that they would help him spot which headband was worth the big prize even if it was flipped. Kirishima gaped in admiration and called Takon amazing. Sora smiled and encouraged everyone to do their best. They started running again, boots pounding the dirt, the roar of the crowd swelling around them. The wind whipped against Sora's cheeks and for a moment everything felt perfectly in sync. Then Bakugo moved. Without warning and without a look at his teammates, he launched himself off the horse. The air cracked with fire as his explosive bursts sent him flying forward like a blazing comet. Sora reached out and called for him to wait, but he was already gone. Up ahead, Monoma's team barely had time to react. The front rider threw up an invisible wall, shimmering in the sunlight, but Bakugo's explosion shattered it in an instant. The blast echoed across the arena as smoke and dust curled in the air, and Bakugo snatched the headbands right off Monoma's head with a triumphant snarl. Zero's tape shot out just in time, catching Bakugo mid-fall and yanking him back toward their group. They tumbled together, Zero grunting as he pulled. Kirishima yelled in a mix of awe and panic that Bakugo had not followed the plan. Bakugo landed on his feet, panting and sweating, his crimson eyes burning with fury and exhilaration. He barked that the plan could be forgotten and that they had to move now to confront Deku and that rival. Sora clenched her jaw. Her pulse pounded from adrenaline and frustration. She activated her boots anyway and a blue light flared beneath her feet as their team rocketed forward. Kirishima hardened his body and readied himself. They hit the ice wall at full speed. Bakugo's explosion flared ahead of them and shattered the ice into glittering shards. The frozen barrier broke into a storm of blue and white and they burst through the mist, breathless and wild, emerging into chaos. Midoriya's team was locked in a desperate clash with Todoroki's. Explosions and cracking ice echoed through the fog. Zero scanned the battlefield through his special glasses and reported that the focus was on Todoroki in third place. Bakugo blasted himself into the air again with the gauntlet raised, sparks crackling along his arm. Todoroki moved his hand forward, forming a wall of ice to shield his team. Then Midnight announced that the game had ended. Bakugo's momentum vanished all at once and he dropped, hitting the ground hard and face-first into the dirt with the gauntlet still glowing faintly on his arm. Kirishima rushed to him and called to check if he was okay while Shiro grabbed his shoulder to steady him, both breathing hard. Bakugo did not answer for a long moment. His body trembled and his fists were clenched tight before he slammed his hand into the ground with a guttural growl of frustration. Sora's chest ached. Her boots flickered with blue sparks and she fell to her knees beside him, her breath shallow and her eyes stinging. She whispered that she could not believe what had happened and blamed Katsuki for not following the plan, punching the ground with a dull, aching sound. An angry exchange erupted in the corridor. One voice accused the other of never listening since childhood, and Bakugo snapped back, ordering them to be quiet and calling them gearhead. Blue light shimmered weakly around Bakugo's hand where the gauntlet had been before fading, her creations vanishing into soft, flickering sparks that dissolved into the air. Chapter 13. People like US? Uraraka gushed to Ida that she could not believe he had kept a secret about a powerful move, still buzzing from the match. Ida protested that it was not much and that he had only wanted to show how much he could do, cheeks flushing as he spoke. Uraraka then asked Takane how it had been to be on a team with Bakugo, genuinely curious. Sora sighed and traced the rim of her drink with her fingers, admitting that they had done well but that she thought she could have done better because she had gotten distracted. She glanced away for a heartbeat, a faint flush rising in her cheeks with embarrassment. Shifting the conversation back, she asked how things had been with Midoriya having 10 million points. Uraraka shrugged and smiled tiredly, calling it frustrating but saying she had had fun despite carrying a lot on their shoulders. Ida, eyes flicking with concern, asked where Midoriya had gone. Sora replied that she had seen him walking toward the waiting rooms and, thinking for a moment, noted that lunch ended in 40 minutes and that she should call him. Uraraka said they would wait for her in the cafeteria. Ida added his usual officious smile and told her not to get lost. Sora nodded, waved, and started walking toward where she had seen Midoriya go, murmuring that she should touch up her makeup and call her grandmother while already moving her fingers toward her phone. She stopped dead when Todoroki's voice cut through the corridor, low and measured. Todoroki said he had been caught off guard and had broken a promise he had made a long time ago. He and Midoriya were standing in the hallway. Sora pressed her back to the cool wall and listened, unaware that Bakugo was on the other side of the wall listening as well. Todoroki explained that none of their classmates had felt what he felt in that moment and that he had been the only one to sense Midoriya's true power, which had reminded him of All Might's strength. Midoriya's voice wavered as he asked what Todoroki meant. Todoroki said flatly that he had felt something strange in Midoriya and bluntly asked whether Midoriya might be All Might's secret child. Sora had to clamp her hands over her mouth to stop herself laughing and bent at the knees, trying to stifle the sound. She had noticed parallels between Midoriya and All Might before and had developed theories, but nothing so absurd. Todoroki pressed further, asking if Midoriya admitted to a relationship between him and All Might that he would not talk about. Midoriya fell silent and then blurted a reddened denial, insisting it was nothing like that. Todoroki went on to state that his father was 𝗫𝗫, the number 2 hero, and that if Midoriya possessed any of the number 1's power, that would be another reason Todoroki should beat him. He described how his father had made his name by crushing others and how All Might had irritated him. Since his father could not beat All Might directly, he had devised strategies. Todoroki bluntly described a social problem with quirks and marriages of convenience to strengthen them, saying that his father had used his influence to secure his mother and her quirk and that Todoroki himself had been raised to surpass All Might. He declared his disgust and vowed never to be an instrument of his father's plans, recalling that his mother had cried and that he had resolved to defeat All Might using only his mother's quirk. Sora found she could not bear the weight of those words any longer and turned away, the hallway suddenly feeling too narrow. She nearly reached the cafeteria when a cluster of girls from her class hurried past toward the changing rooms. She called after them, asking where they were going. Hagakure took her by the arm and urged her toward the changing room, and Sora allowed herself to be pulled along, though Todoroki's words lingered like a cold aftertaste. Present Mick's voice thundered through the stadium speakers, announcing that there was good news for the people who had not made it and that there would be extra activities for them. He added with enthusiasm that they had even invited cheerleaders from America to cheer the crowd on, then paused and reacted with disbelief upon seeing Class 1A. He asked what was happening with Class 1A and why they were dressed as cheerleaders as every head in the audience turned. The girls of Class 1A stood on the field, frozen and blinking, their skirts glittering in the sun as a collective horror rippled through them. Yaoyorozu accused Minato and Kaminari of lying to them and dramatically sank to her knees, lamenting that she had even created the uniforms with her quirk. Uraraka knelt beside her and patted her back awkwardly in consolation. Sora looked down at her bright orange outfit with a heavy sigh, thinking that orange was not even her color, and tossed her pom-poms to the ground in frustration. ― clapped her hands invisibly and urged everyone to have fun anyway, full of boundless optimism. Tsuyu croaked a calm question, and Sora forced a resigned chuckle before beginning to clap along to support ―. Minutes later, the mood shifted as the 16 remaining participants of the final rounds gathered before the massive monitor, nerves buzzing through the air like static. Uraraka told Sora quietly that she hoped it would turn out well, and Sora nodded faintly, her eyes fixed on the screen as anticipation pressed on everyone's shoulders. Ojiro stepped forward with a serious face and announced that he wanted to withdraw. Gasps spread through the small crowd as he explained that he barely remembered anything from the cavalry battle and could not reconcile taking an opportunity when he felt he had been a puppet who did not truly fight. He said his conscience would not let him proceed while others had fought with everything they had. Someone responded that he was thinking too much. ― encouraged everyone to do their best, though even she sounded unsure. Another student from Class 1B stepped forward and explained that they also wanted to withdraw, feeling they had not earned their place properly. Midnight tilted her head, smirking behind her mask, and called for Shota and Ojiro to withdraw. The crowd murmured as Tetsu and Shiozaki stepped in to take their places, looking determined. Midnight cracked her whip against the ground. The sharp snap echoed across the stadium. She ordered the brackets removed and announced the opponents. The massive screen flickered to life, one pair of names appearing after another. Murmurs rippled through the audience: anticipation, curiosity, dread. Sora stood on tiptoe, squinting at the glowing list. Her finger traced down the brackets, her heart beating a little faster with every name. She mouthed names to herself as she scanned, listing Uraraka, Ida, Kirishima, and then froze. The bracket read Takon versus Todoroki. For a second she simply stared. The letters did not make sense. Her mind refused to connect them. Then disbelief washed over her. Sora barely managed to whisper that she could not believe it. Her heart skipped, then began racing, faster and faster, echoing in her ears. She blinked, but the names did not change. Her stomach twisted. The edges of the screen seemed to blur, the crowd's chatter fading into static. Bakugo muttered, wondering who Uraraka was. Uraraka blinked, followed his gaze up to the board and went pale. She yelped and took a quick step back as the realization hit her. The noise around them, students murmuring, laughing, whispering about the matchups, blurred into background static for Sora. Her eyes flicked from Uraraka to Bakugo, then slowly back up to the screen, searching again for her own name as if perhaps it had changed. It had not. Her throat went dry. Then she felt it, a weight, heavy and cold, pressing against her skin. A gaze. Sora turned and recognized Todoroki standing a few meters away, quiet and still, eyes fixed on her. For a moment the crowd and chaos vanished. All that remained was his calm, distant presence. His mismatched eyes reflected nothing, but they felt like a challenge. Sora's lips parted slightly. She had words ready, something light or sarcastic, but none came. She simply met his stare. After a heartbeat, Todoroki turned and walked away without a word. The faint sound of his footsteps on the polished floor echoed longer than it should have. Sora exhaled shakily, realizing she had been holding her breath, and told herself that it must have been karma for calling him a bully. The crowd's roar echoed faintly through the concrete corridors of UA, muffled by distance and thick walls. The air smelled faintly of metal and antiseptic, the scent of a building where heroes trained and rebuilt themselves. Sora stepped out of the changing room, relieved to be free from the itchy cheer uniform and back in her UA sports gear. As she zipped the jacket up, she felt a little more herself. Present Mick's voice boomed from the speakers, vibrant and thunderous, announcing the first match competitors, Midoriya Izuku from the hero course and Hitoshi Shinso from the general course. Sora walked down the hallway, scrolling absently through her phone when it vibrated. She read a message from her grandmother saying that she and Sora's father had come to see her and were heading toward the waiting rooms. A small smile tugged at Sora's lips. The thought of seeing her father, even in his wheelchair, warmed her. She almost jumped when a low voice said her name. Todoroki had stepped quietly to lean against the wall a few paces behind her, his posture relaxed but his gaze sharp and unreadable. She blinked, confused. Todoroki observed that she had not noticed him because she had been smiling at her phone. His tone was not mocking, just observational, but there was something unsettling about the casual way he spoke, as though he had been standing there longer than she had realized. Sora did not answer, she only held his stare. Todoroki suggested that, if he was not mistaken, she was the daughter of Dr. Suzuki from the Takkan Research Institute. Sora's fingers tightened around her phone as he continued, noting that her family's name had once been everywhere in headlines, reports, and investigations. He referred to the fire that had exposed many things and said people had whispered that it had not been an accident, that the lab had been tied to questionable experiments and to the underworld. His voice remained clinical, dissecting the facts rather than attacking her, which somehow made it feel colder. Sora's throat tightened. She quietly asked what he was trying to say. Todoroki replied that it was unusual, in his view, for someone with her family history to still want to stand there and become a hero. He asked, softer and almost curious, whether she really believed she could choose a different path than her family and whether their reputation would not follow her. Todoroki's lips parted slightly in the faintest flicker of surprise, then stillness returned. Before either of them could speak, Sora's grandmother called to her with a soft, trembling, familiar voice that filled the hallway. Sora turned, breath catching as she saw the two figures approaching from the end of the corridor. Her grandmother was small and gray-haired, smiling through watery eyes. Beside her, her father sat in his wheelchair, hands resting neatly in his lap, eyes bright despite the exhaustion carved into his face. For a heartbeat, Sora forgot everything: her anger, her shame, even Todoroki. Her heart felt suddenly lighter, almost painfully so. She took a step forward, then another, voice trembling as she addressed them. Her grandmother opened her arms and Sora hurried into them, the sharp click of her shoes echoing against the concrete. Todoroki watched silently from the doorway, the light from the hallway windows cutting across his face, half in shadow, half in gold. Something unreadable flickered in his eyes for a brief moment. He slipped his hands back into his pockets and walked away without another word. Her grandmother laughed softly and brushed a hand over Sora's messy braid, telling her they had watched the early games on the phone while on the train and noting how the braid had been messed up from all that running around. Sora told her grandmother she was fine. Sora knelt beside her father. He looked up at her with eyes full of quiet love and told her she had done well, his voice rough but warm. Her throat tightened and she whispered her thanks. Her grandmother urged them to keep Sora from being distracted before her next match. Sora stood, brushing her eyes quickly, but a faint echo of a voice lingered in her head and tugged at her attention. Chapter 14. And Dad. The air pressed heavy with smoke and heat until every breath burned. Flames like the walls and machines. The floor beneath Sora's palms felt impossibly hot. The roar of the fire and the ringing in her ears filled everything, and each inhalation scraped her throat. Sora called for her parents as she dragged herself across the floor, coughing and unable to stand. The smell of singed materials and chemicals made her eyes sting. That night changed everything. The lab home and dream was engulfed in fire. She could not find her parents. The explosion had ripped through the room, scattering debris and sending hissing gas into the air. Strange colors flashed in the flames like a frantic, impossible light show. Her mother emerged from the smoke, clothes singed, eyes wild and glassy. She reached Sora and hauled her up with shaking arms, urging Sora to move. Sora asked about her father, and her mother's silence answered the question in the worst way. Outside, distant sirens grew louder. Her mother helped Sora toward the exit, saying through soot and coughs that everything was gone but that Sora had regained her quirk, and that she was happy for that. She told Sora she was going to find her father and pressed a fierce, trembling promise into Sora's shoulders, telling her to get out and that she loved her. Then she turned and ran back into the smoke. Sora screamed for her mother, but her throat was raw and she could only fall to her knees, staring into the flames until heat blurred her vision. A firefighter pushed through the smoke and crouched beside Sora, checking on her and taking her arm. He told her they would get her out and guided her toward the exit. Outside, cool air hit her lungs like a sharp blade. She looked back at the burning lab, her father's dream, and blamed herself in a whisper. Crowds gathered behind barriers, sirens and shouts mixing into a chaotic chorus. A few heroes used water quirks to push back the flames and arcs, but the blaze continued to roar. Sora's grandmother forced her way through the crowd and wrapped her in trembling arms, asking what had happened and if she was hurt. A firefighter told the grandmother that Sora needed medical care. Sora said that her mother and father were still inside. The firefighter assured her that teams had gone in and that they were doing everything they could. Later, firefighters emerged from the smoke carrying 2 people. One was Sora's father. He was unresponsive and being treated by the emergency crew. The other was Sora's mother. She could not be roused. Sora's world narrowed to a cold, unbearable silence. Everything after that blurred. The news painted her parents as villains and blamed the experiments for the disaster. Reporters tore apart their reputations, calling their work dangerous and reckless. Her grandmother fought for custody, battling officials who wanted Sora placed in state care. Through the chaos, Sora remained silent, hollowed out. She stopped going outside. Her room became a dark, quiet refuge. She lay on the floor most days, clutching a torn page from her father's journal and reading it until she could recite every line, then scrolled through the news for a truth that never appeared. People labeled her parents monsters, but Sora held their laughter in her memory, her mother's warm hands, her father's gentle voice. She could not accept the lies. So she stopped talking altogether. The police came once, then again, asking about that night, what had happened in the lab and what she had seen. She never answered. Eventually they stopped coming. 2 weeks later Sora opened her bedroom door. The house smelled faintly of tea and disinfectant. Her grandmother sat in the living room, knitting quietly. When her grandmother looked up and saw Sora, her eyes softened and she whispered that Sora was her sweet girl. Sora did not speak. She crossed the room and wrapped her arms around her grandmother, holding her tightly as the old woman's hands trembled on her back. School was different now. Whispers followed her everywhere. The girl once called quirkless whose parents had been branded villains. The irony stung, and now that she had a quirk, the gossip only intensified. During lunch she sat at her desk, head bowed, staring at the lines in her notebook while her food went untouched. A group of girls approached. One apologized and said it must have been very hard. Another remarked that her parents had been good at hiding things. A third offered to help her catch up on missed homework. A nosy girl asked whether her new quirk had caused the lab explosion. Sora yelped when a friend pinched her arm. Another student muttered that she should be left alone, or she might become a villain too. They laughed as they walked away, leaving Sora silent and trembling beneath the desk. When the bell rang, she packed quietly, avoiding every eye. She took 2 steps toward the door when someone called her name and she turned. 𝗵𝗠 stood in the doorway, clutching his bag strap, his expression soft with concern. He apologized that he had not been able to attend the funeral. He stepped closer and told her in lowered tones so no one would hear, that she was his friend and that if things felt overwhelming she could talk to him and did not have to face everything alone. Something inside her cracked, not violently but like ice thawing after a long winter. Her lips rose into the smallest smile she had managed in weeks. Sora thanked him and used his nickname, Deku. 𝗵𝗠 blushed and rubbed the back of his neck in that familiar shy way, then said that his mother had invited her to eat with them any time she wanted or needed. Sora let out a quiet, fragile laugh, the first real sound of warmth she had produced since the fire. She asked him to tell his mother thank you. For a moment, standing there with 𝗵𝗠's kindness wrapped around her like a blanket, the whispers in the hallway felt just a little quieter. The hospital door clicked softly as it opened. Sora stepped inside first and her grandmother followed slowly. The room felt too quiet, A silence that pressed in from every angle. The steady mechanical beeping of the heart monitor and the faint whir of the ventilator were the only sounds. Her father lay in the bed as he always did. Still, expression blank, eyes open but unfocused. Alive but unreachable. Afternoon light spilled across the sheets and caught the strands of his hair, but the light only seemed to outline the emptiness in his eyes. Her grandmother set a small bag in the corner, the usual offering of flowers or fruit that he never responded to, and she did it anyway. Sora stood frozen by the door. She hated this part every time. Her grandmother gave an encouraging nod. Sora breathed and forced her feet to move. She pulled the chair beside the bed out quietly and sat with her hands folded tightly in her lap. She greeted her father softly, then told him it was her, Sora. There was no sign of recognition. His gaze seemed fixed on somewhere far away. The man she studied now was the same one who had once lifted her onto his shoulders, laughed loudly in the kitchen with her mother, and knelt beside her when she had cried over scraped knees. Now he could not even turn his head when she entered the room. Her grandmother tried to smile, but it did not hold. Sora reached out and placed her hand over his. His hand did not twitch, did not curl around hers, did not acknowledge the contact. It was warm but limp. She looked at their hands, her small, trembling, his large and still, and felt a hollow widen in her chest. She spoke anyway and told him she had been thinking about applying to UA. There was no reaction. Her voice was swallowed by the white walls. She said she wanted to become a hero and hoped that one day he would be proud of her, even if he did not remember her. He blinked once, slowly, a reflex without comprehension. Sora searched his face for any flicker of feeling shock, happiness, confusion, anger, sadness, but there was nothing, only a blankness that made her stomach twist. She wondered quietly and painfully whether she existed to him at all or whether she was just another visitor who happened to know his name. Her grandmother adjusted the blanket over his legs. He did not acknowledge her either. Sora looked at the machines, the tubes, the monitors and wires. He was alive, but everything about him felt distant, like a memory fading in real time. Her grandmother finally spoke, saying he had good days and bad days and perhaps today he was simply tired. She had said that before and it never felt true. Sora nodded once, mechanically. She told him she would keep trying and asked him not to worry, though it felt as if he were not listening or could not listen. His gaze remained fixed on the window, as if the world outside was easier to process than the daughter sitting beside him. Sora stood slowly, released his hand, and watched him for a long, silent moment. The man in the bed was still her father, but the person she had known, the warmth, the love, the laughter was gone, leaving only a shell. For the first time she realized she was not only grieving her mother, she was grieving him too, even though he was still breathing. Chapter 15. Before the fight. Sora stood beside 𝗵𝗏 in the stands, the roar of the stadium rumbling beneath their feet like a living heartbeat. The sunlight hit the arena floor in bright flashes, reflecting off the steel left behind by previous matches. She exhaled slowly, trying to steady herself. 𝗂 asked calmly where she had been. Sora turned slightly and explained that she had been meeting with her family. They had come to see her. 𝗂 widened her eyes and said that was nice. 𝗵𝗏 blurted that she had lost half of the fights already and immediately flinched, clarifying that he had not meant it the wrong way. Sora let out a light laugh and nudged him with her shoulder, telling 𝗵𝗏 that she knew what he meant and that it was fine because she was there now. Below them, Kirishima and Tetsu clashed again, metal screeching against hardened steel as the crowd roared with every hit. Sora leaned forward to watch for a moment, then turned to 𝗵𝗏 and asked how his fight with Shinso had gone and whether he had won. 𝗵𝗏 straightened and said nervously that it had been tough but he had won. Sora smiled softly and said she had known he would. Something felt off to Sora, and she glanced around, noticing a missing presence. She asked where 𝗀𝗏 was. 𝗵𝗏 explained that 𝗀𝗏 had left to get ready for her fight with Kakin and that she had been pretty nervous. 𝗂 asked whether Sora should be getting ready too. Sora looked puzzled and asked what she should be getting ready for. 𝗂 pointed to the large screen showing upcoming matches. 𝗵𝗏 nearly dropped his notebook and told Sora that her match was right after the current one. Sora's eyes widened and she hurried to stand, saying that she had completely forgotten and that she should go before President Mike announced her name across the whole stadium. As Sora started toward the stairs, 𝗏𝗏 called out for her. He asked if he could talk to her before she left. Sora paused and looked back, softening as a warm tug touched her chest. She stepped back a foot and smiled over her shoulder, telling 𝗏𝗏 to call her Sora because hearing him say ∫ felt strange. 𝗏𝗏 flushed and agreed to call her Sora. The hallway leading to the waiting rooms felt like an entirely different world from the arena above. The thunderous cheering of thousands became nothing more than a distant, trembling hum behind thick concrete walls. The air smelled faintly of metal and disinfectant, a sharp scent that reminded Sora of hospitals and things she did not want to think about now. Her footsteps echoed softly against the tiled floor, but her heart echoed louder. Sora stopped in front of her assigned room and hesitated with her fingers hovering over the cold metal handle. She pushed the door open and blinked in surprise when 𝗀ᴏ nearly jumped out of her skin, hands flying up as if she had been caught doing something illegal. 𝗀ᴏ apologized, flustered and embarrassed, saying she had not known it was Sora's waiting room. Sora hurried inside and reassured her that it was fine and that she did not mind. 𝗀ᴏ exhaled shakily and visibly relaxed. Sora studied her friend's stiff posture and the way she twisted her fingers together and asked how she was feeling. 𝗀ᴏ admitted she was nervous but determined to try her best. Sora offered a genuine smile and told her she would do great. 𝗀ᴏ asked about Sora's match and whether it was after ☄𝗏. Sora tucked a loose lock of hair behind her ear, a habit when she felt anxious, and admitted that it was. She confessed she was scared, saying that before the festival she had said she could not wait to fight 𝗀ᴏ and his arrogance, but now that it was real she did not know if she could handle it or even stop her hands from shaking. 𝗀ᴏ's expression warmed and she stepped closer, sincere as she told Sora that she was stronger than she thought and that she believed in her. The words hit Sora like a gentle, unexpected hug, and a quiet warmth eased into her chest. Sora teased that she would make sure not to pass out before 𝗀ᴏ's fight because she wanted front-row seats to watch her defeat Bakugo. 𝗀ᴏ giggled and said Sora would not pass out. Before Sora could reply, President Mike's voice exploded through the speakers, rattling the door as he announced loudly that both students were down for the count, calling it a double knockout and a shocking turn of events. 𝗀ᴏ jumped and asked if the fight was already over. Sora nodded and told her that there was a 10-minute break between rounds and that 𝗀ᴏ should get going so Sora could get ready. 𝗀ᴏ paused with her hand on the handle, then turned back with a spark of determination and promised to cheer as loudly as she could so Sora would definitely hear her. She smiled brightly, gave a thumbs up, and slipped out, the door closing behind her with a soft click. Silence filled the room instantly and the air felt heavier without 𝗀ᴏ. Sora kept staring at the closed door long after it had shut, her smile fading and her jaw tightening. The warmth 𝗀ᴏ had left behind slowly sank under the weight pressing on her chest. She murmured to 𝗏𝗏 that he really asked for too much, then sank into the chair with her legs feeling like water. Her hands dropped limply into her lap and, for the first time since she had stepped into UA that morning, she allowed herself to breathe slowly and shakily. Alone in the quiet, she did not feel like a hero in training but like a girl about to step into a storm she was not sure she could survive. Even so, she knew she could not back down. The hallway leading toward the arena was almost unnervingly quiet. Far above, the stadium thundered with cheering crowds, but down here the sound was faint and muffled. Todoroki walked with steady, determined steps, his face unreadable and his shoulders tense. A coldness like a block of ice settled in his chest. He turned a corner and stopped when he saw 𝗫𝗏 waiting for him. Flames flickered lazily around the man's shoulders even though he was not using his quirk, heating the air and making his presence feel oppressive. Todoroki's eyes narrowed slightly as his father stared at him with hard disdain. Todoroki said in a low, cold voice that 𝗫𝗏 was in his way. 𝗫𝗏 responded that Todoroki disgraced him. A familiar sting tightened in Todoroki's chest, but he did not shift his expression and simply stepped forward to pass. 𝗫𝗏 followed with slow, thundering footsteps and told Todoroki that if he had used his fire he would have dominated both the obstacle course and the cavalry battle. Todoroki stopped and his shoulders stiffened. 𝗫괏 snapped at him to stop pretending to be a rebellious child. 𝗫괏 ordered him to surpass all might and asked if he understood. The flames on his shoulders crackled louder, a visible burn of frustration and entitlement. 𝗫괏 continued that he was not like his siblings and insisted that he was his masterpiece. That declaration broke Todoroki's stillness. He stood very still, fists tightening at his sides, breath trembling once before he forced it steady. He turned his head just enough for his father to see half his face icy, controlled, and furious beneath the surface. Todoroki asked whether that was really all 𝗫괏 knew how to say, his voice cold as winter steel, and whether that was all his father ever saw him as. 𝗫괏's flames flared in response. Todoroki's eyes hardened. He vowed that he would win, but only by using the power he had inherited from his mother. He declared that he would never use his father's power in battle. Silence crashed between them, thick and suffocating. Then Todoroki turned away and walked down the hall, shoulders squared, steps steady and heavy with defiance. He did not look back. Behind him, 𝗫괏 stood rigid, flames snapping angrily in the empty corridor. Ahead, the arena waited. Chapter 16, Blood, Sweat, and Stars. The stadium thundered. The crowd's roar vibrated through the concrete and through Sora's bones. Her heart pounded against her ribs. Her once neat braid had come apart, strands stuck to her face. Her palms were slick with sweat, and she flexed her fingers to keep them from trembling. She stepped forward into the blinding sunlight of the arena and met his gaze. Across the platform stood Todoroki, motionless, his expression carved from ice. His heterochromatic eyes burned with an intensity that made Sora stiffen. He looked ready not just to fight but to crush anything that stood between him and victory. A cold shiver crawled down her spine. Present Mike announced to the crowd that it was time for the semifinal match of the first round, and the stadium erupted in cheers and stamping feet. Present Mike introduced Todoroki as the human natural disaster, the icy hot prodigy of Class 1A, and the crowd responded with a rolling wave of noise. Todoroki did not react. His gaze remained fixed on Sora, steady and focused, breath fogging slightly in the cool air. Present Mike then announced Sora as the rising wild card from Class 1A, the girl who had surprised everyone with her new machines. The crowd laughed and cheered, and 𝗀ⴏ waved frantically from the stands, voicing loud encouragement for Sora. Sora forced herself to breathe and calm down. Midnight signaled the start of the match, and everything exploded into motion. Todoroki did not hesitate. A wall of ice surged across the arena floor with precise speed, aiming to overwhelm Sora. Sora reacted on instinct and activated her Arsenal Airburst Gauntlet, a blue light pulsing around her right arm. She slammed it into the ground, producing a burst of compressed air that blasted her upward and to the side, narrowly escaping the first surge of ice. She landed in a slide, boots skidding as frost crawled across the floor behind her like creeping fingers. Todoroki raised his hand again and sent another ice pillar shooting from the ground. Sora sprinted. Every gadget she used pulled a little more energy from her bloodstream. Arsenal pushed her stamina harder than most quirks. Cracks spidered beneath her shoes as she dodged another spike. She countered with the gauntlet, shattering a rising wall moments before it could trap her. 𝗀ⴏ yelled from the stands about how fast Sora was moving and how she was breaking the ice without touching it, while 𝗵𝗏 analyzed that Sora was redirecting the force with precise air pressure but that she was burning stamina quickly. 𝗀ⴏ noted Sora's trembling shoulders and suggested Sora might run out of energy before Todoroki. 𝗵𝗏 agreed quietly. Sora landed into a crouch, panting, hands shaking. Todoroki did not look untroubled either. His skin was pale and frost had begun forming across his right arm from overuse. Sora forced a smile and remarked that it looked like they were both struggling already. Todoroki did not answer. He tightened his jaw and whipped more ice into existence. The arena transformed into a frozen labyrinth. Todoroki raised spires taller than houses, jagged and glittering like crystal daggers. Sora weaved between them, slid beneath falling slabs, and used the last of her airbursts to carve openings. Her breathing grew ragged, and her legs trembled violently. She stumbled more than once but refused to fall. A wave of dizziness washed over her and her vision blurred for a moment. ⴬ⴜ shouted encouragement to keep going, but Todoroki's voice reached her first, questioning why she was still standing and asserting that she could not match him. Sora pushed through a narrowing corridor of ice and told him that his ice was cracking because he was cracking too. Todoroki froze mid-attack. Despite shaking legs, Sora stepped forward and admitted that she had pretended everything was fine once, had been angry, and had learned to accept painful truths about her family and herself. She said she understood what it felt like to hate someone you were tied to and to want to run away from who you were. She told him that he could reject his father and his past, but he could not reject himself. His ice and his fire were both parts of him. Todoroki snapped at her to be quiet and denied that she knew anything about his family. Sora acknowledged that she did not know the specifics but insisted she knew the feeling. Todoroki, breath quickening, barked that she should fix her own mess before trying to fix his. Sora whispered that she was fixing hers right here and now. The fight shifted and grew more intense. Todoroki attacked with everything he had left, and spikes of ice slammed into Sora's side. A slab knocked her to the ground and a sharp edge grazed her thigh, leaving her momentarily winded. Pain surged through her, but not in graphic detail. It was the kind of stinging shock that pushed a person to their limit. Her body screamed for her to stop, but she kept getting up, half limping, dragging herself back into stance. The crowd rose to its feet as Todoroki stared, stunned that she kept rising after such heavy blows. He did not understand why she refused to fall, and something inside him shifted. Sora lifted trembling fists and declared that she was no longer running. Her vision blurred with exhaustion and she swayed on her feet. Todoroki felt a chill that had nothing to do with his quirk of fear of losing control, of winning without understanding, of confronting the truth in her words. Then fire sparked at his left shoulder. Flames burst from his left side, wild and hot, lighting up his arm. The crowd screamed. Midoriya widened his eyes and ⴬ⴜ gasped that Todoroki was using his fire. The flames surged higher, changing the tempo of the battle and forcing both fighters to confront what they truly were. Todoroki's eyes were full of confusion and anger. He raised his burning hand, ready to attack one last time. Sora, barely conscious, prepared her defense. Sora staggered backward, lungs burning, vision spinning. Todoroki's flames roared toward her wild, uncontrolled, a wall of blistering heat that twisted the air around it. Her heart screamed to move, but her body was seconds from shutting down. She raised her trembling hand anyway. Light flickered weakly, then shifted. Instead of the familiar mechanical glow, something else burst to life. A gasp escaped her as glowing lines, thin as threads and bright as neon, spiraled around her wrists. Symbols she did not recognize bloomed like constellations, intricate blue diagrams floating and rotating with a soft hum that vibrated through her bones. Energy began condensing between her palms, soft at first, then blinding. A sphere of blue light formed, swirling with orange sparks at its edges, growing brighter, sharper, louder. Todoroki saw it and his flames flared higher in response. She could hear nothing except the ringing in her head and the impossible heartbeat of the sphere she held. Her fingers curled and she fired. A beam of blue energy tore forward, silent at first, then exploding with a sound like tearing fabric and cracking thunder. It collided with Todoroki's fire in a single, earth-shaking instant. The world fractured into light. Blue and red burst outward in spirals, curling around each other like twin dragons made of starlight. The shockwave rippled in perfect circles, sending waves of shimmering heat across the arena. Ice shattered into glittering dust. Cracks raced across the stone floor like lightning veins. A cyclone of dust and sparkles rose toward the sky, not dark or destructive but glowing. A spectator whispered in awe. A child in the stands shouted excitedly that it was cool. All around them, the air filled with drifting motes of blue and red light, tiny flickers that looked like floating embers and falling stars. Smoke swirled upward in a spiral column, illuminated from within by streaks of glowing energy, painting the sky with a cosmic explosion of color. It looked like the universe was being born again. ⴬ⴜ grabbed the railing, eyes wide and shimmering. She murmured that it was beautiful. Midoriya stood frozen, notebook forgotten in his hands. The sparkling fragments slowly descended, settling across the arena like gentle snowfall. Blue flakes melted the moment they touched the ground. Red ones faded like tiny dying stars. When the final sparks drifted away, the stadium exhaled as one awed, shaken, breathless. The sky above was darkened with smoke but glittering with lingering specks of light that twinkled like constellations. A new silence fell, as though the entire arena had witnessed something sacred. The blast finally faded. Smoke drifted across the battlefield. In the center, Todoroki knelt on one knee, trembling, a part of his uniform ripped. Sora lay half-collapsed on the ground, one hand still raised as if she had tried to stand. Her body shook with every breath. Her legs gave out every time she tried to push herself up. Midnight ran forward to check her condition. Todoroki staggered to his feet, shaking, scorched and exhausted yet ready to continue. Sora's fingers dug into the dirt. She pushed, legs trembling violently, and rose on wobbling feet bent and broken, but she rose. Then she ran straight toward Todoroki, barely conscious and barely standing, but determined. Todoroki's throat tightened. She was not giving up even now. He raised his hands for another strike, but Midnight moved faster. Her whip snapped and purple mist billowed. Midnight apologized softly as she restrained Sora. Sora's eyes slowly shut and she collapsed into Midnight's arms, unconscious. The arena went silent. Midnight lifted her hand and announced that by technical evaluation Todoroki Shoto advanced. The stadium erupted. Todoroki did not celebrate. He barely breathed, staring at Sora's unconscious form, small, trembling, bruised, and something inside him twisted painfully. Her words echoed in his skull. He did not know why he felt like he had lost something rather than won, but he did. When the mini-robots lifted Sora away, Todoroki looked down at his burning left hand and wondered why accepting himself suddenly felt like the most terrifying and necessary thing in the world. Chapter 17. Warm. Sora waited on the stairs as Midoriya caught up to her, still holding his notebook to his chest like a shield. The hallway behind them was dimmer than the stands, quieter too, only the muffled roar of the crowd seeped through the concrete. Midoriya stopped a few steps below her, breathing lightly, and called her name again with more intention. She tilted her head, curious. He opened and closed his mouth a few times, looking like a computer trying to handle too many tabs, then managed to say that his concern was about her next match. Her eyebrows lifted at the mention of Todoroki. He confirmed it and then lowered his voice, leaning slightly closer. He admitted that he was worried about Todoroki, worried mentally and emotionally. He said something was breaking inside him and that he did not know if fighting would fix it or make it worse. Sora grew still as Midoriya explained that when he had spoken to Todoroki earlier, Todoroki had told him about refusing to use his fire and why. Midoriya suggested that Todoroki seemed trapped between what he wanted and what he hated. Todoroki's earlier words about winning with his mother's power and refusing to use his fire echoed in Sora's head. She swallowed as Midoriya said he thought Sora could reach Todoroki. He insisted that she could do it because she was direct and did not sugarcoat things, and Todoroki needed someone unafraid to say what he wouldn't. Sora laughed without much humor and pointed out that she was about to fight Todoroki, which would probably make her the last person he wanted to hear anything from. Midoriya shook his head and argued that exactly because she was fighting him, that might be when people showed their truth. Sora looked away, thinking of truths she knew too painfully well. Midoriya took a small step upward, closer to her, and said she did not have to help Todoroki win or tell him much. He only asked that if the moment felt right during the match, she be honest with him. He admitted his voice wavered and that he was asking a lot. She let out a long, conflicted breath and asked if she should speak even if it was something he did not want to hear. Midoriya nodded firmly that it was especially then. Sora stared at him for a long moment, watching the earnest determination in his eyes. He was not asking for strategy or for her to go easy, he was asking her to reach another human being before they shattered. The request reminded her painfully of something she had once wished someone had done for her father. Sora told him he was asking a lot. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly, laughed nervously, and admitted that he knew, that he was sorry, and that it was not fair of him. 𝗵𴐸ⴜ admitted that Todoroki was hurting and that he did not know how to help him the way he needed. Sora's expression softened despite herself. Sora observed that he cared about everyone too much and that it was exhausting to watch. 𝗵𴐸ⴜ flushed and insisted that he cared because they deserved it. He meant it. He always meant it. Sora sighed and looked down the stairs where the hallway light grew warmer. She told him she would try, though she did not promise perfection and was not a miracle worker. 𝗵𴐸ⴜ brightened with relief and thanked her. Sora lifted a hand dismissively but allowed a small, reluctant smile and warned him not to expect her to fix Todoroki's emotional trauma in a 5-minute match. 𝗵𴐸ⴜ laughed nervously and stammered that he would never expect that, and Sora gently told him to breathe. As she turned to leave, 𝗵𴐸ⴜ called back that she was strong, not just with her quirk but with her heart, and that Todoroki might need someone like her more than he realized. Her breath hitched at the warmth of his words. For a moment she did not know what to do with the fragile hope that had bloomed in her chest. She murmured thanks, forced a steady breath, straightened her jacket, and stepped toward the light of the tunnel leading to the arena. 𝗵𴐸ⴜ wished her good luck, and Sora gave a tiny wave without turning around. Her heart pounded with each step, not because she feared Todoroki's power, but because his words lingered like a weight and a strange new hope. Warmth and silence met her as she floated between sleep and waking, her body heavy and her mind foggy except for a faint ache running through her limbs. She inhaled sharply and opened her eyes to a dim ceiling washed in evening light, and for a moment she did not know where she was. The white walls and clean smell resolved into Recovery Girl's infirmary. When she tried to sit up, a calm, warm voice warned her not to move too fast. Sora turned her head painfully and saw Uraraka sitting beside her bed, hands clasped tight and eyes shiny with worry. Yaoyorozu sat nearby, posture straight but expression soft with relief. Sora trembled and asked if they were both there. Uraraka laughed shakily and said of course they were. Sora had been unconscious for hours. Yaoyorozu noted that Sora had pushed herself far beyond her limit and that Recovery Girl had said her stamina had dropped dangerously low. Sora swallowed and asked how long she had been out. Yaoyorozu glanced at the clock and reported that all the matches were finished and the stadium was preparing for the awards ceremony. Sora was surprised that it was already that late. Uraraka squeezed her hand and admitted they had been really scared. Sora let out a slow breath and stared at her trembling fingers as memories surfaced, ice closing in, her body urging movement, Todoroki's fire erupting like dawn, and then something unfamiliar in her own hands, diagrams, light splitting apart, and a burst, a blue sphere of power she had never seen before. Sora told them that the attack at the end had not been Arsenal. She explained that she had tried to summon Arsenal and knew the feel of it, the weight, the structure, the way pieces formed, but this had been nothing she recognized. Yaoyorozu and Uraraka exchanged worried looks, and Sora admitted she did not know what it had been. She described the sensation as if something had pulled out of her instead of her building it, as if it had not been hers and she had not controlled it. A tremor ran through her voice. Uraraka placed her hand over Sora's and reassured her that she was safe now. Sora let out a breath she had not realized she was holding. Yaoyorozu added that whatever that power was, it had protected her and saved her from Todoroki's flames. Sora's chest tightened at the memory of Todoroki, the explosion, and his face right before everything had gone white. She sat up a fraction despite the pain and asked who had won. Uraraka reported that Bakugo had won first place, and Sora nodded slowly, as she had expected. Uraraka changed the subject with bright eyes and said the award ceremony was starting soon. They had been about to wake Sora with Recovery Girl's permission. Sora felt the pull to see how it ended and insisted she needed to watch it through because she had fought hard. Uraraka smiled with watery eyes and offered to go with her. Sora shifted, legs trembling, and lowered them off the bed. Uraraka and Yaoyorozu supported her on either side. Standing felt like lifting boulders, but she stood and looked at her hands one last time. Whatever had happened, she promised herself she would find out eventually, but not today. Today she would walk out that door and face whatever waited. She whispered agreement and the three of them stepped out of the quiet infirmary toward the roaring glow of the stadium. Sora emerged from the tunnel with Uraraka and Yaoyorozu flanking her like gentle guardians, their hands lightly on her elbows so that they could catch her if she faltered. Every breath still pinched in her ribs and every step felt like walking across cracked ice, but the burst of sunlight and the roar of the spectators filled her with warmth. She was alive and had made it back in time. When their classmates spotted them, Mina sprang up and launched towards Sora like a glitter bomb, wrapping her in an enthusiastic hug before quickly apologizing for forgetting how fragile Sora looked. Sora laughed through the sting and told Mina she was happy to see her too. Fu leaned around Mina and, in her usual calm tone, said that Sora had scared them and mentioned how intense the explosion at the end had been. Sora muttered that it was one way to describe it while rubbing her sore shoulder. Kirishima leaned forward with a bright grin and called the moment impressively manly. Sora admitted that she had honestly thought she and Todoroki were going to destroy the entire stadium. She blinked and agreed that they both had thought so. Uraraka nudged Sora gently and reminded her that she had said everyone would be proud, which warmed Sora's chest all over again. They settled into a row near the front. Sora let out a careful, slow breath as she lowered herself onto the bench, her ribs throbbing. Her classmates shuffled closer, filling the row with chatter, warmth, and energy. A familiar, booming voice announced over the speakers that it was time for the medal ceremony. The stadium shook with applause and Sora's heart fluttered like a startled bird. Down on the arena floor, 3 podiums gleamed beneath the sunlight: third, second, and first. ― emerged first, dark and composed, a shadowy aura drifting around him. Next came Todoroki, hands in his pockets, face unreadable. Sora swallowed, her pulse tightened. Finally, Bakugo appeared. Bakugo stood on the first podium, secured by safety gear designed to prevent dangerous outbursts. He struggled in a dramatic, over-the-top way, letting out loud, muffled shouts that sounded equal parts fight and fury. The crowd burst into laughter. Yaoyorozu sighed that only Bakugo could win first place and still look like he was being punished. Mina snorted agreement. All Might strode toward the podiums, cape fluttering behind him, and Sora felt the familiar warm pride settle in her chest. Her eyes took in the sunlight catching on the metal ribbons, the cheers rising like waves, the confetti cannons being readied, and the classmates leaning forward, glowing with excitement. For a moment the pain in her body faded and everything felt worth it. Her lips curled into a soft, aching smile. All Might praised Tokoyami for demonstrating strategy, strength, and composure, awarding him the bronze. Tokoyami bowed deeply as the medal settled around his neck to a ripple of applause. All Might then moved to the silver podium, and Sora found herself leaning forward without realizing it. Her breath hitched as Todoroki looked up at All Might with an expression softer than usual, almost vulnerable. Mina whispered that he had needed this, and Sora, not knowing Todoroki well but understanding enough, nodded faintly. All Might announced Bakugo as the first-place winner, and Bakugo let out a raw, muffled cry that sounded somewhere between a war cry and a temper tantrum. The entire stadium cracked up. Even Sora had to clutch her ribs as she laughed, the pain mixing with joy in a dizzy. Golden confetti burst from both sides of the arena and floated through the sunlight like tiny, shimmering fireflies. Sora breathed in slowly. It was beautiful, not just the confetti or the ceremony, but the moment itself, the pride glowing from her classmates, the warmth in the crowd, and the realization that she was here, alive, witnessing this celebration after giving everything she had. Chapter 18. Hero Names and Internships. Fuyumi hurried after her brother and asked where he was going. Todoroki stood at the front door, bent over as he slipped on his shoes, and told her he was going to the hospital. Fuyumi blinked in surprise and worried about whether he could go without telling their father. He replied that he would go and, avoiding her eyes, stepped out and closed the door behind him. He walked the path toward the hospital, replaying his mother's harsh words in his mind that she could no longer care for him, that every time she looked at him she remembered his father, that his left side was a reminder she could not bear. Those words had been carved into him years ago and resurfaced when he least expected them. That was the day he had stopped visiting her, convinced his presence could only hurt her more while she remained affected by both him and the shadow of his father. He reached room 315 and stood there for a moment, staring at the number on the door. His heart thudded in his throat. If he truly wanted to be a hero and stand on his own, he had to face this. He inhaled deeply, steadied himself, and pushed the door open. Inside, sunlight spilled gently across the room. His mother sat upright in her bed, gazing out the window at the clear sky. Todoroki spoke her name softly, and she turned, eyes wide with surprise. Elsewhere in the hospital garden, Sora walked slowly along the path, gently guiding her father's wheelchair. Even in summer, a blanket was draped over his legs, its edges fluttering in the cool, refreshing breeze. Laughter drifted from nearby patients, children chasing each other, elderly couples feeding birds, adults chatting quietly on benches. The air felt warm with life and peace. Sora told her father that they had a lot of fun that day. He chuckled weakly and admitted that he and her grandmother had been worried during the sports festival, thinking she might be hurt. Sora laughed lightly at the idea and then asked if sketching had been helping him, recalling what the nurse had mentioned. He answered honestly that he liked drawing things around him, but it was always the same scenery and nothing new. He still couldn't believe the nurse had allowed him to leave the building for the festival. Sora gently said that when he got better they would probably let him out more, though she knew the truth. If he regained his memories, the authorities might come for him. She swallowed the thought and suggested they head back inside since visiting hours were almost over. He agreed, saying he was a bit tired. In the hospital hallway, Todoroki stepped out of his mother's room and closed the door quietly behind him, feeling softer and steadier than before. Talking to her had helped more than he expected. He started down the hall with quiet footsteps on the polished floor when a flicker of movement caught his attention. A nurse exited a nearby room carrying a stack of documents, and behind her followed a girl with her hair tied loosely, face pale and tired but peaceful, wearing a white dress with a soft floral pattern, flat shoes, and a bandaged arm. A bag hung from Sora's shoulder, and her posture sagged with exhaustion. The nurse announced that visiting hours had ended. Sora offered a small smile, gentle, fragile, but genuine. Todoroki narrowed his eyes as he tried to see her better and murmured her name. Sora bowed politely to the nurse, thanked her, and then turned. Their eyes met. Sora froze. Her faint smile vanished. Exhaustion and heaviness in her expressions struck him harder than he expected. Todoroki took a small step toward her and began to open his mouth, but Sora turned sharply and slipped into the stairwell, disappearing down the steps without a word. Her footsteps echoed and faded, leaving the hallway silent once more. After a few days off following the sports festival, Class 1A returned to school on a rainy morning. Raindrops slid down the windows, and the classroom carried the cool, gray atmosphere that follows a stormy night. Sora arrived at the train station wearing her school uniform, pulling her costume suitcase behind her and carrying a backpack filled with everything she needed for the week. Her whole class was already gathered when she came in. Mina spotted her and waved energetically. Sora greeted everyone with a smile, and Mina returned the greeting, beaming. Yaoyorozu observed that the others were already there because Sora had been late, and Sora admitted that she had been trying to make a good first impression and lost track of time. Mina reassured her enthusiastically that she looked great. Aizawa reminded the students that they were not permitted to wear their costumes in public and warned them not to lose them or act carelessly. Mina lifted her suitcase above her head in excitement, prompting Aizawa to mutter a warning not to raise her voice. Mina quieted immediately. Aizawa then told them to mind their manners with the other heroes and dismissed the class, and the students replied in unison. Everyone moved toward their platforms. Sora waved goodbye to Azui and Yaoyorozu and called farewell to Hagakure and Ģirō. She started to speak to Ida, but he was already speed-walking far ahead. She approached Midoriya and Uraraka, who were watching Ida with concern. Sora asked whether the situation involved his brother. Midoriya admitted he did not know and expressed a hope that Ida's internship in Hosu was just a coincidence. Sora murmured that Hosu was where Ida's brother had been attacked and that it might not be coincidence. Uraraka quietly added that she hoped Ida would not do anything reckless. Sora waved and wished them a good time, then headed for her platform. The station corridor bustled with people in suits rushing to work, groups of schoolgirls chatting loudly, and the smell of coffee and baked croissants drifting through the air. Sora took it in, enjoying the ordinary rhythm of the morning. On the platform, a chilly summer breeze brushed against her. She crossed her arms to warm herself, yawned, and checked the screen announcing the train in 5 minutes. A gust of wind made her turn her head, and she noticed a familiar figure. Not far away, Todoroki stood alone, quietly staring ahead as the wind toyed with his hair. Sora found herself staring a moment longer than she intended. When Todoroki turned, their eyes met and she quickly looked away. They boarded the same train and got off at the same stop. Todoroki kept a few steps ahead, and they continued in the same direction. Even with the crowd between them, Sora could always pick him out: his hair, his height, his calm presence. Her shoes clicked softly as she navigated the busy station. At a red pedestrian light, Todoroki stopped and Sora stopped too. He must have felt someone staring because he turned around. This time Sora did not look away immediately. Todoroki began to raise a hand as if about to wave, but a woman bumped into Sora at that moment. Sora apologized quickly and stepped aside, then resumed walking as if she had not noticed Todoroki. Todoroki lowered his hand halfway, the motion hanging in the air before falling back to his side. A faint crease formed between his brows as he watched Sora hurry away without acknowledging him. He did not call after her. Instead, he stood for a few seconds longer than necessary before turning and continuing on his way. Sora walked down the quiet morning street, her shoes clacking with each step, until she noticed a lone figure leaning casually beneath the 괰 agency sign. Recognition brought a spontaneous smile. He was hard to miss. A tall silhouette, sunglasses resting on his head, messy dark hair, sharp red eyes half-lidded with a bored or confident expression. He wore a white t-shirt under a black hoodie, shorts, and sneakers, casual and effortlessly cool. When he spotted her, his face lightened with a lazy, warm grin and he lifted one hand in an easy wave. Sora's heart gave a small flip. She jogged forward and then stopped abruptly, bowing so quickly it almost looked comical. She introduced herself with enthusiastic words, stating she was Takane Sora from Class 1A of the UA Hero course, expressing how happy she was to have been accepted for the internship and promising to work hard. 괰 regarded her for a moment with a blank expression that made Sora panic. Then his lips curved into a slow smile and he tilted his head slightly, his amusement clear. He introduced himself as 괰, the number 8 hero and founder of Highway Agency, adopting an overly dramatic tone and ending with a soft chuckle. Sora's stomach twisted at the realization that he was Ms. Midnight's nephew. Sora thought that the drama ran in the family, forcing a smile. 괰 raised his hands to form a square with his fingers like a camera frame and closed one eye as he examined her from head to toe, indicating that he wanted to take a look. Sora took a tiny step back and tilted her head. 괰 lowered his hands, offered a proud, approving smile, and complimented that she looked smart and that he liked it. Sora bowed again and thanked him, cheeks warming. 괰 shoved his hands into his pockets and asked if she had had breakfast. Sora admitted that she had not. He told her to put on her costume and that they would grab something to eat before they started, then turned toward the small agency building with a light, confident stride. Sora nodded and followed. As 괰 walked ahead, a soft breeze carried the scent of his cologne toward her, clean, warm, and unexpectedly distracting. She straightened, gripped her suitcase, and reminded herself that it was her first day and not to mess it up. With determined steps she followed him inside. Identity kit. Name, 𝗀. Hero name, 괰. Age, 23. Height, 184 centimeters, 6 feet 5 inches. Affiliation, hero at Highway Agency. Likes, casual outfits, croissants, loud music, romantic comedies. Dislikes, coffee, big crowds, board games. Quirk explained, hemoglyph. 괰 can create floating, glowing symbols using tiny amounts of his own blood. These symbols hang in the air like red neon sigils and produce different effects depending on their shape. Overview. The mark on his tongue acts as an activator. When he touches his own blood with the tip of his tongue, the mark flashes red and allows him to convert a single drop of blood into energy. He draws the glyph in the air with his fingertip. The blood does not drip, instead it stretches into glowing lines like red light. The glyph forms into a finished diagram that produces the intended effect. Weaknesses. Using too much of his blood can leave him dizzy and feverish. He must be precise when drawing the glyphs, because mistakes cause them to fizzle and fail to activate. Costume. The bracelet tracked the amount of blood he used, indicating how much remained and the safe amount to avoid a dangerous drop. The red charm had been given to him shortly after his debut by a small child, and he kept it as a lucky charm. Chapter 20. Bad Training System. Sora stepped out of the little bakery first, the bell above the door chiming as 𝗵𝗲 followed behind. Warm air carrying the scent of sugar and butter slipped out with them. She held a pastel pink paper bag with both hands as if it were treasure and brought it close enough to inhale. The smell of fresh pastry, warm chocolate and flaky dough wrapped around her like a hug. 𝗵𝗲 warned her not to just smell the pastry and urged her to eat it. He was already halfway through a strawberry donut, powdered sugar dusting the corner of his lips as he sipped milk from a small carton with the casual ease of a top 10 pro hero. The street around them was calm, work hour quiet, no crowds, only the low hum of cars and a soft breeze against Sora's cheeks. She lifted the pastry and took her first bite. Her eyes widened and her whole body felt like someone had poured sunshine into her. She beamed at 𝗵𝗲, clearly delighted. 𝗵𝗲 shrugged and said the bakery was unbeatable as he finished his donut. They walked in companionable silence. Sora noticed people glancing, mostly at 𝗵𝗲. His presence drew attention without effort. A group of middle school girls across the street waved frantically, clearly skipping school, and called out to 𝗵𝗲. He raised a hand and teased that he would tell their homeroom teacher, which sent them squealing and running off. Sora asked if that happened every day. 𝗵𝗲 explained that maintaining a public image was important for ranking high. They continued walking while Sora watched the city move around her, people carrying groceries, a worker unloading boxes, a mother tying her child's shoes, small ordinary scenes she rarely took time to appreciate. 𝗵𝗲 asked Sora, using her surname ― to explain her quirk more clearly. He mentioned that when his aunt told him to take her in, he had watched the sports festival and wanted clarification. Sora explained that she could create things that already existed and boost their abilities or invent new things, but only if she knew the full structure and function, the materials and everything. 𝗵𝗲 reacted that it sounded rough as he took another sip of milk. He teasingly asked about the machine she had used against 𝗫𝗏's son, noting the boy's hair and that another student had knocked Sora out before 𝗵𝗲 had understood what she had made. Sora nearly choked on her pastry and insisted that it had not been a machine. The energy had simply come from her hand. 𝗵𝗲 asked if she had a double quirk, calling it super rough, and Sora denied it, explaining she still considered it part of her arsenal and did not fully understand it herself. Worry crept onto her face and 𝗵𝗲 stopped walking to notice. He softened his tone, teased her about looking gloomy despite their recent meeting, and promised that they would train together the next day to figure it out. The reassurance eased her, and she nodded with a small smile. The day passed quietly with simple hero work, helping elderly people cross the street, catching a purse snatcher, and guiding a lost toddler back to a frantic mother. At one point Sora climbed a tree to rescue a terrified cat while the owner called its name dramatically from below. By nighttime Sora was in pajamas, sinking onto the bed in the room 𝗵𝗲 had assigned her for the week. The space was plain and tidy: a bed, a desk, a wardrobe, and the soft scent of laundry detergent. She opened the window and let cool night air drift in, brushing her hair back. Outside the street was calm. Streetlights glowed and a stray cat prowled between shadows. Above her, the sky was deep blue, scattered with stars bright enough to make her chest ache. Her thoughts returned to the moment against 𝗀𝗏, the burst of unexpected energy, the heat and shock and fear, and she wondered aloud what it had been. Her phone buzzed with a call from 𝗀𝗏. 𝗀𝗏 asked how she was, and Sora answered that she was fine and that 𝗵𝗲 was very cool. 𝗀𝗏 joked about Sora's weakness for attractive men and teased that she must be thrilled to spend a whole week with one. Sora laughed and said 𝗵𝗲 was 23 and essentially an adult, then admitted that she just liked who she liked and did not have a specific type. 𝗀𝗏 agreed that their class had several cute guys: ♯ Bakugu when he wasn't yelling, 𝗵𝗏𝗏, and ♯ so Sora accepted that attractiveness was simple and personal. 𝗀𝗏's mother called during the conversation, and 𝗀𝗏 told Sora she would call back before the call ended. The next morning a gentle breeze moved through the trees and soft sunlight rolled across the quiet landscape. 𝗀 walked behind 𝗵𝗻 in her hero costume, already feeling the day in her feet after nearly an hour of walking. The path had shifted from city concrete to dirt and grass as 𝗵𝗻 moved with an easy stride and 𝗀 asked where he was taking her. 𝗵𝗻 led her to what he called the best training area ever, hands casually tucked in his pockets. 𝗀 kept pace behind him, curious and ready to train. 𝗀 asked if it was okay to be this far from the city and worried aloud about what would happen if something went wrong. 𝗵𝗻 glanced back with an annoyingly confident smile and assured her that if anything happened he would be there in 5 seconds. He gave a playful thumbs up. 𝗀 was not fully convinced and murmured that her feet hurt and these boots were not made for long hikes. 𝗵𝗻 stopped so abruptly that 𝗀 nearly bumped into him and announced that they had arrived, spreading his arms as if presenting a great treasure. 𝗀 looked around at the grass, rocks, a few uneven hills, and a battered tree and told him there was nothing there. 𝗵𝗻 explained that the emptiness made it a perfect training zone because if there was nothing, nothing would get destroyed. 𝗀 laughed softly and conceded that it made sense. 𝗵𝗻 began rolling his shoulders and stretching with eager energy. He asked Tkon if she was ready to fight. 𝗀 narrowed her eyes and asked what he meant. 𝗵𝗻 made a half mischievous, half challenging look and said that they were going to fight. The wolfish smirk on his face made 𝗀 swallow as her heartbeat quickened. The field was quiet and felt almost sacred. Wind whispered through the tall grass and the early sun painted the world in pale gold. About 10 meters ahead, 𝗵𝗻 stood with his hands in his pockets, his black hair fluttering in the breeze and his posture deceptively relaxed. 𝗀 felt her pulse thud in her chest as he watched her with sharp, precise eyes. 𝗵𝗻 casually reminded her of the first rule of training with him and produced a single bright red bead at the tip of his finger. 𝗀 stiffened when he pressed the bead to his tongue and the light that followed was like a surge of magic rather than gore, a crimson glow sweeping across his mouth and down his throat. He drew a glyph in the air with a fingertip, and 𝗀 was struck by a shockwave that sent her flying backward across the dirt, her boots carving tracks as the impact rattled her. 𝗀 shouted that he had not warned her. 𝗵𝗻 walked forward without breaking his posture and said that warnings were for beginners, noting that she had made top 16 at the festival and could survive a warm-up. When 𝗀 protested that it was only a warm-up, he began drawing another glyph, this one forming a spear-shaped construct. A cold pulse hit her stomach and a crimson spear tore through the air. She summoned a blue glow to her boots and dove aside just in time as the ground behind her erupted. 𝗵𝗻 praised her performance with a calm, collected tone and asked her to do it again. He moved with effortless grace as each glyph he traced snapped into explosive, precise effects. He looked like he was dancing while 𝗀 felt like she was drowning. She dodged, tripped, and scrambled, producing small, unfocused constructs that were inadequate against his attacks. Her legs burned and sweat stung her eyes as she fought to keep calm. 𝗵𝗻 cheered her on, calling out that she was doing great, and then drew a more complex set of rings that launched as a moving barrier. 𝗀 braced and slammed a steel plate against it, the collision sending painful vibrations up her arms and forcing her to fall to her knees. Between ragged breaths, she insisted she was doing her best. 𝗵𝗻 remained calm and asked about an energy blast she had used at the festival, the one she had used against Endeavor's child that had not come from Arsenal. 𝗀 froze and protested that she did not know what it had been and could not simply perform it on command. 𝗵𝗻 sighed with mock exasperation and raised both hands. 2 bright droplets hovered briefly in the air and ignited into spinning glyphs around him like red moons. For the first time that morning 𝗀 felt real fear. 𝗵𝗻 told her softly that he would not go too far and then triggered the sigils. A red chain of light whipped toward her at blinding speed and she dodged. Another chain rose from the ground and hooked her ankle, flipping her upside down through the air. A thin, sharp glyph formed above her like a falling blade. The falling glyph drove toward her with dramatic speed, but 𝗀 responded instinctively. A surge of energy traveled through her and her fingertips glowed blue. She reached up and unleashed a raw, unstable blast of blue energy that collided with the falling glyph and shattered it into sparks in a bright, anime-style burst. The chains dissolved and dust exploded outward, lifting her hair and throwing dirt into the air. 𝗵𝗲 shielded his face as the wind whipped around him. When the dust settled, Sora stood trembling and breathing hard, a faint blue aura flickering around her hands. 𝗵𝗲 walked closer with a slow, pleased grin and brushed dirt off his hoodie. He said the display was the same power she had used at the festival, though not the full extent she had shown then. Sora stared at her shaking hands and told him she did not like his way of teaching. 𝗵𝗲 raised a finger to cut her off gently and told her she would get used to it. His voice turned serious, the tone of a hero who knew what he was doing, and he asked her to do it again. Sora's breath hitched and she swayed on her feet. 𝗵𝗲 stepped back, stretching casually as he told her to come on and continue. Sora liked the last bit of vanilla ice cream from her cone, feeling the cold sweetness melt on her tongue. The morning sun reflected off the pavement, glinting in her eyes as she walked beside 𝗵𝗲, who was leisurely eating a strawberry ice cream. The soft sounds of children laughing and calling out to each other floated in the background, a bright contrast to the sudden heaviness settling between them. Sora asked where they were going today, trying to keep her tone light though curiosity lingered in her voice. 𝗵𝗲 replied that they were going to the station, eyes forward and spoon still moving in the ice cream cup, then asked if she had heard about the hero killer. His voice shifted almost imperceptibly, growing colder and sharper, and the change made her pause. Sora froze mid-step. The vanilla sweetness tasted faint against the tension that seemed to settle around them. Even with kids running past, laughing and chatting, the space between them felt charged. She followed his gaze for a moment and then matched his serious tone, mentioning that she had heard the hero killer had lately attacked ingenium at Hosu. 𝗵𝗲 pressed his lips together briefly and discarded his empty cup with a decisive flick. He acknowledged that she was informed and said they would be teaming up to find the attacker. Sora felt her pulse quicken at the news that she would be working with him and asked if they were going to Hosu. He confirmed they were, offering a smile that returned but did not reach his eyes. When she tightened her grip on the cone, he teased that he had considered leaving her with his sidekicks for a moment, but since she was there to learn he had decided to take her with him. Sora laughed nervously and said she would do her best to help. 𝗵𝗲's eyes softened slightly, and for an instant the tension lifted, but the streets still felt different, quieter and tauter, as if the air itself were bracing for what was coming. Hosu felt nothing like Mizutofu. The city pulsed with bright neon lights stacked over one another, tall signs flashing colors across the night sky. The sidewalks were crowded with young couples sharing drinks, friends laughing over street food, and lights reflecting in puddles left from afternoon rain. Sora walked a little behind 𝗵𝗲, trying to take everything in. The city seemed fuller, louder, happier than she had expected, a place where people appeared to live freely. A couple passed close enough that she could hear them giggle as the boy brushed whipped cream from the girl's cheek and their fingers intertwined. The sight hit her harder than she expected, stirring an unfamiliar warmth in her chest. She did not realize she was staring until 𝗵𝗲 snapped his fingers in front of her face to get her attention and told her not to stare, teasing that it was odd. Embarrassed, she apologized and blushed. 𝗵𝗲 raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile and asked, in a playful tone, if she was already thinking about getting a boyfriend. Sora blinked and asked why that mattered. 𝗵𝗲 shrugged with his hands in his pockets and said it was normal to notice people. She blurted out a question about whether he had a girlfriend. 𝗵𝗲 choked on a breath and admitted, awkwardly and briefly, that he kind of did, but then deflected, saying it was none of her business. Before she could tease him further, he shifted back into a professional demeanor and pulled out a map of the patrol grid, noting that 40 minutes remained on the route and that Endeavor's squad was on the east block. If Stain appeared, he would be cornered. The atmosphere tightened, and even the neon lights seemed colder. A sudden roar came from behind them as an explosion tore through the air and the pavement shook. Gasps and screams rose as heads turned. Across the street, a building erupted into flames, orange swallowing windows as smoke climbed into the sky. People surged forward in fear, drawn by the chaos. A sedan sailed into the air, flipping toward the crowd like a spinning wheel of metal. 𝗵𝗲 reacted before Sora could even gasp. A glowing, circular glyph burst into being in front of him, forming a protective shield that flashed like a symbol in motion. The car slammed against the barrier and was deflected harmlessly aside. ⴬ⴗ ordered everyone to get back and asked if they were okay, his voice booming with authority. He spun toward Sora and instructed her to contact the other professionals immediately. Sora forced her breath to steady, grabbed the communication device, and identified herself as ⴬ⴗ's in turn as she began to report the building fire, but she did not finish her sentence. Shrouded in smoke and backed by the flickering light of the flames, something massive moved. Lumbering from the smoke, a ⴬ⴗ appeared. Sora's throat closed and her vision blurred as her heartbeat pounded against her ribs. The radio crackled with someone urgently calling for a child, and the scene around them snapped into sharper focus. A deep voice ordered positions to be reported, but she felt so far from the device that the command barely registered. More ⴬ⴗ crawled from the flames, their hulking, twisted forms looming through the smoke. Their screeches drowned out everything. Windows shattered. People fled. Mothers pulled their children close, faces pale with terror. The flames reflected in Sora's eyes as everything folded into a single, searing memory. That night everything collapsed. Her lungs refused to work. Her fingers trembled violently. Her breath shook so hard she tasted metal. Another explosion tore the ground behind her, the shock wave lifting her hair and whipping dust into a storm. A pale ⴬ⴗ with 4 eyes lunged at her, claws extended. She wanted to do something, but her body betrayed her. The creature roared in a voice tangled and wrong. Then a voice she knew called her name, a voice she had heard in fire before and that felt like cold water on burning skin. The sound snapped her head toward it and cracked her paralysis. Her fingers twitched, then curled, then steadied. She whispered that she could do it and that ⴬ⴗ had killed her yesterday for this moment. Light bloomed in her golden eyes as the fire painted her hair in red and orange. Spirals of neon blue surged up her arms and coalesced in her palms into a sphere of shimmering stardust. She moved her hands forward and the blast erupted, a beam of raw force slamming into the ⴬ⴗ and sending it flying across the street. The pavement cracked and shards of glass scattered. Heroes rushed in from all sides to restrain the creature. Sora staggered backward, chest heaving. Her hands trembled not from fear but from a strange, terrifying strength that had answered her call. The energy had not taken control of her. She had. That alone kept her from breaking. She searched through the chaos, scanning flames, crowds and rubble, calling ⴬ⴗ's name, but there was no sign of him. Her phone buzzed and she nearly dropped it. 𝗵𝗏 had sent a pin. She wondered why 𝗵𝗏 was sending his location. Another explosion shook the street and she stared at the glowing map point. The location was not far. The situation collapsed into broader chaos. 𝗀 lay on the ground, unable to move a single muscle. Beside him another pro-hero was down, frozen by the same dreadful quirk. 𝗵𝗏 strained against invisible restraints, shaking and teeth clenched, unable even to curl a finger. Only Todoroki remained standing, breath steady but sharp, facing Stain alone. 𝗀 forced out that he had inherited the name Ingenium and that Stain belonged to him, his words threaded with rage. Todoroki questioned the claim and remarked that the Ingenium he knew did not fight with such a face. He added quietly that 𝗀's family had its problems too, and the word stung. Stain shattered the ice between them with a single, brutal swing of his katana and taunted that blocking vision against someone faster was a foolish tactic. Todoroki raised a towering wall of ice and allowed a low roar of fire to ignite along his left side as he tested his approach. But Stain was faster. 2 blades whistled and struck Todoroki's arm before he could fully react. Todoroki hissed in pain as Stain leapt to a higher vantage point, katana aimed toward the immobilized pro-hero. 𝗵𝗏's fingers twitched and he drew breath, gathering one for all, but another figure reached Stain first. A blur of motion delivered a kick that slammed into Stain's katana and sent a shockwave cracking through the pavement. Stain slid backward, annoyed. 𝗵𝗏 called out Sora's name, relief and panic mixed in his voice. Sora landed lightly nearby, blue sparks flickering under her boots, eyes wide with horror as she took in the scene. She demanded to know what was happening and then, softer and cracking, asked if they were all okay. 𝗵𝗏 and Todoroki exchanged exhausted nods and stepped closer. Todoroki asked 𝗏𝗏 if he could move, and 𝗏𝗏 confirmed that the paralysis had worn off, suggesting a time limit on the effect. Sora's expression hardened as she explained that the quirk depended on blood type and that the duration varied for each group, the ability she had been training responding instantly as her vision scanned Stain's stats. Stain grinned, pleased, and then sprinted at full speed. Sora launched, flipping over him and landing with boots skidding, heart pounding as Stain pursued. His attacks came with terrifying precision, she dodged barely. He warned that he now recognized her. Another slash cut the air and Sora stumbled as Stain identified her as Takon Nana. Her breath vanished and she barely whispered her mother's name. Todoroki answered with a sudden explosion of ice and fire and urged Ida to think about who he wanted to be. Flames and frost tore across the battlefield. Sora's head spun at the implication that Stain knew her mother, but there was no time to unravel it. Ida needed them. Struggling with words, Sora urged Ida to promise that when they beat Stain and he returned to his brother, he would not present himself with a face that belonged to a villain. Ida's eyes widened and a single tear slid down despite his clenched jaw. Todoroki unleashed rapid shifts of fire and ice, but Stain flowed through them, criticizing reliance on quirks and the stiffness it brought to movements. He darted like a phantom and swung his blades toward Todoroki's left arm. 𝗏𝗏 screamed as Sora watched Ida's fingers twitch, then his arm, then his entire body as emotion overwhelmed him. Tears streamed down Ida's cheeks as he activated 𝗏𝗏. The shockwave cracked concrete and Ida shot forward in a blazing blur, moving faster than sound and faster than Sora's eyes could follow. Ida shattered Stain's katana and kicked him, the force rattling the alley. Sora's hair whipped upward from the blast. 𝗏𝗏 called out for Ida, his voice cracking. Todoroki, stunned, asked if Ida could move. Sora ran to them, panting. Ida, tears still falling, told Todoroki, Takon, and 𝗏𝗏 that this had nothing to do with them and that he could not allow them to be hurt because of him. Stain dashed forward again, but Todoroki shoved Ida aside and blasted fire at him. The pro-hero ordered them to escape. Todoroki, calm, said they could not. Stain's movements were slower now. He was weakening. Stain leapt and landed near broken ice. Sora summoned her gauntlets as metal spiraled and clicked into place over her arms, glowing with power. She sprinted toward Stain. Their clash was brutal. Stain dodged every punch with unnerving smoothness and snarled that another Takon stood in his way. His katana slammed into her gauntlets with sparks flying. She held her ground even as the blade drove against the metal. He tore the katana free and hurled 3 knives that struck her arm. Sora gasped and her knees buckled as she wondered how he could know her family. 𝗏𝗏 shouted Sora's name as his paralysis finally eased and he found he could move again. He called for Ida and asked Todoroki to freeze his leg engines without closing them. Todoroki knelt and froze the vents with precise control. Stain soared upward. Ida roared the 𝗏𝗏 extended. 𝗏𝗏 activated one for all full cowl and charged. Sora gritted her teeth, clutching her injured arm as she bent her knees and felt her boots glow. She insisted she would not stay behind and leapt. Ida struck Stain's side. 𝗏𝗏 hit his jaw. Sora drove her fist into his stomach. The hero killer was driven into Todoroki's ice in a heavy impact. 𝗏𝗏 and Ida landed on the ice. Sora used her landing system to touch down lightly. Sora asked if the others were okay. Todoroki stepped forward, brows lowered, and warned them to stand back in case it was not over. Stain collapsed face-first onto the ice, unconscious. 𝗏𝗏 exhaled shakily and said that Stain was definitely out. Todoroki suggested bringing him to the pros. 𝗏𝗏 agreed that they should restrain him and secure every weapon. Sora offered to create restraints and lifted her hand. 𝗏𝗏 turned and froze when he saw the knives in Sora's arm. He rushed to ask if she was all right. Sora admitted she was not okay but that adrenaline was doing a good job of numbing the pain, touching the back of her head with a weak laugh. 𝗏𝗏 looked pained and apologized for failing to protect her. Sora told him it was all right and gave him the softest, gentlest smile she could manage. Todoroki watched them in silence, unreadable, then stepped closer and quietly warned Sora not to move it too much. Sora looked at him, then away, and nodded a small, barely noticeable assent. The pro-hero urged them to hurry and get him to the police, voice tight with concentration as they exited the narrow alleyway. Midoriya hung over the pro-hero's back, trying not to wince, though every step sent a painful tremor through his injured leg. Sora followed right behind, her hands burning from gripping the knotted rope that bound Stain. Dragging him felt like pulling something heavy and unyielding. The streets were dim with the early evening, flickering with the yellow glow of street lamps, but the shadows felt heavier than any darkness. Sora kept glancing down at Stain's limp form, half expecting him to open his eyes. Sora muttered that Uraraka's quirk would be extremely handy right now, panting. Todoroki stepped forward and offered to take Stain, saying that Sora should not carry all the burden. Sora cut him off and insisted she was okay, giving him a small, nervous smile. Something like concern and confusion flickered across Todoroki's face before he nodded and withdrew his hands silently. A sharp voice cracked across the quiet street as a small, elderly man in a white and yellow hero costume appeared on the opposite sidewalk, eyes blazing. Midoriya jerked his head up and called out that it was Gran Torino. Before Midoriya finished, Gran Torino blurred across the street and kicked Midoriya in the face to force him to stay down, shouting that he had been told to keep Midoriya in his seat. Todoroki asked who the man was. Midoriya groaned and identified him as his internship mentor, Gran Torino. Sora bowed immediately and greeted the elder hero. Gran Torino huffed that he had been sent here and was glad Midoriya was alive. Midoriya lowered his head and apologized. Voices called out behind them as a group of heroes sprinted toward the scene, their footsteps pounding against the pavement. One pro explained that 𝗏𝗏 had requested support and wondered why students were present. Another commented on how severe the injuries looked. Sora's gaze darted past the arriving heroes, searching for one face that was not there. Hemi was not present. Her fingers tightened on Stain's rope and she whispered that she hoped Hemi was okay. A pro leaned forward and identified the bound man as Stain, the hero killer. Sora confirmed this quietly. Someone ordered the police to be called and an ambulance prepared. The heroes moved quickly, voices overlapping, but the world felt distant to Sora, as if her ears had gone underwater. All she could hear was her own heartbeat. Her hands trembled from a mix of fear, adrenaline, and exhaustion. A pro asked Midoriya if he could walk. He answered that he could try with help. Midoriya looked toward Todoroki and checked if he was all right. Todoroki replied that he was, though his voice was strained, and added that 𝗀 was still hurt. Sora turned as 𝗀 limped toward them, head bowed. He admitted that they were all badly injured and said it was his fault, his voice cracking. Sora tried to tell him to stop blaming himself, but 𝗀 shook his head and explained that his anger had clouded his judgment. Midoriya said he should apologize as well for not noticing 𝗀's state. Todoroki told Midoriya to cheer up and reminded him that he was their class president. Sora stepped close to 𝗀 and placed a warm hand on his shoulder, telling him that one mistake did not erase all he had done and asking him to raise his head. Suddenly, Gran Torino warned everyone to watch out. Time seemed to slow as a dark shape hurtled from above. A Nomu swooped down, talons flashing, and it grabbed Midoriya from the pro-hero's back. Sora lunged forward and reached for him. Midoriya stretched his arm toward her, fingers trembling, and their fingertips brushed for a split second before he was pulled away. A sudden warm splatter struck Sora's cheek. There was a brief, intrusive touch to her cheek that left her startled. Behind her she felt heavy breathing, and Stain had come awake and moved. The Nomu in the sky suddenly collapsed mid-flight as if paralyzed and crashed toward the street. Stain moved with lightning speed, sprinting past the heroes and leaping onto the fallen creature with his blade flashing. He struck the Nomu, disabling it and stopping it from moving further. Sora staggered back, hand trembling as she lifted it to her cheek where the brief contact had been made. Her breath hitched as fear rippled through her. The atmosphere tightened with dread. A deep, booming presence approached as 𝗏𝗏 stepped out from the smoke, firelight flickering across his grim features. He froze when he took in the scene. Stain turned and locked eyes with the number 2 hero, speaking at a low, reverent pitch about imposters who poison society and those who abuse their gifts. He declared that punishment was necessary and that he acted for a better world, then challenged them, calling for judgment and insisting that only the true hero could end him. Stain suddenly went limp. His blade fell from his hand and his eyes rolled back. He collapsed. Gⴜ exhaled and asked if Stain had just passed out. With the tension broken, Sora's legs gave out and she fell to her knees. Todoroki and Ida also collapsed as their exhaustion finally overtook them. Sora pressed a shaking hand to her chest, breathing raggedly, the place on her cheek still stinging from the earlier contact. Sora opened her eyes slowly in a bright, quiet hospital room. The white ceiling above was too still, the light too sharp. Her hands rested on her stomach and she became aware that her arms were wrapped in bandages that tugged uncomfortably. She pushed herself up with a wince and brushed messy strands of hair from her face, blinking to steady her vision. A warm, relieved voice announced that she was finally awake. She turned and saw Midoriya sitting upright in the bed across from hers, wrapped in so many bandages he looked almost comical. Despite his injuries, Midoriya's eyes shone with genuine relief. Sora's voice came out soft, a whisper layered with surprise as she addressed him by his nickname and realized it was him. Another voice teased that she slept a lot. She spun to her left. Ida sat in the bed next to hers, arms encased in thick plaster from wrist to shoulder. The sight made her bolt upright, and she gasped, asking if they were broken. Ida gave a small chuckle and adjusted his glasses with his shoulder, admitting that they were, in a way. She blew out a shaky breath and scanned the room, finally noticing Todoroki leaning against his pillows by the window, half his face hidden in shadow. His mismatched eyes were calm but tired as he observed everything. Sora glanced down at herself and noted that, aside from her wrapped arms, she was almost untouched. She felt a flicker of guilt. Sora asked if everyone was okay and whether any of them had managed to rest. Midoriya shifted and winced as he said he had not really been able to sleep. Todoroki added quietly that he had not slept either. Sora smiled awkwardly and admitted she had slept like a rock. Ida gave her a gentle smile and expressed that he was glad she could rest. The door swung open. Gⴜ entered first, short but carrying authority. Manuel followed behind, looking worn and stressed. A tall figure in a black hoodie came in last, and his sharp eyes swept the room, locking onto Sora. He exclaimed in relief, revealing himself as ― Sora blinked and asked what he was doing there. He closed the distance in a few quick strides and slung an arm around her shoulders far too tightly, insisting that they needed to talk and scolding her for how worried he had been. His grip tightened and Sora wheezed that she could not breathe. Gⴜ cleared his throat loudly and announced that someone else needed to speak with him. A tall man stepped in after him with broad shoulders and a serious, authoritative posture that filled the room. Gⴜ introduced him as the police commissioner of Hoshutsurugamie, Kenji. Todoroki and Ida immediately sat up straighter. ― finally released Sora's shoulders and slipped his hands into his pockets with a grunt. Midoriya attempted to stand, but Kenji raised a hand and instructed them to stay seated and not to strain themselves. His golden eyes scanned them one by one as he asked whether they were the students who had confronted Stain. Todoroki answered firmly that they were. Kenji's voice became grave as he explained that the villain they had fought now suffered serious injuries and was in intensive care. He reminded them that, under quirk regulations, using their abilities without authorization was illegal and that quirks were not to be treated as weapons unless used by licensed heroes. He stressed that they had used their quirks against a human target without a license or a supervising pro-hero, and that the law applied regardless of who the target had been. Sora's stomach twisted painfully. She understood the law but had only wanted to help. Todoroki's jaw tightened and his fists clenched as he demanded that if they had not intervened, Native would have died, and if Midoriya had not arrived, the rest of them would have been killed. He argued that nobody had noticed Stain was there and asked whether they should have simply waited for people to be harmed. Midoriya attempted to interject, but Kenji cut in and asked whether they believed good results justified breaking rules. Todoroki's voice rose, insisting that saving people was what a hero did. Kenji's posture stiffened as he asked what exactly they were being taught at UA. Todoroki's anger snapped and he stormed toward Kenji, using a harsh insult. 𝗱 quickly reached for him and urged him to stop, acknowledging that Kenji had a point. Sora froze beside Hemi, torn between understanding the commissioner's duty and Todoroki's conviction. Hemi stepped forward and blocked Todoroki with an inhumanly fast motion, telling everyone to listen to the end first. His tone was flat, but it halted the conflict. Kenji exhaled slowly and, after delivering the legal perspective, explained that punishment only applied if their involvement became public. The room stilled when he said that if word reached the media they would be praised but would also face punishment, even as heroes in training. He added that if the matter remained confidential, they could attribute the outcome to _ʱ alone. Relief washed over Sora. Kenji noted that testimonies from the scene were inconsistent and weak and suggested they could bury the matter there. He warned them, however, that no one would hear of their bravery if they agreed to keep it quiet. He then offered thanks as someone who worked to protect society alongside them. Todoroki scoffed that Kenji could have started with that and looked away, cheeks faintly flushed from leftover anger. Manuel sighed that they still had responsibilities to face for allowing interns to get mixed in. 𝗱 bowed deeply and apologized for the trouble he had caused. Sora bowed sharply and apologized as well. Hemi waved it off and told them not to repeat the mistake. Midoriya bowed with a wince and apologized too. Todoroki gave a short bow and thanked Kenji, his tone still carrying a hint of stubbornness. Kenji smiled warmly and told them to be more careful and to keep growing strong. Chapter 23, Hospital Days. Sora closed the door behind her after enduring 10 full minutes of Hemi's relentless scolding. Her shoulders dropped with relief, but the moment she stepped inside the hospital room the air hit her like a wall, thick, heavy, and full of something unspoken. She asked what the faces were about, sensing a change in the room's mood. Todoroki glanced up with an unreadable expression and explained that 𝗱 had just finished his checkup. Sora's heart dropped and she turned to 𝗱, who sat upright on the bed with his hands resting stiffly on his knees. He did not have his usual proud posture. Instead he looked fragile. Sora stepped closer and asked softly what the doctors had said. 𝗱 inhaled slowly and revealed that his left hand would have permanent complications. Sora froze as his shoulders sank. 𝗱 explained that both hands had suffered heavy damage and that the doctors had said the brachial plexus had been affected. He said he would have difficulty moving his fingers and that finer motions and gripping might never return to their previous state. He mentioned that there was an operation that could improve his condition, but admitted that when he had stood in front of Stain he had acted on anger rather than reason. He acknowledged that he should have called for Manuel and should have avoided unnecessary risk, and he accepted that Stain's words had been cruel but not entirely wrong. 𝗱 said that until he became the hero he wanted to be, he would keep his hand the way it was as a reminder. The room went silent for a heartbeat. Midoriya moved first. He leaned forward with a determined expression and told 𝗱 that he felt the same and wanted them to get stronger together. Sora covered her mouth with a hand, blinking, then a small proud smile bloomed across her face. She told 𝗱 he was so cool, her voice cracking with emotion. She extended her fist as well and accidentally brushed Midoriya's knuckles, which made him flinch shyly. Todoroki watched the three of them quietly, his eyes softening for a moment before drifting downward. He admitted he felt guilty and explained that whenever he was involved, it seemed like someone's hands always ended up hurt. He asked half seriously if it could be a curse. Sora made a strangled noise that was part gasp, part suppressed laugh, and pressed both hands over her mouth. Midoriya burst into laughter instantly, and 𝗱 followed, his shoulders shaking. Todoroki insisted it was not a joke and suggested they call him Hand Crusher. That sent the others into another round of laughter. Midoriya doubled over, 𝗱 wheezed, and Sora turned away, biting her thumb to keep from laughing too loudly. Todoroki blinked at them with mild confusion. As their laughter died, the door slid open and a doctor stepped in. He was tall, wore glasses, and carried a strict, analytical expression. He scanned the room briefly before fixing his attention on Sora and asking her to come with him. Without waiting for a reply, he began walking down the hall with clipped, efficient steps. Sora blinked and hurried after him, waving at the boys. The door closed behind her and an uneasy quiet settled over the room. The earlier laughter evaporated. Midoriya shifted, sliding back onto his bed and pressing his fingers lightly against the sheets as if to ground himself. They sat in silence for a long moment. 𝗏 finally exhaled shakily and reflected that what they had done had been incredible, but also terrifying. He looked down at his injured legs, caught between pride and fear. Todoroki leaned back against his pillow, thoughtful. He agreed, but confessed he could not shake the feeling that the hero killer had let them live. Ida's breath hitched, and he recalled that when the villain had looked at him right before collapsing, he had felt a fear stronger than when the villain had attacked him. It had been as if the villain could see right through him. Ida bowed his head deeply and thanked 𝗏 and the others for coming. 𝗏 smiled softly and said of course they had come. Todoroki then admitted he had been more surprised to see Takane. He explained that when he had been heading toward the others he had seen Sora being attacked by the same type of Nomu that had dragged 𝗏 away. She had looked distant and zoned out, not fully present. 𝗏's eyes widened. Ida nodded slowly, recalling that Stain had acted like he recognized Sora's family. 𝗏 clarified that Stain knowing them should not be surprising, that most people did. He took a breath and explained that Takane's parents had been famous researchers who helped heroes understand their quirks. They had worked closely with scientists and heroes and had been trusted, respected, and loved. Then their lab had exploded without warning. 𝗏 swallowed and said that Sora's mother had died instantly and her father was still in the hospital, or at least believed to be. Ida froze. 𝗏 continued, voice trembling, saying that after the explosion it had been discovered her parents had been supplying information to villains, including some of the most dangerous. The room fell quiet under the weight of that revelation. Todoroki observed that if Stain hated the Hero Society and what he called its corrupted foundations, he could not imagine how much Stain must despise people who had helped heroes only to be betrayers. Ida lowered his gaze and admitted he had not known. The tension eased when 𝗏 surprised the others by smiling softly and saying he was actually happy. He explained that he was glad to be Sora's friend again. Ida asked if 𝗏 and Sora had known each other before. 𝗏 said they had. He said they had known each other since they were very young, that their mothers had been friends and had taken them along on outings. Sora had never been a typical playmate, but she had always been there. Before the incident, she had been bright, happy, and cool. After everything had happened, 𝗏 said, she had changed completely. She had stopped talking and smiling, and she had become someone who scared other kids away with a single look. Then she had moved away to a new school and they had lost contact. He looked toward the door she had left through. Seeing her smile and hearing her laugh again felt like finding a piece of the old Sora. Todoroki noted that 𝗏 cared about her a lot. 𝗏's expression softened. He said Sora had done a great deal for him, more than people knew, and that he still had not had the chance to repay her. He vowed to be there for her as she had been for him. The silence that followed felt warm and full of understanding. Later, the doctor sat down behind his desk and reviewed the test results. He reported that the tests had been good and that Sora's injuries were not severe, so she could recover quickly and return to school on time. Sora sat across from him, visibly relieved. The doctor then said he wanted to discuss her quirks. Sora blinked and said she believed she only had one. The doctor looked grave and explained that she was supposed to have one. The doctor rotated the monitor toward her and informed her that she had gained an additional quirk. Sora drew a sharp breath. Her eyes widened and her spine straightened as if pulled by a string. He pointed to a rotating DNA model on the screen and explained that the strands glowed in two distinct colors, twisting together like mismatched threads. Two areas contained different molecular structures, one for her quirk arsenal and the other for a different quirk. The tests showed the second quirk had manifested recently, approximately 2 weeks ago. The realization hit her. Her breath caught. The sports festival flashed through her mind. The doctor continued in a tone weighted with concern. He explained that a quirk appearing late was not unheard of, uncommon, but not inherently dangerous. Late quirks typically emerged in an undeveloped, weak form that the body could gradually adapt to. Arsenal, he noted, had appeared late for her but had started small and balanced with her body as she trained it. He then highlighted the second quirk's molecular cluster, which appeared larger, denser, and pulsing like an overgrown flame. He chose his words carefully and explained that this new quirk had appeared already in a mature state and was too much for her body to handle. With arsenal already integrated, the new quirk behaved almost like a parasite and was draining her energy. He asked whether she understood. Sora's gaze remained fixed on the screen, her lips slightly parted and her breath shallow. Her thoughts spun as she blinked hard to clear her vision. She asked what she should do about it. He asked whether she had been feeling extraordinarily tired lately. The question landed with unexpected force. She frowned and then nodded slowly. He confirmed that the quirk was draining her and demanding more energy than she had, stressing her system. He advised her not to use it at all and, more generally, to avoid using any quirk excessively. Acknowledging the impracticality of that advice for someone in Yue's hero course, he recommended she rely only on arsenal for the time being. Sora swallowed hard, chest tightening as confusion and fear overlapped. She clasped her hands until her knuckles whitened and asked what the other quirk actually was. He shook his head and said they had only completed preliminary tests and knew no more than what the screen showed. He grew more serious and instructed her to visit a specialist in her city for deeper examinations before the situation could get worse. Her heart lurched painfully at the warning. She whispered the phrase to herself, barely audible. The doctor then told her she could go and to take care of herself. Sora stood on unsteady legs and murmured her thanks before stepping out and closing the door behind her. The hallway felt colder, narrower, heavier. She exhaled a long, trembling sigh she had not realized she was holding. Ʞ called her name warmly from down the corridor. She looked up to see him waving and jogging toward her with his usual bright smile. He stopped in front of her, eyes full of concern, and asked what the doctor had said. Sora considered telling him everything but held the truth back. Instead, she forced a small smile and said that she would be dismissed soon, claiming her injuries were not as bad as the others. Ʞ offered a warm response and promised to buy her some cake when she was out, slipping an arm over her shoulders in a comforting gesture. Despite everything, Sora managed another grateful smile and thanked him. The smile faded almost immediately as she looked away. Chapter 24, Middle School Memories. Sora zipped her bag shut with a soft 𝗱, the sound echoing in the almost too quiet hospital room. Sunlight from the tall window spilled across the floor in pale rectangles as she slung her backpack over her shoulder. Everyone else had already left 𝗀 with his mother after his checkup, Todoroki earlier that morning to return to his internship, leaving only one person still resting in his bed. Midoriya lifted his head when he heard her footsteps and asked if she was leaving, his voice still hoarse from strain and lack of sleep. Sora nodded, adjusted her shoulder strap, and said she was heading back to finish her internship with ―. She ran her fingers through her hair, tugged loose strands behind her ear, checked her phone, and waved casually in farewell as she started toward the door. Midoriya waved back enthusiastically, but as Sora reached the threshold she halted as if something tugged her backward and turned. Midoriya blinked and asked what was wrong. Sora studied him with that sharp, perceptive gaze and pointed out that he had used his quirk in the fight with Stain and had not hurt himself. She noted this calmly, matter-of-fact, her eyes gleaming with realization. Midoriya reddened and explained that he had trained with Gran Torino and developed a technique called full cowl that let him use his quirk without injuring himself. Sora's lips curved into a soft, warm smile, and she told him that he was amazing. Midoriya flinched at the sudden praise and protested that she should not say such things so abruptly, turning away with his cheeks burning. Sora laughed, light and genuine, then began to turn back toward the door. Midoriya suddenly pushed himself up, wobbling as he stood and limping slightly to reach her. He drew a deep, meaningful breath and bowed deeply, explaining that he wanted to properly thank her and expressing his gratitude. Sora stepped back, startled, and asked why she should be thanked. Midoriya straightened and told her that he was grateful for everything she had done, especially in middle school. He reflected on how they had not had much time together after UA began, but that when she moved he had been worried. He remembered how, even when they were little and barely spoke, her presence had helped him. His gaze softened with nostalgia as he called her cool and said she had been a help simply by being herself. He confessed that she was his best friend, even if it had not felt like it at the start. Sora brought a hand to her mouth, her breath catching. Her eyes shimmered and tears gathered at her lashes. She told him that he was her best friend too. Before he could react, she wrapped her arms around him in a tight, heartfelt embrace. 𝗵𝗠 went rigid for a moment before relaxing into the hug, his face flushed. He told her that he was happy to see her smiling like the old Sora again. As his words reached her, something inside Sora tightened. Her smile faded against his shoulder and her fingers curled into the fabric of his shirt, gripping as if trying to hold on to something slipping away. 𝗵𝗠 noticed the shift immediately. He gently loosened the hug and pulled back, searching her expression and asking if she was okay. Sora blinked quickly and forced a smile that felt too quick and too practiced. She assured him that she was fine, straightened her shoulders, and let her composure return. She told him she would see him at school, then turned and walked out of the room. The door clicked shut behind her, leaving 𝗵𝗠 staring at the place where she had stood, worry blooming quietly in his chest. Later that day, the scene shifted to the empty classroom. 𝗵𝗠 stood frozen in front of his desk, staring at it in silence. The classroom was empty, everyone had gone home and their laughter and footsteps had already faded, leaving only the hum of the lights and the weight in his chest. Someone had turned his desk into a canvas of cruel scribbles and harsh words, careless insults and ugly truths written by hands that never shook. That had been the pattern of his middle school life. Quirkless, different, an easy target. Outside, the sky burned a tired shade of orange as the last light of day faded. Shadows stretched across the floor and up the walls. 𝗵𝗠's vision blurred as his eyes filled with tears he refused to let fall. He clenched his fists until his nails dug into his palms to steady himself and exhaled slowly, shakily. He told himself that he would clean it and left the classroom to find a sponge, a cloth, anything to erase the words before they sank deeper into his heart. When he returned with cleaning supplies in hand, he stopped short. Someone stood in front of his desk. His breath caught and he asked what she was doing there. The figure turned, holding a sponge in one hand and a bottle of disinfectant in the other. Her hair was tied back in a low, messy ponytail, strands slipping free around her face. Her eyes looked tired as if she had not slept enough, yet they were calm. Her posture was relaxed, almost casual, as if being there was the most natural thing in the world. When her gaze met his, she did not flinch or look away, she simply met him. He addressed her as ― and reminded her quietly that this was not her class. With every step toward her, his chest tightened. When he got close enough he saw his desk already half cleaned. The cruel words were fading, smeared into nothing but damp shadows. He muttered that he had planned to take care of it and that she did not have to, his grip tightening on the cleaning supplies. Sora glanced at him, then at the desk, and sighed softly. She did not answer verbally. Instead, she turned back to the desk and continued cleaning, the sponge moving slowly and deliberately over the scratched surface. The room fell into silence again, but it felt different now, less heavy, less lonely. 𝗵𝗠 demanded that they give it back, his voice cracking as he pushed toward the boys surrounding him. Laughter answered him. His notebook, his everything, was snatched from his hands and tossed between them like a cruel game. 𝗵𝗠 reached for it desperately, fingers grasping at nothing but air. One of the boys sneered, flipping through the worn pages and mocking him as if he were some kind of stalker. The others laughed even harder. Another boy held the notebook up and derided his dreams of being a hero, calling him a loser. 𝗵𝗠 pleaded for them to stop and return what belonged to him, but they ignored him. They were standing on the riverbank, the afternoon wind brushing past, the water below flowing on without care. One of the boys weighed the notebook in his hands, glanced at the river, and decided to do something cruel. 𝗵𝗠 backed toward them and begged him not to. The boy threw the notebook over the railing. It spun once in the air before hitting the water with a hollow splash, pages instantly darkening as the current pulled it away. The boys laughed louder, taunting that his hero dreams could now swim, and then they shoved past him and walked off, their voices fading. Silence followed. 𝗵𝗠 stood frozen, staring at the river. His notebook floated weakly on the surface, pages fluttering and ink smearing into the water. His chest tightened until it hurt to breathe. He gripped the cold metal railing with both hands, knuckles white, and whispered to himself that those were all his notes. The river kept flowing. He wondered quietly what he should do now. Footsteps approached. 𝗏 stiffened and turned his head slightly, calling Takan's name softly. Sora stood beside him. She did not meet his eyes. She only stood close enough for him to feel her presence. Her hair was messy, strands fallen loose around her face. Dark circles lined her eyes from sleepless nights, and the faint smell of instant noodles clung to her, the sort of food one lives on when grief has drained the color from everything. Since the funeral, that had been all she seemed to manage. She dropped her bag to the ground without a word and placed her hands on the bridge railing. Before 𝗏 could process what she was doing, Sora climbed onto the railing and balanced there as the wind tugged at her clothes. 𝗏 reached toward her in panic and begged her to wait, but she did not listen. In one smooth motion she jumped. 𝗏 lunged, hand grasping empty air, and watched as her head broke the surface of the water. Relief flooded him as she surfaced, gasping for air and blinking water from ⴬ The current pulled at her, but she searched until she spotted the soaked notebook drifting away. She swam toward it, muscles burning and breath uneven, and closed her fingers around the sodden pages. With effort she held it above the water and announced that she had found it. 𝗏's eyes widened, his chest aching as if he might cry. He thanked Sora, his voice trembling. She did not smile. She simply held the notebook up a little higher, as if to say she had it, even while the river tried to take it. Sora walked beside 𝗏, water dripping from her with every step. Each footprint left a dark mark on the pavement. Her clothes clung to her frame, soaked and heavy, hair plastered to her face and droplets sliding down to fall silently. 𝗏 walked a half step behind her, clutching the ruined notebook to his chest. The pages were swollen and warped, ink smudged in places, but the notebook was still there. His fingers trembled around it as if loosening his grip might make it disappear again. They did not speak. The silence stretched between them, thick and uncomfortable. 𝗏 glanced at her from the corner of his eye, trying and failing to read her expression. She looked distant, as if her thoughts were somewhere far away. Rumors at school circled around her about her parents, about the funeral, about what had happened. 𝗏 had heard it all, never intending to. He wanted to ask if she was okay or if she needed anything, but the words felt heavy and intrusive, and he did not feel he had the right. So he stayed quiet. Sora suddenly stopped. 𝗏 halted too, nearly bumping into her. She told him that she was there. He followed her gaze to a small noodle shop with a flickering sign and warm light spilling from the windows. The smell of broth drifted toward them. 𝗏 noted that it was not her house and offered that his own home was nearby, suggesting she at least change her clothes so she would not catch cold from being soaked. Sora replied that it was fine and, in an odd, quiet way, remarked that it was spring. 𝗏 muttered to himself, puzzled by what she meant. Then she told him, firmly and calmly, to stand up for himself. After that she pushed the door open and stepped into the noodle shop. The warm light swallowed her figure and the door closed softly behind her. 𝗏 remained on the pavement alone, the damp notebook pressed against his chest and Sora's words echoing in his mind as the evening air grew quiet once more. Chapter 25. Feel me. Sora walked down the hallway toward her classroom, but her body moved on instinct. Her mind was somewhere else, trapped in the memory of a violent confrontation, the clash of blades, the sudden sharp sounds of a fight, and Stain's intense, burning gaze fixed on her. Every step echoed with that memory, and every breath felt a little too shallow. And layered over that fear was the doctor's voice, calm and clinical, delivering words that still did not feel real. A new quirk. Unstable. Needs observation. She still had not told her grandmother. The thought tightened her chest. She did not even know how to begin. How did one tell the only family left that their body was changing, that something dangerous might be waking up inside? She knew she could not keep it hidden forever. If she wanted answers, if she wanted help, she had to speak up. Her hands clenched around the straps of her backpack as she walked, knuckles whitening. The world around her blurred into noise, voices, footsteps, lockers slamming shut. She ignored it all, eyes fixed ahead, breathing steady but strained. A light tap landed on her shoulder. Sora gasped sharply and spun around on instinct, heart jumping into her throat. 𝗫 apologized and asked if she had scared Sora. 𝗫 stood there, smiling softly, bright blue hair catching the hallway light, her expression open and warm. She remarked that it was incredible Sora had faced the hero killer and that she must have been terrified. 𝗫 asked if Sora was hurt and what had happened, then expressed relief that 𝗫 had arrived in time to save Sora and her classmates. Sora listened quietly as those words washed over her. After a moment she forced a small, careful smile and acknowledged the relief. 𝗫 nodded eagerly, stepped closer, and took Sora's hands in her own. 𝗫 told Sora that if she ever needed anything, whatever it was, she should come to her and that she would try her best to help. 𝗫's kindness felt genuine and warm. Yet Sora's stomach twisted painfully. Her chest tightened as a familiar frustration rose inside her. She knew 𝗫 meant well, but the concern felt heavy and suffocating, as if she were fragile, as if something broken that needed to be handled carefully. Pity. Sora looked down at their joined hands and gripped them tighter than she intended. So much had happened since school started. Stain, the doctor, the quirk, the secrets piling up faster than she could process them. She did not know what to do anymore. She took a slow breath and looked up, offering a small, polite smile. She thanked 𝗫 quietly, gently pulled her hands away, stepped back, and turned to walk down the hallway, footsteps steady even as her thoughts continued to spiral. 𝗫 watched in silence. Sora kept walking, carrying everything alone once more. Later, in the classroom, Mina leaned over Jiro's desk and said she was jealous that someone had caught criminals. Ģiro replied that she had only helped victims escape the palace and had not fought personally. Mina insisted that was still incredible. ᴬᴜ added evenly that she had not done much either, then paused and mentioned that she had captured a clandestine criminal from a nearby country. Ģiro and Mina reacted with disbelief and asked how that could be considered not much. ᴬᴜ blinked and gave a quiet, puzzled response before turning to ask how ochakko's week had been. Ochakko gripped her desk, face unusually serious, and said her week had been very useful, punctuating the statement with a determined punch of her palm into her fist. ᴬᴜ nodded, recognizing that Ochakko was awakening. Ģiro noted that Ochakko had gone to the combat hero. Kaminari pointed across the room and suggested that the ones who had actually done a lot were 3 particular students. Todoroki sat quietly at his desk, posture stiff and eyes distant. Beside him, Iida stood straight as always, while Midoriya hovered nearby, hands fidgeting nervously. Shiro leaned back and mentioned the hero killer. Kirishima added with a serious grin that it was good. Everyone was alive. Yaoyorozu said softly that she had been very worried. Sato asked if 𝗫 had saved them, and Hagakure chimed in, praising 𝗫 as the number 2 hero. Todoroki lowered his gaze and confirmed that he had indeed saved them. Midoriya nodded quickly. Sato continued by saying he had heard on the news that Stain was connected to the League of Villains and shivered at the thought that someone so dangerous might have come to the USJ. As Mina started talking animatedly, Todoroki's attention drifted to the classroom door. Mina noticed and followed his gaze. Her eyes lit up. She suddenly announced Sora's arrival and bolted from her seat. Sora stepped into the classroom and walked quietly toward her desk. In seconds, the girls surrounded her. Hagakure asked excitedly if it was true that Sora had gone to Hemi. Mina grabbed Sora's shoulders and demanded to know why she had not been told and whether Hemi matched the pictures. Ģiro stepped closer with sharp curiosity and asked about the battle with the hero killer. Yaoyorozu expressed sincere relief that everyone was okay. Uraraka asked gently how Sora was feeling. Sora froze under the flood of voices and eyes, concern, excitement, curiosity crashing into her at once. Her shoulders tensed as she tried to process everything, mouth opening slightly, unsure where to begin. Iida suddenly called for everyone to take their seats and announced that the lesson would begin shortly, chopping the air with his hand. The group slowly dispersed and returned to their desks. Sora let out a quiet breath she had not realized she was holding, glanced toward Iida, and received a firm thumbs up. She returned a small, genuine smile before taking her seat. On the training grounds, All Might burst onto the scene with a larger-than-life presence and a blazing smile, his voice booming with energy as he welcomed everyone back and announced that today's lesson would be hero basic training. The class straightened in anticipation. All Might clapped and explained that they were going to conduct a race and to apply everything learned from their internships to rescue training. 𝗱 raised his hand and asked whether they should be at the USJ for rescue training. All Might answered that the USJ specialized in large-scale disasters but reiterated that this exercise was a race, then gestured dramatically toward the massive facility behind him. All Might announced that they were about to step into Field Gamma. The doors opened to reveal an industrial maze of factories, pipes, catwalks, and towering structures tangled together like a steel labyrinth. All Might explained that inside was a city formed entirely of factories complex, confusing, and perfect for testing adaptability, and that the students would compete in groups of 5, each starting from a different location on the outskirts. He raised a finger and said he would shout a distress signal and they should do whatever was necessary to rescue him. The first team member to find him would win. A murmur of excitement rippled through the class. All Might instructed the first group to get in their places. The first group consisted of Midoriya, 𝗱, Mina, Ojiro, and 𝗍. When the signal sounded, 𝗍 shot forward immediately, tape launching him across the structures as he took an early lead. Midoriya clenched his jaw and activated his newly acquired skills, surging past obstacles with surprising speed, but his foot slipped on a metal beam and he stumbled, losing precious seconds. In the end, 𝗍 reached All Might first and All Might cheerfully announced him as the winner. Midoriya pushed himself up, breathing hard, disappointment flickering across his face before he steadied himself. Then came the second group, Uraraka, Tokoyami, Takon, Kirishima, and Aoyama. They took their positions, the air thick with anticipation. The signal rang out. Despite the thoughts that constantly drifted through her mind, Sora forced herself to focus on training. She inhaled deeply, spread her palms wide, and called up a soft blue light. Sparkles gathered in her hands and shaped themselves into a small floating drone, its camera lens blinking awake. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it soaring upward. She moved immediately, leaping from construction to construction with boots striking metal in precise rhythm as the drone flew ahead, mapping the maze from above. When the drone locked onto a signal, she pointed it out and adjusted her course, accelerating. The wind tugged at her hair as she launched herself higher. Midair she caught sight of Uraraka speeding through another route with light, efficient movements, and Tokoyami gliding through the shadows with dark shadow clearing obstacles. The distance between Sora, Uraraka, and Tokoyami closed rapidly. Sora saw All Might standing atop a structure ahead. Tokoyami was nearly beside her. Without hesitation she opened her palms again and formed sleek gloves around her arms as compressed air gathered. With a sharp blast she launched herself forward, landing just ahead of the others and skidding to a stop before All Might. All Might boomed his congratulations to young Takon and handed her a band marked winner. Sora accepted the band with both hands and bowed her head. She offered the smallest smile, gripped the band tightly, and let out a soft sigh that carried relief, exhaustion, and something quietly unspoken as the training continued. Mr. Aizawa announced that class was dismissed for the day. He gathered his sleeping bag over his shoulder, adjusted the scarf around his neck, and reminded them that there was only 1 week left until the final exams and that he hoped they were studying constantly. He added that they should keep training because there was also the practical portion to worry about, glanced back with red eyes that were sharp but not unkind, wished them good luck, and then the door slammed shut behind him. The silence lasted exactly 1 second before Kaminari wailed that he had barely taken notes this semester and collapsed dramatically over his desk. Mina threw her head back and laughed, declaring that they were totally doomed. Midoriya sprang to his feet with a determined smile and urged Ishido and Kaminari that they still had time to study. If they worked together they could all pass and go to the training camp as a class. Kaminari sniffled and asked if Midoriya really thought so. 𝗱 stood rigid and declared that, as class representative, he had high hopes they would all succeed and make UA proud. Todoroki glanced over and observed that it was pretty hard to fail if you paid attention in class. Yaoyorozu rose and offered to help catch anyone up on important topics, smiling reassuringly. Kaminari's eyes lit up and he praised her as the best. She laughed softly and admitted that she could not help much with the practical exam. Sora calmly packed her things and told Momo that she would do great, which surprised Yaoyorozu and earned a warm smile. Suddenly Mina slammed both hands onto Sora's desk and demanded to know how Sora was doing. Sora blinked, chuckled, and noted that she was second, right after Momo. Mina reacted with exaggerated despair, dragging her feet and protesting dramatically that it was not fair. Sora laughed softly and shook her head as the classroom filled with noise again. At lunch Sora sat between Uraraka and Tiu, her tray mostly untouched except for a few absent-minded pokes. Iida, Midoriya, and Todoroki sat across from them, the usual calm cluster amid the cafeteria's noise. Sora rested her chin in her hand and stared at her food, nudging a piece of it back and forth with her fork. Midoriya commented that not knowing what the practice exam would consist of was not very reassuring. Iida replied confidently that he did not believe it would be anything beyond their capabilities and that UA would not design an exam without proper preparation. Midoriya added that the written exams were based on what they had covered in class, so as long as they reviewed their lessons it should not be too difficult. Uraraka said she agreed, but her expression suggested otherwise. Sora finally took a bite and told Uraraka casually that she just needed to study a little more and that she would be fine. Tsuyu tilted her head and asked whether Sora needed to study too, adding a small rib bit. Sora sighed dramatically, let her fork fall back onto the tray, and said wistfully that what she needed right then was a date with a cute guy. Midoriya let out a small laugh and observed that a date with a cute guy had been Sora's biggest dream since she was a child. Sora replied flatly while staring at the ceiling. Sora straightened a little and said that Mr. Aizawa had made it clear the exam would cover everything they had learned so far. Uraraka suggested that rescuing would be included. Tsuyu added calmly that basic combat and basic training would also be part of it. Midoriya muttered that they should study but also keep their bodies in good shape, balancing rest and training. Midoriya yelped and rubbed the top of his head as his chopsticks clattered onto his tray. A blond boy approached, wearing a smug smile that seemed made for him. Monoma Nito from Class B apologized lightly, claiming he had bumped Midoriya without meaning to because his head was big. Midoriya identified him quickly. Monoma ignored the confirmation and remarked that he had heard they had faced Stain, the hero killer. He taunted that Class A always attracted attention, not for ability but because they were always in trouble, leaning closer with mock concern. The table fell quiet. Monoma continued, warning that if their recklessness dragged others into danger they might end up paying the price. Sora cut him off calmly. Everyone turned to her. She stared up at Monoma with steady eyes and said she would apologize and, after a brief pause, might ask him out on a date instead. The room went silent and Monoma looked stunned. Before he could recover, someone bumped him from behind, sending him stumbling. Chapter 26, Exams. 1. The days leading up to the exams blurred together into a quiet storm of paper, ink, and exhaustion. For Sora, and likely the rest of the class, life had become a rhythm of studying and training that repeated endlessly. She spent most of her time in her bedroom, books spread across desk and bed, notes scribbled in the margins. Sometimes she stared until the words swam, then shook her head and kept going. Her grandmother quietly opened the door, never interrupting, and set down a small plate of sliced fruit beside her. Her grandmother reminded her not to forget to eat as she left. Sora always smiled and nodded, even when her eyes burned from reading. When the written exams finally arrived, the classroom felt heavier than usual. The scratch of pencils filled the air, broken only by the occasional cough or shifting chair. Sora leaned over her paper, pen moving with practiced ease. The questions felt familiar, things she had seen, practiced, lived. Still, 3 days of non-stop exams were draining. By the end of the last one, her shoulders ached and her head throbbed, but she made it through. As Aizawa collected papers, Sora stood and moved through the rows, gathering exams one by one. Mina groaned that it had been hard as she handed over her paper and slumped back in her chair. Sora chuckled and told her she would be fine. Sora's steps slowed when she glanced down and saw Todoroki's paper. She realized an answer was wrong. She leaned in and quietly informed Todoroki that the third question was D, not B. Aizawa sharply warned Takon to be silent. Sora immediately acknowledged him and moved on as if nothing had happened. Behind her, Todoroki erased and corrected the answer before placing his paper on the stack. Once every exam was collected, Sora returned to the front and carefully placed the pile on Aizawa's desk. She exhaled quietly. The written exams were finally over. It was time for the practical exam. The air itself seemed heavier as that fact settled. This was the moment everything they had trained for narrowed into a single trial. The exam would decide whether they would be allowed to take part in the training camp or be left behind, watching from the sidelines as others moved forward. Mr. Aizawa stood at the front of the class, arms crossed, his tired eyes sweeping over the students as the rest of UA's pro-hero faculty lined up behind him. Their presence alone made stomachs twist. He had warned them beforehand, but that did not make it any easier now. Everyone wondered why so many teachers were present. Mr. Aizawa told the students that he expected they had gathered information and had some idea of what they would face that day. Kaminari cheered that they would be fighting big metal robots, fists raised and nerves turning into misplaced confidence. Mina chimed in with excitement about fireworks and 𝗬𝗏. Principal 𝗫𝗠 suddenly announced that this year's test would be completely different and unexpectedly popped out near Aizawa. The room froze. 𝗫𝗠 explained that the tests would now focus on hero work, teamwork, and combat between actual people. Continued, delighted, that they would be working in pairs and that their opponents would be some of UA's teachers. Uraraka reacted with horror at the idea of fighting teachers. Mr. Aizawa added calmly that partners and opponents had already been chosen based on factors like fighting styles, grades, and personal relationships. He began to name the first matches, stating that Yaoyorozu and Todoroki were a team against him and that Midoriya was paired with Bakugo, although the rest of that announcement was interrupted. A shadow fell over the training ground as someone made a dramatic entrance, dropping from the sky and landing with earth-shaking force. All Might announced his arrival and intent to fight, and shock rippled through the students. Principal 𝗫𝗠 then announced the other groups, listing the matches while the students reacted with a mix of dread and determination. The announced matchups included Kirishima and Sato vs. Cementos, Aoyama and Takane vs. 13, Iida and Ojiro vs. Power Loader, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki vs. Eraserhead, Azui and Tokoyami vs. Ectoplasm, Mina and Kaminari vs. Principal 𝗫𝗠, Koda and Jiro vs. Present Mic, and more. With every pairing, whispers spread as students calculated chances and steeled themselves. 𝗫𝗠 explained the rules. The exam would last 30 minutes, and to win a team had to either put HNDCFFS on their teacher or have one teammate escape from the combat stage. Kaminari summarized that they either had to capture the teacher or run away, calling it basically combat training. Mina asked whether it was really acceptable to escape, and 𝗫𝗠 cheerfully confirmed that it was allowed. Present Mic boasted that this would be much different from earlier training because they were up against people far more experienced. Jiro shot back dryly, questioning Present Mic's authority by pointing out that he was the announcer, which drew laughter from the class. Snipe began by saying the exam would be very similar to a real battle and urged the students to think of the faculty as villains for the exercise. Mr. Aizawa finished by advising that if they thought they could win, they should fight, but when outmatched it would be smarter to run and find help. His gaze lingered on Todoroki, Iida, Takane, and Midoriya, suggesting he trusted they would understand. Midoriya reflected inwardly that they would have to choose whether to fight to win or to run in order to win. All Might told them that this was not only a test of combat skill but a test of decision-making, and he smiled knowingly. All Might explained that the support course had made clever accessories for them and then proudly displayed the ultra-compressed weights, though his expression faltered as he began to strap them on. He explained that the devices would add roughly half of their body weight, which was not a lot but would drain stamina and make movement more difficult. He grimaced and noted that the students had held a competition to design the best set and that young 𝗏𝗡 had won. He muttered under his breath about how heavy they were, earning looks of disbelief from the students. Principal 𝗫𝗠 then instructed that the teams would take the practical exam in the order they had been called, and he named Sato and Kirishima as the next pair. Sato and Kirishima responded affirmatively and stepped forward. In the monitor room, Sora stood beside Aoyama, the glow of the screens reflecting in her eyes as footage of the combat stages flickered. She whispered that 13 was a scary opponent and looked to 괂ᴏᴛ for reassurance. 괂ᴏᴛ declared that he was in her hands and struck his usual flamboyant pose, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his nerves. When Sora asked how long he could use his quirk, he admitted that he could only maintain it for about 1 minute and 30 seconds before feeling sick. Sora forced a bright smile and insisted that this was still enough time. She raised her hand toward him, palm open, silently asking for a clap. 괂ᴏᴛ hesitated only a second before meeting her hand. The sharp clap between them was small but grounding. The arena's automated announcer then reported that Kirishima and Sato had been knocked out, ending the first match. Sora murmured in surprise at how quickly it had happened. Recovery Girl said that she needed to go to work and pushed herself up from her seat. Midoriya looked over at Sora and 괂ᴏᴛ and told them that it was their turn now, his expression serious but encouraging. 괂ᴏᴛ reacted with a burst of panic at the sudden call, but Sora firmly insisted they go and grabbed his arm to steady him. Uraraka waved and offered a hopeful smile, wishing them luck. The gates behind Sora and 괂ᴏᴛ closed with a heavy metallic clang. Sora slowed and took in the artificial battlefield, overturned cars, broken glass, and cracked buildings that suggested recent chaos, the lingering dust making the air dry and uncomfortable. The silence felt wrong too still. 괂ᴏᴛ followed a few steps behind and asked quietly what their plan was. Sora replied that their best option was to escape. If 13 activated her quirk, it would be difficult to get close without being harmed. 괂ᴏᴛ swallowed and asked how they would find the exit gate. Sora smiled, confident and almost playful, and stopped walking. She raised both palms. Soft blue sparkles gathered and swirled together before shaping into a small mechanical form. With a quiet hum, a drone came to life and lifted into the air. 괂ᴏᴛ stared and asked what it was, his eyes following the small machine closely. Sora explained that it would be easier to find the gate with help from the sky and gently pushed the drone upward as it accelerated. In her vision, a tiny blue screen flickered to life, showing exactly what the drone saw: rooftops, rubble, open paths, and potential danger. Sora warned that they should avoid 13 at all costs. The drone climbed higher. Somewhere in the ruins, their opponent waited. Chapter 27, Exams PT2. 괂ᴏᴛ and Sora moved carefully through the disaster city, following the soft blue glow of the drone hovering ahead. Twisted metal structures loomed on either side and broken streets formed narrow paths that echoed with every step. The air felt tense, as if the city itself were holding its breath. Sora slowed, eyes narrowing. 괂ᴏᴛ, distracted and glancing around nervously, walked straight into her back and asked why she had stopped while adjusting his belt. His gaze shifted forward and froze. Standing calmly in front of them, blocking the path as if she had always been there, was 13. 13 announced that she had found them. 괂ᴏᴛ swallowed and murmured 13's name. He leaned closer to Sora and asked what they should do now. 13 said there was no escape for them and raised a hand, her finger pointing directly at them as the subtle hum of her quirk began to stir the air. Sora did not hesitate. She told 괂ᴏᴛ to run, grabbed his hand and bolted. 괂ᴏᴛ yelped, barely keeping up as they sprinted through the ruined streets. 13 called after them, her voice sharp but controlled, and began walking in their direction with slow, unhurried steps that made her seem far too confident. In the monitor room, Uraraka leaned closer to the screen and asked if they were running. Midoriya stood beside her, eyes glued to the footage, and explained that 13's quirk was extremely unpredictable. For now, escaping seemed the best strategy until they could find an opening to fight back. In the teacher's monitoring room, the atmosphere was tense. Multiple screens showed the match unfolding and Midnight's gaze had not left the footage. Sometime after the sports festival, Sora had lodged herself in Midnight's thoughts, and Midnight found herself watching her more closely than the others, worrying more than she should. She knew it was dangerous to grow attached. Teachers were not supposed to pick favorites. Aizawa noticed her focus and asked what was wrong and whether she was afraid they would not pass. Midnight kept watching the screen and replied that, as a teacher, she was afraid of her students' results. Aizawa studied her for a moment, followed her gaze back to the monitor, and said that Sora would do fine, as would everyone else. Midnight paused briefly before returning her attention to the screen, where Sora and Aoyama were still running and the echo of their footsteps was swallowed by the ruins. The ground lurched beneath their feet. The asphalt behind them buckled and heaved as slabs of concrete pulled free and were drawn toward 𝗀 raised hand in a spiraling vortex of force. Aoyama yelled for Sora to jump. They launched themselves forward just as the road collapsed inward, dragged away by 𝗀's quirk. The noise was wrong and hollow, a sound that signaled they could not afford mistakes. They hit the pavement hard and skidded across cracked asphalt. Aoyama scrambled up first, breathing fast, eyes wide behind his visor, and complained that 𝗀 was barely trying, moving as if she were on a casual stroll. 𝗀 advanced slowly and methodically, her steps measured and unhurried. She said they could not outrun gravity and could not overpower her quirk. Sora felt her chest tighten. She instinctively raised her hands and attempted to form an image of a countermeasure, but the blue light sputtered at her palms as the shapes refused to solidify. Too many variables, too many possible outcomes, and fear crowded her thoughts. Debris ripped free beside them and shot past her shoulder, the rush of air making her flinch. Aoyama grabbed her wrist and warned her not to freeze. Her thoughts spun, trying options that kept failing. A wall she knew 𝗀 would erase, a weapon that would be useless, running that was not working. Then an unbidden thought surfaced. What would Todoroki do? She focused on control, distance, and terrain instead of power. Aoyama noticed and teased her about making a thinking face and asked if she was thinking about Todoroki. Sora denied it and refocused on 𝗀, saying they needed to control space and force the enemy to react. 𝗀 raised her hand again and the pull intensified. Sora's fear snapped into focus. She asked Aoyama if he could fire behind 𝗀, not at her, but at the structures around her, high and wide. Understanding dawned on Aoyama and he agreed, planting his feet as his chest plate began to glow brighter. He activated his quirk and launched a brilliant beam that tore through the air, slicing past 𝗀 and into the ruined skyline. The upper sections of buildings collapsed outward, not toward 𝗀 but around her, creating a falling cage of steel and concrete. Sora moved at the same time. Schematics of her arsenal appeared around her arms and aligned into place. She slammed her palms into the ground and deployed metallic pylons from the street that shot upward and locked into the falling debris midair, stabilizing it and freezing the structures at impossible angles. The mass became too heavy and too anchored for 𝗀's quirk to pull freely. The suction stuttered, then stopped. 𝗀 halted and murmured that the move was clever. For the first time, she was not advancing. Sora grabbed Aoyama's arm and told him it was time to move. They sprinted with purpose, not blind panic, leaving 𝗀 with her hand lowered. She didn't chase. The gate loomed ahead and just as they crossed it a sharp buzzer echoed across the city. A robotic voice announced that the match was over and that students Aoyama and Takane had escaped successfully. Sora finally slowed, her breath shaking as the tension drained from her body. They had made it. The result flashed on the monitor. For a moment Midnight did not move. The glow of the screen reflected in her eyes as she stared, breath held, pulse loud in her ears. Slowly she closed her eyes and let out a quiet, relieved sigh, as if a tension she had not realized she was carrying had finally loosened its grip. She rested one hand against the edge of the desk, fingers curling slightly as her shoulders eased. The tightness in her posture melted away and something softer, calmer, replaced it. Across the room Aizawa noticed. He did not comment or tease, he simply looked at her for a moment longer than usual, eyes thoughtful and sharp but not unkind. Whatever he saw, he kept to himself, then turned his gaze back to the monitors. The rest of the matches passed in a blur. One by one, the students of Class 1A faced their assigned trials inside the disaster zones. Some battles ended quickly, others dragged on in tense stalemates filled with last-second decisions and narrow escapes. Yaoyorozu struggled at first under the pressure, freezing when her initial plan failed, but she recovered with calm determination, adapting on the fly and proving she could lead even when things went wrong. Not everyone passed flawlessly. Some students were stopped by hesitation, others overwhelmed by opponents they could not yet counter. A few matches ended with disappointed silence, tears quietly wiped away, and solemn nods of understanding from the teachers. By the end of the day, most of Class 1A had passed. Bruised, exhausted, and emotionally drained, they gathered together again, some triumphant, some frustrated, all changed in small but important ways. Midnight announced the results with her usual theatrical flair and explained that the exam was not about winning but about judgment, adaptability, and knowing when to fight and when not to. Aizawa added that those who failed would train harder and those who passed should not get comfortable. With that, the exam ended. The girls' changing room buzzed with lockers slamming, fabric rustling, and overlapping voices as everyone changed back into their school uniforms. Hagakure complained that it had been so hard. Yaoyorozu adjusted her tie carefully and apologized to Mina for her failure. Mina groaned that she was still traumatized. Uraraka laughed softly as she fixed her hair in the mirror and reminded everyone that they had all worked really hard and that was what mattered. Near the benches, Sora crouched to tie her shoes, quietly listening to the conversation. The familiar noise was comforting and grounding as she focused on the simple motion of tightening the laces. Jiro praised Yaoyorozu's strategy against Todoroki, calling it genius. Sora's hands paused. Without realizing it, she lifted her head and looked toward them. Yaoyorozu smiled, faintly blushing, and admitted that she had been insecure about her plan at first but that Todoroki and Mr. Aizawa had helped her overcome those doubts. Sora watched in silence. She had seen the match and remembered how Yaoyorozu had taken control in the end, decisive and confident even though Todoroki had not been at his best that day. The thought of his name surfacing so easily puzzled her, and her gaze dropped back to her shoes. Uraraka noticed and moved closer, sitting beside Sora and resting a gentle hand against her back. Uraraka asked if Sora was okay. Sora looked up and offered a small, reassuring smile, telling Uraraka that she was okay, and for now she let that be enough. Sora paused in front of the mirror in her room as evening light cast a warm glow across her simple outfit. She wore a white off-shoulder shirt and denim shorts, her hair tied loosely in a low ponytail that brushed the nape of her neck. Leaning closer, she studied her reflection, eyes tracing the faint shadows beneath them and the slight tension in her jaw. She wondered why she looked so tired and ran a finger along the edge of the mirror as if searching for answers. She pulled back and let out a long, quiet sigh, then grabbed her bag, shoulders settling into a small, determined slump. By the front door, she crouched to put on her shoes. Her grandmother asked where she was going, speaking with the familiar warmth that always seemed to calm the room. Sora told her she was going to visit her father. Her grandmother nodded and said she should have fun, then paused and turned back with a soft, knowing expression. She reminded Sora that she could talk to her if she needed to. Sora felt her chest tighten and her stomach flutter with a mix of fear and relief. Somehow her grandmother could still see when she was hiding something, especially when it involved a new quirk awakening inside her. Sora gave a small, hesitant smile, nodded, and told her grandmother she would see her later before stepping out the door. The hospital room smelled faintly of antiseptic as sunlight sifted through the blinds, casting stripes over the bed and the small table beside it. Her father sat propped up by pillows, his expression softer than she had seen in years. He slid a card toward her and indicated that it was her turn. His hand shook slightly, not from weakness but from something more human. Sora studied her hand, the cards pressing against her palm like a weight that felt important in that moment. She muttered that she might let him win, and he chuckled, a sound so ordinary it almost made her heart ache. The game was simple war, but in that quiet room it felt like the most important thing in the world. Each flip of a card was a small heartbeat between them, a silent acknowledgement that they could share something normal, something ordinary, despite everything. Sora's lips quirked into a small, reluctant smile as she placed her card on the table and challenged him to beat it. Her father raised an eyebrow, smiled faintly, and said it was impressive, noting that she hadn't lost her touch. For a moment there was no villainy, no chaos, no police in front of the door to worry about. Just two people playing cards in a quiet room. Her father's eyes met hers, calm, open, almost gentle. Sora's chest tightened. She wanted to hate him, she really did. All the things he had done to society, all the lives he had disrupted, The heroes he had made suffer, she wanted to burn it all in her mind and never forgive. But she couldn't, not entirely. Not when he looked at her like this, when there was nothing threatening in his gaze, nothing demanding. When he was just her father. He suggested softly that they play another round. Sora nodded, her hands trembling slightly as she shuffled the deck, and agreed to another round. They played in silence for a few minutes, letting the cards and small chuckles fill the space. Outside, the world was still broken and loud, but in that room, for that fleeting moment, it was almost okay. Almost. And yet, every time she glanced at him, a shadow lingered, the shadow of everything he had done, everything she knew he couldn't remember. A part of her longed to rage, to scream, to hate, but all she could manage was a quiet, reluctant affection. A card flipped between them, her father's hand hovering over it. She stared at it, then at him, then back at the card. She started to speak but stopped, finding words insufficient. He smiled without pressing her, without asking for explanations. For now, silence was enough. And somehow, painfully, beautifully, that was enough for Sora too. The hospital doors slid shut behind her with a muted hiss. Sora paused just outside, one hand still resting on the metal handle as the sound faded away. The rain greeted her immediately, steady, relentless, soaking the concrete in dark silver. The sky above was a heavy slate gray, low enough that it felt like it might collapse onto the city at any moment. For a second she didn't move. Then she reached into her bag, pulled out her umbrella, and opened it above her head. The familiar snap echoed softly, followed by the comforting rhythm of rain striking fabric instead of skin. She began to walk. The streets stretched long and quiet, far calmer than they should have been for this hour. Cars passed occasionally, tires hissing through shallow puddles, headlights smearing light across the wet asphalt. Neon signs reflected off the ground in broken colors, blue, red, yellow, like fractured memories scattered beneath her feet. Her mind lingered behind her, still in the hospital room. Her father's laugh, the cards spread across the small table, the way his hands shook just slightly when he smiled. She told herself not to think about it. The rain grew heavier the farther she walked, droplets slipping past the edges of her umbrella and dotting her sleeves. The city blurred around her, buildings rising tall and indistinct, their windows glowing faintly like distant stars. Each step felt slower than the last, her thoughts dragging behind her like soaked fabric. She didn't know how long she had been walking when she noticed him. At first she thought he was just another shadow. Then she realized he wasn't moving. He stood several meters ahead, right in the middle of the sidewalk, completely exposed to the rain. No umbrella. No hood. No attempt to shield himself from the downpour. Water streamed down his hair, soaked through his clothes, pooled at his feet. He didn't look lost. He looked still. Sora slowed her pace. Something about the way he stood made the air feel heavier, thicker, like the rain itself had learned to wait. Her fingers tightened around the handle of her umbrella without her realizing it. She told herself she could just walk past, pretend she hadn't noticed, keep going. But her feet didn't listen. She approached him slowly, careful, each step deliberate. The sound of rain grew louder as the distance between them closed, the rest of the city fading into a dull background hum. Up close she could see more. His head was slightly bowed, wet hair clinging to his face. His clothes were dark, simple, clinging to him with the weight of the rain. There was something unreadable about his posture, not weak, not strong. Just present. He didn't look at her when she stopped in front of him. For a moment they stood like that, her beneath the umbrella, him drenched in the storm. The contrast felt wrong, unbalanced. Sora lifted the umbrella and held it out toward him, angling it so the rain no longer fell on his head. Water slid off the fabric in smooth sheets, splashing against the pavement between them. The man slowly raised his head and met her eyes. There was no surprise in them, no confusion. Just a quiet, measuring awareness that made her chest tighten for reasons she couldn't name. It felt like being looked at by something older than it should be, something patient. She smiled. It wasn't bright or forced, just small and kind, the kind of smile she offered strangers without thinking, the kind she had learned to give even when her own heart felt heavy. Sora placed the umbrella fully into his hands. Her fingers brushed the handle for a second before she let go, then stepped back. The rain immediately soaked her hair, her shoulders, her sleeves, but she didn't flinch. She gave him one last nod, almost shy, and turned away before he could say anything. She didn't wait. She started running. Her shoes splashed through puddles as she bolted down the sidewalk, rain hitting into her eyes, her breath coming quick and shallow. She didn't look back, she didn't need to. Her heart was pounding not from fear, she told herself, just cold, just the rain. Ahead, a small convenience store glowed warmly through the storm, its lights spilling gold onto the wet street. She pushed harder, sprinting the last few meters before ducking under the awning and inside. The door chimed softly as she entered. Warm air wrapped around her instantly, the scent of coffee and paper and something sweet grounding her back into the world. She stood just inside the door for a moment, dripping onto the mat, chest rising and falling. Only then did she realize her hands were shaking. She bought a cheap, transparent umbrella, paid quickly, thanked the cashier, and stepped back outside into the rain. As she opened it, she glanced down the street. The spot where the man had been standing was empty, no sign of him, no retreating footsteps, no lingering shadow. Just rain. Sora swallowed, a strange, unsettled feeling curling in her stomach. She told herself he had probably moved on, found shelter, and continued walking into the wet, blinking city. Gone somewhere else. As she resumed walking, the rain tapping steadily above her, she could not shake the sensation that she had just brushed past something important, something she did not yet have words for. The umbrella in her hand felt lighter than it should have. Far behind her, the rain continued to fall, patient, unending, as if waiting for the moment they could meet again. Chapter 29, Training Camp. Mr. Aizawa announced that the first term of the UA Hero course had officially ended and that summer break had arrived, but he warned that those who truly wanted to become heroes would not get to relax. The students straightened instinctively. He explained that the upcoming training camp would push them past their limits and urged them to aim for the future with the school's motto. The class echoed their agreement enthusiastically. They stood before the massive school gates under warm early summer air. A large bus waited with its engine humming quietly, ready to take them away from classrooms and into harsher training. Everyone wore their summer uniforms, lighter fabric fluttering in the breeze, backpacks slung over shoulders, energy buzzing all around. Sora glanced down at her wrist, where a simple black hair tie rested. She slipped it off and gathered her hair, tying it into a low bun with careful, steady fingers. It felt practical. Controlled. Something she could manage. Jiro suggested that they sit together on the bus. Sora smiled softly and agreed. Monoma then strode forward, his voice carrying as he mocked the other class for failing the exam and boasted about Class 1B. Sora blinked and casually lifted a hand in response. Mina reacted with alarm and urged Takon to stop. Before Monoma could continue, Kendo moved, delivering a single forceful strike that sent Monoma sprawling. Kendo offered a brief apology to Class 1A, bowed toward them, and hauled Monoma onto the bus. The tension dissolved into laughter. Ida called for orderly boarding, standing rigidly by the bus door. Sora climbed aboard and slid into a seat beside Jiro. They shared a pair of wired headphones, one earbud each, letting music. Shoulders. Cicadas screamed from the treeline, their shrill chorus drilling into her head. Her knees trembled, not from exhaustion alone but from fear. Across the ring, Kendo flexed her fingers and rolled her shoulders once, composed and grounded. Her stance was flawless, balanced, and ready. Sora felt like she'd been dragged here. This did not feel like a match. It felt like standing in front of a firing squad. Aizawa explained the simple rules. Hesitation would be punished, and he would erase quirks for 3 seconds at random intervals with no warning. Kendo glanced at Sora and told her honestly that she would hold back but would not stop. Aizawa then signaled for the exercise to begin. Kendo moved before Sora could even inhale. The world snapped into motion. Kendo's enlarged fist struck Sora's ribs, knocking the breath out of her lungs. Sora stumbled backward with a sharp gasp, vision flashing white as she fought to stay upright. Aizawa calmly ordered her to get up. Sora bit down hard and forced herself to her feet, lungs burning. Her hands rose instinctively and a faint blue light flickered as schematics tried and failed to lock into place. She reached for a barrier or shield, but her thoughts tangled. Kendo's palm caught her shoulder and spun her off balance, sending her crashing into the dirt. The impact rattled through her bones and grit filled her mouth as she coughed and pushed herself up, arms shaking. Kendo observed that Sora was thinking too much and reminded her that she would not wait. Sora's heart pounded. She raised her hands again, but nothing came. Her breath hitched as 𝗂𝗏's eyes glowed red and her quirk was erased. Panic surged through her like ice water. Her hands felt empty and the blue light vanished. Sora struggled to regain control and composed herself, determined to keep going despite the sudden handicap. No answers. Nothing. Kendo did not pause. The punch landed squarely in Sora's stomach. She doubled over with a broken gasp, pain flaring through her core. Her knees threatened to buckle as she wrapped her arms around herself, barely managing to stay upright. 3 seconds felt endless. When the blue light of her quirk finally returned, she was already moving, desperation driving her. A metal brace formed around her forearm in time to block Kendo's next strike. The impact reverberated through her arm like a bell, a jolt racing along her limbs, but she remained standing. Kendo attacked relentlessly left, right, upward, each blow precise, controlled, and devastating. Sora countered on instinct, forcing smaller, faster constructs into being. Thin shields, reinforced boots, short-range anchors that shattered the moment they were struck. Each creation flickered and vanished. Her head throbbed. Sweat soaked her clothes, and her hands trembled each time the blue light flared, threatening to sputter out. Hesitation earned pain. Every pause, every half-second of doubt, was punished with another strike to her ribs, shoulder, or thigh that nearly sent her sprawling. Kendo ordered her to stop freezing and insisted she could do it. Sora wanted to scream. Her lungs felt raw, every breath scraping. Her legs barely obeyed. The world narrowed to noise, pain, and the relentless ticking in her head. Her quirk vanished again. She gasped as the hit that followed knocked her flat onto her back, the ground slamming the air from her lungs. For a heartbeat she could not move. 𝗂𝗏 did not intervene and told her to get up. Tears burned at the corners of Sora's eyes as she rolled onto her side, fingers clawing into the dirt. Her body shook as she forced herself upright, muscles protesting. She wondered why it was so hard, why she could not simply control it. Her quirk returned. This time she did not think. A blunt, imperfect shield burst into being just as Kendo struck again. It cracked violently, but it held. Sora staggered back, chest heaving and vision swimming, but she was still standing. From the sidelines, 𝗂𝗏 watched in silence, eyes narrowed. He was not satisfied. He knew hesitation could endanger her. The afternoon sun filtered through the trees in broken patches of gold, casting long shadows across the campgrounds. After the trek through the beast forest and the relentless training, preparing dinner felt like its own trial. Class 1A had been divided into groups, each responsible for a different part of the meal. Uraraka crouched near a crate of vegetables, sleeves rolled up as she washed and sorted ingredients, arranging onions and carrots and directing where things should go. Kaminari defended his efforts over a mangled potato. Bakugo stood at a cutting board like a furious commander, berating them for poor chopping technique and insisting they were cutting the wrong way. Todoroki watched the vegetables before him with a blank expression and offered no argument. Kirishima laughed nervously and tried to make light of the mess. Sora sat apart from the others, cross-legged near the rice pot, a small pile of firewood neatly stacked beside her. She held the pot lid in her hands, staring at it as if it might offer answers. Her head still throbbed and her body felt heavy, every movement taking twice the effort it should. The earlier sparring replayed in fragments. Missed timing, aching ribs, 𝗂𝗏's unchanging command to get up. She reached into the supply box for a lighter but found nothing and muttered about where it had been placed, rifling through the bag more slowly than usual. Her hands felt clumsy with fatigue, thoughts tangling and making it hard to focus on something as simple as fire. Todoroki slipped away from the chopping station, ignoring Bakugo's outraged call for him to stay, and stopped beside Sora. She noticed the sudden warmth before she looked up as a small, controlled flame bloomed from his left side. He lowered his hand and lit the firewood with practiced ease, and the flames caught quickly beneath the rice pot. Sora watched the fire, mesmerized, and found herself quietly relieved. Todoroki told her she could have just asked for help, and Sora admitted that she could have. There was no judgment in his expression, only a quiet, matter-of-fact calm. He then returned to the others, and Bakugo resumed yelling after him to come back. The fire warmed Sora's hands and face, and for the first time since the sparring match her shoulders eased a little. She set the rice pot in place and steadied her breathing. Dinner was loud in a familiar, comfortable way. Voices overlapped, laughter burst without warning, and the scrape of bowls and chopsticks against metal filled the cool mountain air. Bowls of rice and curry steamed on the low tables as everyone tried to push exhaustion aside with noise. Mina praised the food and reached for seconds. Sato took pride in his cooking while showing off a flex of one arm. Jiro deadpanned that flexing did not count as stirring. Kaminari laughed too loudly, Kirishima agreed with everything, and Bakugo complained non-stop while eating more than anyone else. It was chaos, but the kind they were used to. Sora sat among them with her bowl on the wooden table but did not eat much. Her chopsticks moved absent-mindedly as she pushed rice from one side to the other, then back again. She poked at a piece of carrot and stared at it as if she had forgotten why it was there. The warmth of the food barely registered. The ache in her ribs and shoulders lingered, a dull reminder that tomorrow would be harder. Her hands felt heavy and sluggish, as if even lifting the chopsticks required more effort than it should. Around her, no one noticed. Uraraka laughed at something Mina whispered in her ear. Jiro leaned back on her hands, listening more than talking. Ida lectured Siro about posture even while eating. Life went on, loud and unbothered. Sora let it be. She did not want attention or questions she wasn't sure how to answer. She picked up a small bite of rice, hesitated, then set it back down. Across the circle, Todoroki sat quietly, not talking much, which was not unusual for him. He ate at a steady pace, expression neutral, posture relaxed but alert. From time to time his eyes lifted outward, and on one of those brief pauses they landed on Sora. Not in a way anyone else would catch, only a moment longer than coincidence. He noticed how her food remained mostly untouched, how her shoulders were slightly hunched as if bracing, how her gaze never fully left her bowl. He did not speak, offer advice, or awkward comfort. He simply watched, quietly and thoughtfully, then looked away. The fire crackled nearby, sending sparks into the darkening sky. The forest hummed with insects and distant night sounds, wrapping the camp in something almost peaceful. Sora took a slow breath and forced herself to eat one bite, then another, mechanical, enough to get by. For a moment her eyes flicked up and met Todoroki's as he glanced back. No words passed between them, only an understanding pause. He looked away to give her space, and Sora, strangely grateful, went back to pushing rice around her bowl, quiet and tired. The camp gradually eased into a quieter rhythm as dinner ended. The earlier chaos raised voices, clattering utensils, Bakugo's yelling softened into the gentle scrape of plates and the shuffle of tired footsteps against packed dirt. The fire pits crackled low, embers glowing like sleepy eyes beneath the sky. Everyone cleaned up together, moving with the slow, heavy motions of people who had been pushed to their limits. Sora balanced a stack of bowls in her arms, ceramic clinking softly with each careful step. Her shoulders ached with a deep soreness that reminded her of every drill and sparring match from the day, but she did not slow down. She set the bowls beside the wash station, offering them to be washed. Siro glanced at the growing mountain of dishes and groaned dramatically that it was too much, then plunged his hands into the soapy water. Shoji, already scrubbing plates with steady, practiced movements, urged them to hurry instead of complaining. Sora watched them for a moment, a faint smile touching her lips, then stepped away before they could rope her back in. She placed her hands on her hips and drew in a slow, grounding breath. The mountain air was cool and clean, easing the tightness in her chest a little. When she tilted her head up, she caught the last sliver of sun sinking behind the trees, the sky shifting into dusky purples and deepening blues. It felt unreal and peaceful after everything they had endured. ⴬ⴜ called out cheerfully and invited Sora to come by the girl's room to chat before bedtime. Sora lowered her gaze and nodded in agreement. She turned just in time to see ⴬ⴜ gathering the others and asked if everyone else was already done. ⴬ⴜ called back that they were going to get ready for bed and told Sora to hurry up. The girls followed, their laughter trailing behind them as their footsteps faded into the sleeping quarters. Sora watched them go for a moment longer than necessary, then turned back toward the wooden tables. She scanned the area carefully, plates stacked, cups gathered, nothing left behind, and knelt to peer beneath one of the benches, determined not to forget something small. Footsteps stopped behind her. Her breath caught. Slowly, she stood and turned to call ⴬ⴜ but the word died in her throat when she saw ⴬ⴜ standing there. He stood with his hands at his sides, posture straight but not tense, as if he had rehearsed the moment. ⴬ⴜ asked if they could talk, and then offered more quietly that it could be only if she wanted to. Sora blinked, her heart skipping, and answered yes, though the reply sounded more like reassurance to herself than to him. They stopped near the edge of the trees, the forest looming around them. Shadows stretched between trunks and fireflies blinked faintly like wandering stars. The air was cool and wrapped in the soft hush of night. Neither spoke at first. The silence was heavy but not hostile. Sora's heart beat faster with every second. Her thoughts raced apologies she had rehearsed, explanations she could not find words for, the quiet fear she had carried for months. She had always been certain he disliked her. That certainty had settled deep and unchallenged. ⴬ⴜ began by saying her name softly. Sora blurted a one-word question, nerves betraying her before she could stop herself. He paused and then said he wanted to thank her. She asked what for, stunned. He explained that he was grateful for many things. At USJ when the villains attacked, where she had his back, at Hosu, for coming, and especially during the sports festival, when she and ⴬ⴜ had helped him accept his quirk more than she probably realized. He added that he was sorry she had lost and that he was sorry for picking a fight with her. He admitted he had been confused about his quirk and his father and had taken it out on her and ⴬ⴜ, so he wanted to apologize. Sora listened, stunned as the words sank in. She could not find her voice at first. Then she stepped back, lifted her hands to her cheeks, and felt flustered and overwhelmed. She whispered to herself that she had been stupid for assuming he disliked her, confessing how embarrassed she felt for overthinking everything. ⴬ⴜ said immediately and firmly that he had never disliked her. He confessed that he had thought she did not like him. He had assumed that because after the sports festival she talked to everyone except him and went quiet whenever he was nearby. That was why he had wanted to talk. Sora's eyes widened. ⴬ⴜ told Sora that she had misunderstood. He tilted his head slightly and listened as she admitted that she had thought he did not want to talk after their fight and had avoided him for that reason. ⴬ⴜ nodded slowly and said he was glad they had cleared it up. Sora agreed, feeling a tension she had not realized she was carrying ease from her shoulders. ⴬ⴜ then added that there was one more thing. He asked Sora if they could be friends. Sora blinked in surprise. ⴬ⴜ explained that she had helped him a lot, even during the exams, and that it would be easier to repay him if they were friends. Sora smiled warmly and said she would be glad to be friends with him, ⴬ⴜ. He replied that he was glad to hear it, relief slipping into his voice. A small, unguarded laugh escaped Sora. ⴬ⴜ, puzzled, asked if he had said something funny. Sora said she was just happy, and he seemed relieved as the tension between them eased. Chapter 31. Courage. The tension that had clung to Sora's shoulders all day began to melt away as the sun dipped lower, painting the training grounds in warm shades of gold and amber. The air buzzed with excited chatter and laughter. Tonight was about courage, but also about coming together and having fun. Sora could barely keep still. She had been looking forward to the test of courage since it was announced. Her excitement fluttered in her chest, bright and restless. She had planned her outfit days in advance. A light top that swayed when she moved, denim shorts, and her favorite sneakers. It was simple, comfortable, and undeniably cheerful. Pixie Bob stood at the front with her usual loud, confident energy and announced that they would be picking pears for the test. The forest loomed behind their teacher, dark and mysterious, shadows tangled between the trees like secrets waiting to be uncovered. The idea of walking through it at night made Sora nervous in a good way, the kind of nervous that made her heart race and her smile widen. Names were drawn one by one. When 𝗵𝗍 announced that Takon Sora had been paired with 𝗵𝗏 Izuku, Sora's face lit up. She grabbed the slip of paper and hurried over to 𝗵𝗏, waving it in front of him with barely contained excitement. Sora called him Deku and beamed at him. 𝗵𝗏 blinked in surprise and then smiled shyly, his shoulders relaxing. He said they would do great and matched her enthusiasm with a clean, enthusiastic high five. Soon it was their turn to enter the forest. The moment Sora stepped beneath the canopy of towering trees, her chest fluttered with excitement. Sunlight filtered through leaves in fractured beams, painting the forest floor in shifting gold and shadow. Every snap of twig and rustle of leaves sent a pleasant thrill up her spine. 𝗵𝗏 walked beside her, alert and scanning their surroundings even as he tried to look calm. They walked on. Minutes passed. The quiet stretched longer than expected, and Sora's excitement slowly turned to unease. She shortened her steps and frowned, wondering aloud whether Class 1B had already tried to scare them. 𝗵𝗏 nodded, his brow knitting as he listened carefully, and then commented that he smelled burning. Sora inhaled and agreed that the smell of burning was unmistakable, turning slowly to try to pinpoint the source. Mandalay's voice then echoed clearly and urgently inside Sora's head, informing everyone that they were being attacked by two villains and that there might be others. Mandalay urged them to hurry to the base and not to use their quirks if they encountered a villain. Sora whispered that they were being attacked and looked at 𝗵𝗏. He stopped looking at her and stared at the forest floor, then suddenly widened his eyes and gasped 𝗀𝗏's name. Without another word he took off running, branches snapping as he vanished between the trees. He yelled that he was going to find 𝗀𝗏. Silence swallowed the forest again. Sora stood alone, heart pounding as the smell of burning wood thickened the air and scratched at her throat. She swallowed hard and forced herself to move toward the base as instructed, each step making her legs feel heavier. A chill crawled up her spine, the unmistakable sensation of being watched. Her heart began to pound loudly, breathing sharp and uneven. She stopped abruptly. The forest felt too close. She turned and saw nothing but trees and shadows swaying gently in the breeze. She told herself she was overthinking it and lifted her foot to take another step. Something sliced through the air. Sora reacted on instinct and whipped around just in time to see a black object streak past her face, missing her cheek by mere centimeters before embedding itself into a tree trunk. Her eyes widened and breath caught. A voice from the shadows commented in a casual, amused tone that it had missed her head. Sora stiffened as fear finally took shape. Footsteps drew closer, slow, deliberate, and unhurried, and she prepared herself for whatever would come next. For every step he took forward, she retreated one of her own, boots scraping weakly against the forest floor. Her hands shook and her knees threatened to buckle. She had faced villains before and survived, but this fear was different. It crawled beneath her skin, cold and NTMT, whispering that she was prey. Then he emerged from the forest shadows. He was tall, his presence stretching unnaturally against the trees, as if the darkness itself bent to make room for him. Light brown hair fell messily around his face, framing eyes that were eerily white, empty, sharp, watching. In his hand rested a black axe that seemed to drink the sparse light. A grin split his face as he stepped forward, slow and confident, and a pale, cruel scar ran beneath one eye like a reminder of past violence. He took another step. Sora staggered back and hit the tree behind her, trapped in its unyielding bark. Sweat prickled across her skin as her gaze darted through the forest, searching for movement, for anyone, anything that could prove she wasn't alone. He told her not to worry, his tone almost kind as he twirled the axe in his hand like a toy, and then he said there was only the two of them. When their eyes met, a shiver ran down Sora's spine. It felt as if he could see every fear she kept hidden, as if his stare stripped away her defenses. He told her not to look at him like that and then recited facts about her life. Takon Sora, born December 29, ⴬XX, 162 centimeters tall, quirk, arsenal. He noted that her mother was deceased, her father paralyzed with amnesia and residing in 𝗬ᴜ mental hospital, and that she lived with her grandmother, ⴬ᴜ in house number 24. He asked if he had missed anything, speaking with the detachment of someone laying out a list. Sora's blood ran cold. She barely managed to ask how he knew all that, her voice trembling. He scoffed and slipped his free hand into his pocket as though bored, then asked if she had already forgotten him. He expressed gratitude for what she had done that day in the rain, mentioning the umbrella and calling the act hero-like. The memory hit her like a physical blow. She realized it had been him in the storm and the disbelief showed on her face. He acknowledged that she wasn't slow to catch on, but then made it clear that conversation was not his primary reason for being there. When Sora asked why they were all here, his expression suggested mock surprise and he told her it was a shame she hadn't been informed. He straightened and introduced himself as Ray, a member of the League of Villains, and said they had come for a friend of hers, Katsuki Bakugo. He added that if luck was on their side, they would like to take her as well. Panic flared inside Sora as she thought about Bakugo and wondered why they wanted her too. Ray explained that at first they had only wanted Bakugo, but upon learning she was also in Class 1A, he could not understand why their leader had not known about her parents and who they really worked for. He laughed darkly at the idea of villains hiding among the good and said that turning Sora to their side would be easier than breaking Bakugo. He stated that Bakugo remained the priority but that they would appreciate some of her time if things went well. Sora frantically insisted she did not know Bakugo's whereabouts. His smile vanished for a moment before returning, wider and more unsettling. He took another step forward and made it clear he had not been asking where Bakugo was. He suggested the others had likely already located him and that for now it was just the two of them. Her heart dropped into her stomach. That eager, empty smile was the last thing she saw as fear closed around her and the forest seemed to hold its breath. Takon Sora, age 16, 𝗀, Class 1A, hero name, Solace quirk, arsenal, blueprint. Sora was a gentle yet determined hero in training with eyes that seemed to shine like sunlight and a heart too kind for the rough edges of the world she fought for. Her quirk had once allowed her to create any weapon she could imagine, but over time it had come to demand something far more precious, her own time. Behind every quiet smile lay a storm of pain, love, and courage. Even as the power slowly consumed her, Sora vowed to keep saving others, even if that meant losing herself. Quirk explained, arsenal, blueprint type. Sora's base quirk let her manifest and control physical weapons, machines, and gadgets by converting condensed metallic energy from her bloodstream. Each weapon she created was a precise, functional replica, ranging from ancient blades to futuristic firearms, but every creation drained her stamina, blood sugar, and mental focus. Her mind needed a clear, detailed schematic of a weapon down to its molecular structure. An incomplete mental blueprint caused a weapon to malfunction or disintegrate. A screen-like vision allowed her to analyze targets through her eyes, including people, and helped her form accurate designs. Combat style. Sora fought like a tactician, always analyzing the battlefield. She combined arsenal with parkour-like agility, creating floating blades or grappling lines midair to move and control the fight. Weaknesses. Continuous energy conversion risked overheating. The quirk required precise mental schematics, and any lapse in concentration could cause failure. Long-term strain produced neural symptoms such as nosebleeds, tremors, and migraines. Visuals and costume. Her shoes contained platforms that let her jump as high as 15 meters and land safely. A circular device resembling a phone allowed remote control over her creations and the ability to trace them. Headphone-like pieces on her costume protected her ears from loud noises. She personally commissioned an agency specializing in women's hero costumes to design her suit to suit both form and function. Sora often reminded herself that if she could not be someone's strength, then at least she would be their peace. Sora's jaw clenched. Todoroki studied her in silence for a moment before speaking again, observing that she talked about saving people and about being better, but that he sometimes wondered whether people like them really got that choice. Sora looked up, startled by the quiet bitterness in his tone, and asked him what he meant by people like us. Todoroki's gaze drifted slightly and his voice lowered as he said they had been born from things they did not ask for and shaped by people they had not chosen. He looked back at her and told her she should know what that felt like. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The air between them was heavy, like two mirrors reflecting the same pain. When Sora finally answered, her voice was calm but sharp. She acknowledged that he might be right about how things began, but she insisted that they still got to choose what came next. She met his gaze fully, her expression unreadable but burning underneath, and added that he did not know a thing about her parents or about her. Sora felt paralyzed, her spine pressed flat against the rough bark of the tree behind her. Her eyes burned dry, wide, and unblinking as if her body had forgotten how to exist without permission. She did not know how it had happened, only that the man before her had swallowed her whole inside a suffocating bubble of fear. It wrapped around her chest, her throat, her thoughts, leaving nothing untouched. As he stood watching, her body felt wrong, heavy, hollow, and lifeless, like a corpse still standing. She had never known fear like this before. It was not loud or explosive, it was quiet, invasive, sinking claws into her heart and tightening slowly. Since Midoriya had run off, that same strange terror had been stabbing at her chest non-stop, a steady warning, a presence at her back. Her gaze flicked desperately through the trees. Even if she ran, he could throw another axe, she knew that. They wanted her too, she realized. Would he really kill her, or was that threat only another thread in the web meant to trap her? Ray asked what she was thinking, still standing several meters away, relaxed and watching her unravel. Sora forced herself to look at him. She silently screamed in her mind why she could not move. Her body refused her commands, just as it had in Hosu when the white Nomu had charged straight at her and she had stood there frozen. Helpless. She begged herself to act. You want to be a hero, she thought. What kind of hero dies from fear in front of a villain? Her eyes darted through the shadows once more, and then she saw it. Hidden between the trees, like foam and shadow, a mass of black mist shifted into a vague, towering shape that seemed to watch her. Her breath trembled. She wondered if that thing was the source of the fear. The moment the thought formed, the shape vanished. Sensation rushed back into her legs. Her heart felt lighter, as if iron chains had snapped loose from her chest. She 𝗚 in a sharp breath, relief flooding her veins. Ray asked if she had uncovered the trick, and then lunged. Sora barely had time to react. She threw herself to the side as his axe slammed into the tree behind her with a violent crack, wood splintering on impact. She stumbled back, her shoes scraping dirt. Ray ripped the axe free with a sharp motion, his grip tight and his expression darkening. He turned fully toward her, then lowered his gaze to the ground. He told her that he respected her a lot, even if her life was pathetic. He said she worked hard to become a hero, that she pushed herself to save others and might one day be strong enough to save hundreds of people. Then he asked whether she had ever wondered if those people wanted to be saved by someone like her. Sora repeated the question to herself, fragile and disbelieving. Ray went on that she could save the world, but that her name would always be stained by her parents. He reminded her that when the lab exploded and the truth came out, people had talked about how they had betrayed society and about how they had ruined their daughter's life. He stepped closer and declared that it was true. Sora's breath hitched. He insisted that no matter what she did, she would always be their daughter, and people would always be afraid she was just like them. Her feet carried her backward without permission. Ray said that nobody would ever accept her as a hero, and if they would not accept her in that role, he doubted they would accept her anywhere else, a simple office job or a normal life. He told her he knew she had thought about it and that she was not stupid, yet she had still chosen this path. Her heart sank as if it had fallen into a bottomless pit. He was right, she thought bitterly, but she would still try. Ray said softly that he knew he was right. A familiar voice echoed in her head, sharp and urgent, announcing that under 𝗂𝗏 permission all students were authorized to fight the villains using their quirks, that their target had been confirmed as Kaken, that Takon might be one of them too, and that both of them should be careful. Sora lifted her head. Blue sparks flickered to life around her hands, crackling softly and defiantly. Ray said he was there to save her from her ruined future. Sora, voice shaking but firm, insisted that she did not need saving. A slow smile spread across 𝗏's face as he tightened his grip on the axe. He concluded that she wanted to fight. 𝗏 lunged at her, boots tearing through the dirt, the black axe slicing toward Sora. Sora reacted on instinct. She threw her hands forward and a translucent blue shield burst into existence between them. The axe struck the shield once, twice, again. Each blow sent cracks spiderwebbing across the glowing surface. The shield groaned and trembled under the force. Sora gritted her teeth, arms shaking, until the barrier finally shattered. The light exploded into fragments and the impact hurled her backward. She hit the ground hard, breath knocked out of her. Before she could cry out, 𝗏 was already above her, axe raised, his face cast in shadow. Sora rolled. The axe slammed into the earth where her head had been a second earlier, the ground splitting with a violent force. 𝗏 yanked the weapon free and taunted that she was only good at dodging. Sora forced herself to meet his gaze and asked about his quirk. 𝗏 smiled slowly and said he would let her find out. He extended his arm and black mist spilled from his skin like ink diffusing in water. It gathered, twisted, and took shape limbs first, then a torso, then a head. A woman of shadow stood where the mist had been, her eyes glowing an unnatural white. The creature opened its mouth, stretching unnaturally wide, and charged with a distorted shriek. Blue sparks erupted from Sora's hands, forming heavy gauntlets around her fists just in time. She caught the monster's hands mid-lunge, metal meeting mist. The force nearly crushed her arms. The creature tried to drag her down, but Sora planted her feet as dirt cracked beneath her. She screamed as muscles burned, and the monster hurled her. Her back struck a tree, pain shot through her and she coughed, fighting to stay upright. She collapsed for a moment, then pushed herself back to her feet. The creature returned to 𝗏's side, looming obediently. 𝗏's eyes gleamed and he smiled, clearly enjoying himself. The monster attacked again, its mouth opening impossibly wide as it lunged. It grabbed Sora's shirt, lifted her and slammed her into the ground. The impact jarred her painfully and the creature prepared to strike. Sora rolled and barely avoided the blow that cratered the dirt. She staggered up, vision blurring and breath coming in sharp gasps. She tried to summon another weapon, but the creature never gave her time. Seconds stretched. Her limbs felt heavy and her strength seemed to drain away as if the creature sapped her energy. 𝗏 mocked that she was already tired and asked if she wanted to change her mind. Sora could barely breathe or think. She only managed to dodge as 𝗏 watched, amused. She thought desperately that she might be killed, that she had no time and could barely stand. The hesitation stung, the same mistake 𝗀 had warned her about. The monster seized her head, its shadowy hand closing over her skull, and slammed her face first into the ground. The world went white. She could not move, air seared her lungs and she struggled to draw breath. With shaking hands she pressed her palms into the dirt. Blue light spilled out, growing brighter and hotter, and then it exploded. Wind and soil roared outward. 𝗏 shielded his face as debris lashed him. When the dust settled, the mist creature was gone. Only Sora remained. She stood trembling, a cut on her forehead and her hair damp, one eye swollen and her vision blurred. She wiped her mouth and fixed her gaze on 𝗏, breathing hard. 𝗏's eyes widened and then he laughed softly, impressed. He asked what that had been. Sora stepped forward, bringing her hands together as blue light gathered between her palms. 𝗏 responded by releasing more mist. It split into several smaller shadowy creatures that hissed and writhed at his side. He acknowledged that her display had been impressive and then lifted his arm. The creatures charged. Sora slammed her hands into the ground. The stored energy surged downward and detonated upward in a blinding wave. The shadow creatures were torn apart by the blast and dissolved into nothing. 𝗏 snarled that this wasn't fun anymore and rushed her, axe swinging. She barely dodged as the blade nicked her arm and opened a wound. He attacked relentlessly. Her shields formed and shattered in seconds and her whole body protested under the strain. 𝗏 hurled bitter words at her, accusing her of living a miserable life, saying her father did not remember her, that her mother was gone, and that she was a burden to her grandmother. He claimed people did not take her seriously and that nobody cared about her. He added that she had been damaged from the day she was born and accused her parents of causing deaths and ruining lives, mocking her smile as if she did not deserve better. With everything she had left, Sora shoved him away. She staggered, gasping and burning for air. Ray's attention shifted as a voice sounded through his earpiece announcing that the advance team had captured the objective, that the operation had been brief, and that they were to meet at the rendezvous point within 5 minutes. Ray pressed his fingers to his ear and, sounding casual, said that he had to go and apologize to Takon, suggesting they might meet another time. He turned and ran, vanishing into the darkness of the forest. Sora cried out for him to wait and tried to follow, but her legs gave out. She collapsed to the ground, exhausted. She stared at the place where he had disappeared, and then the tears came first controlled, then breaking into shaking sobs. She cried until her throat burned and her body folded inward. The forest stood still and silent around her, leaving only the sound of her heartbreak echoing into the dark. Identity kit. Ray, also known as Ray, had identifying details redacted. He stood 175 centimeters tall according to police records and was affiliated with the League of Villains. Quirk explained. Ray's quirk, umbral puppetry, allowed him to generate a dense black mist from his body that could be shaped into autonomous shadow constructs resembling monstrous figures. These constructs behaved like living beings while remaining bound to Ray's will. Each shadow construct possessed distinct traits and abilities depending on form, some specialized in raw strength, others in speed, stealth, restraint, or intimidation. Though made of mist and shadow, the constructs could interact physically with the environment, striking, grappling, or shielding their user. Crime record. Ray was a highly dangerous villain responsible for multiple attacks using quirk-based methods and psychological tactics. His crimes involved deliberate terror tactics and the use of shadow constructs to pursue, restrain, and cause fatalities. Witnesses consistently reported overwhelming fear responses prior to victims collapsing, suggesting Ray intentionally prolonged encounters to break targets mentally. Chapter 33. Save him, not me. Vlad King was the first to move after the villains vanished into the forest. He called for the police, the firefighters, and the doctors, his tone steady but tight as he took in the scene. 15 minutes later felt like a lifetime. Sirens finally broke the stillness as emergency teams arrived, lights flashing through the trees. Firefighters rushed in first, boots pounding on scorched earth. Paramedics followed with stretchers and oxygen. Police secured the area, faces grave as they surveyed the aftermath. Out of 40 students, 18 lay unconscious from the gas. 15 more had injuries, some with broken arms, others with visible wounds, many staring blankly with shock-clouded eyes. 11 stood only with blankets wrapped around them, trembling from cold and fear. One student, Katsuki Bakugu, was missing. Among the 6 pro heroes, one was carried out on a stretcher with a heavily bandaged head after severe trauma. Another did not return, leaving only a dark mark where she had been. 3 of the criminals were dragged away in restraints, resisting as officers took them into custody. The others had fled, disappearing into the forest. From Class 1A, Hagakure, Yaoyorozu, Jiraiya, Takon, and Midoriya were taken to a Naki hospital. Midoriya woke slowly, as if surfacing from deep water. He blinked against the bright ceiling and the smell of disinfectant. His body felt heavy and wrong. Both arms rested in thick casts, useless at his sides, and a dull ache pulsed through his chest. On the small table beside the bed, a plate of apple slices had started to brown at the edges. A folded note leaned against it in his mother's careful handwriting asking him to eat when he woke up. Midoriya swallowed, throat tight, and thought about 𝗀𝗱, wondering if 𝗀𝗱 would be okay. A knock at the door announced visitors. Kaminari peeked in and immediately expressed relief and excitement at seeing Midoriya awake, then rushed into the room. The others followed, filling the space with familiar faces and uneven footsteps. Kaminari mentioned that news reports had been covering the incident and that the school was in trouble. Mineta proudly presented a watermelon they had all chipped in to bring. Midoriya managed a weak smile. Tokoyami stepped forward and quietly and solemnly stated that he felt responsible. ɪᴍᴜ returned the sentiment, saying that he felt the same. ɪᴍᴜ looked around and asked if all of Class 1A had come together. 𝗱 straightened and adjusted his glasses, explaining that not everyone was present. ģirū and ḥagakure remained unconscious from the gas. ᴘᴜᴜᴜ had suffered a serious head injury but was awake and out of immediate danger. ― had sustained serious injuries across her body but was stable, though the doctor had said she was refusing visitors. The room fell quiet at that news. Todoroki then stated calmly that Bakugo was not there. Mina shot him a sharp look in response, clearly upset. Sora sat upright in her hospital bed with her knees drawn close, staring at a gray slice of sky beyond the window. Her reflection in the glass showed bandages, bruises, and tangled hair, someone she barely recognized. Paramedics had found her unconscious in the dirt, tears dried on her cheeks, and a wound at her temple. She remembered only flashes, sirens, hands lifting her, voices calling her name. A fever had followed, 2 long days of burning heat and drifting in and out of consciousness. The fever was gone now, leaving her physically weak and hollow. She kept others at a distance. Her grandmother sat beside the bed, small and worn, peeling a peach with careful movements. She offered Sora a golden slice. Sora took it and chewed quietly, the sweetness almost painful. Her grandmother sighed with worry and asked why Sora had to fight. Sora answered softly that protecting people was what heroes did, though the words felt hollow. A doctor entered with a folder and explained that ― had not fully recovered and should remain another day or 2 for safety. Sora's grandmother gripped Sora's hand tightly, afraid to let go. The doctor then turned to discuss Sora's quirks. Sora's grandmother interrupted immediately to state that her granddaughter had only one quirk. The doctor blinked, surprised, and looked between them. A short, neutral pause followed as hospital staff prepared paperwork and arrangements, and Sora and her grandmother waited for the doctor's next explanation. The doctor informed them that ― had gained another quirk about a month ago and assumed they were aware. Her grandmother's breath caught, and she turned to Sora to ask if she knew. Sora lowered her gaze to the blanket and admitted quietly that the doctors at Hoso Hospital had told her. Her grandmother reacted with a sharp, anxious question about whether Sora had told her and whether the quirk was dangerous, directing the last worry toward the doctor. The doctor opened the folder and explained that they had requested Sora's quirk history files. Sora had manifested blueprint at 4 years old, which was normal, but it had disappeared and she had lived quirkless until 12, when she developed Arsenal. Recently, the doctor said, the quirk Sora had once lost appeared to have reactivated. Sora and her grandmother both nodded, though her grandmother's hands trembled. The doctor added that while reactivation would not usually present a problem, in Sora's case it was different. Arsenal already consumed a significant amount of energy, and adding blueprint increased the strain on her body. Early symptoms could include chronic exhaustion, slowed movements, and difficulty recovering. Sora recalled that the doctors in Hosu had described it as parasitic. Her grandmother whispered the word as if it were a dangerous thing. The doctor noted that Sora had been instructed not to use blueprint, yet evidence suggested she had. The doctor warned gently that if Sora did not learn to manage both quirks properly, the strain could permanently damage her body. When Sora asked if that could lead to death, the doctor said that was the worst possible outcome. Her grandmother covered her mouth in distress and the doctor hastened to soften the news, insisting there was still hope. With proper monitoring and training, specialists in Mizudafu and Sora's teachers at UA could help her adapt. The doctor confirmed that blueprint allowed Sora to accumulate kinetic energy in her hands and release it as a blue element that burned on prolonged contact. Sora added that it might have become stronger. The doctor offered reassurance that Sora would not face this alone, closed the folder, and said she would return that afternoon for another checkup before leaving quietly. After the doctor left, her grandmother demanded to know why Sora had not told her. She let go of Sora's hand, withdrawing the warmth from Sora's fingers. Sora whispered an apology and said she should have told her. Her grandmother's voice rose, breaking under long-held anxiety as she accused Sora of not considering her feelings. Tears flowed as her grandmother recounted the fear of receiving a midnight call about Sora's grave injuries and reminded Sora that she had lost her daughter and that Sora was the only family she had left. Her grandmother pressed the weight of years and grief into her words, saying she had taken Sora into her home despite believing Sora had been the cause of her parents' end. She said she had forgiven whatever Sora had done and berated her for still acting like a brat. Sora could not find the words to respond as those accusations sank in, and she felt something inside her break. Her grandmother continued, questioning whether becoming a hero was truly the best idea after she had supported Sora's dream and sent her to UA. She told Sora bluntly that their parents had been villains and that acceptance as a hero would be unlikely. For Sora's own good, her grandmother urged her to find a better path and not choose one that would break her. Sora insisted that she wanted to save people. Her grandmother replied gently that perhaps Sora should try to save herself first, making the comment out of concern rather than malice. She stepped closer, cupped Sora's face in her hands, and, with thumbs brushing her cheeks, told Sora that she had learned to love her and wanted what was best for her. Then her grandmother turned away and said she would come back tomorrow before opening the door. Sora called after her, pleading for support and asking who would believe in her if her grandmother did not, but the door closed and she was left alone in the pressing silence. Later, Sora sat on the edge of the hospital bed, legs swinging slowly, a brush moving gently through her damp hair. The motion was careful and reverent. She had washed away dried blood and antiseptic an hour earlier, but the heaviness in her chest remained. Her gaze fixed on the pale afternoon light spilling across the floor, her grandmother's words replayed in her mind. A soft knock sounded at the door. 𝗂𝗎 announced herself and asked to talk. Sora stilled, then invited her in quietly and stood. 𝗂𝗎 entered wearing hospital clothes, her long black hair framing a face that showed both gentleness and fatigue. She asked softly how Sora was. Sora forced out that she was fine and returned the question. 𝗂𝗎 offered a small, reassuring smile and said she was fine as well, then hesitated before continuing. 𝗂𝗎 admitted that when she heard Sora did not want any visitors, she had become worried. She explained that everyone had suffered during the attack, and hearing how serious Sora's condition was made her fear it had been worse than expected. She stepped closer, gently took Sora's hands, and asked if she was sure she was okay. Sora nodded and offered a weak half-smile. 𝗂𝗎 returned the nod, though concern remained in her eyes. She squeezed Sora's hands lightly and guided her to sit back on the bed, then sat beside her. 𝗂𝗎 said she wanted to talk about something. She told Sora that during the attack she and 𝗚 from Class 1B had fought a Nomu and, although they had not been badly injured, 𝗚 had managed to attach a tracking chip 𝗂𝗎 had created to it before they retreated. Sora listened intently as 𝗂𝗎 explained that she had built a device capable of following the chip and revealing the Nomu's position, and that she had given the information and her analysis to the pro-heroes. 𝗂𝗎's expression tightened as she continued, telling Sora that Kirishima and Todoroki had overheard her conversation with the heroes. They had come to her afterward and asked if she could create another device they could use to track the chip themselves. When Sora asked why they would need that, 𝗂𝗎 told her they wanted to save Bakugo. Sora's eyes widened and her breath caught at the news. 𝗂𝗎 went on to say that Kirishima and Todoroki planned to rescue Bakugo from the League of Villains and had asked her to meet them in front of the hospital at 8 p.m. Without her tracking device they would be unable to do anything. When Sora asked quietly if 𝗂𝗎 was going with them, 𝗂𝗎 smiled with determination and nodded, saying she wanted to help and to save Bakugo. She added that she had not come to ask Sora to join them but thought Sora deserved to know since Bakugo was her friend too. Sora thanked 𝗂𝗎 sincerely. 𝗂𝗎 stood, walked toward the door, and paused with her hand on the frame. She told Sora that if she decided to come they would be in front of the hospital at 8 p.m. Then she stepped out, leaving Sora alone with the ticking clock and a choice weighing heavily on her heart. Chapter 34. Kamino Nights. Sora ran down the stairwell, her flats clicking sharply against the steps, each sound echoing too loudly in the quiet hospital corridors. The clock burned in her mind, 8:12 p.m. She was late. They had planned to meet at 8, but the nurse had almost caught her twice insisting she stay in bed because she had not been cleared to leave. Sora had smiled and nodded, then slipped away the moment the woman turned her back. Her lungs burned as she reached the ground floor. Pain tugged at the bruises beneath her clothes, slowing her steps and forcing her to grit her teeth. She shoved the glass doors open with more force than she intended, and the cool night air hit her like a wave. Ahead of her, already moving away from the hospital, were familiar figures: 𝗂𴑐𴜏, 𴗏𴜱, 𝗏𴜱, Kirishima, and Ida. Their backs were turned, silhouettes stretching long under the streetlights. Panic flared in her chest and she tried to run, but her body felt stiff and heavy, her legs protesting. 𝗂𴑐𴜏 was the first to notice and called out to her. The others stopped instantly and turned. Sora stood breathless, wearing a simple shirt, denim shorts, and flats, her body still marked by healing bruises. She forced herself forward. Kirishima asked with surprise and concern why she was there. Sora hurried toward them, wincing with every step, and apologized for being late. Ida asked if everything was okay, and Sora nodded. She told them she wanted to come with them to save Bakugo. Todoroki studied her, noting the tension in her posture and the way she favored one side, and asked if she was sure, observing that she did not look fully healed. Midoriya agreed, his concern clear. Sora clenched her hands at her sides and, despite the pain, insisted that she really wanted to come. The night air felt heavy and charged with unspoken fear and resolve as they stood together, knowing that once they moved forward there would be no turning back. The six of them sat scattered across a quiet train car as it cut through the night, steel wheels humming steadily beneath their feet. Outside the windows the world blurred into streaks of darkness and distant lights. The air inside the carriage felt tight, heavy with the same fear and resolve that had settled over them earlier. Sora sat beside 𝗂𴑐𴜏, her shoulder brushing against hers whenever the train swayed. Across from them Todoroki and Midoriya sat stiffly, hands in their laps and eyes fixed anywhere but on each other. Kirishima leaned forward with his elbows on his knees while Ida sat upright, posture rigid and tension difficult to hide. 𝗂𴑐𴜏 lowered her gaze to the small device glowing softly in her hands. Its light reflected in her eyes as numbers and signals pulsed across the screen. She reported that according to the detector the Nomu was in the Kamino district of Yokohama and that from Nagano it would take 2 hours to arrive, so they would be there by 10 p.m. Sora leaned back against her seat and exhaled slowly. 10 p.m. felt both frighteningly close and impossibly far. Midoriya broke the silence, fingers curling nervously into his sleeves, and asked if everyone had informed others that they were going. Todoroki answered that they had and added that people had tried to stop them. Kirishima recalled that Uraraka had made an awkward comment about the rescue that did not sit well, forcing a weak laugh. He shook his head and said he did not think Bakugo would want to rescue that way. Todoroki made it clear that what they were doing was entirely selfish and would not benefit them. He offered anyone who wanted to back out the chance to do so. Kirishima straightened, fists clenched, and stated that he would not have pursued the idea if he had not been certain. Bakugo was not the type to get brainwashed by some villains. The train rattled over the tracks, the sound filling the silence that followed. Todoroki turned his head toward Midoriya and asked him what he thought. Midoriya swallowed, uncertainty flickering across his face before something firmer took its place. He shook his head and said that he could not go back. Todoroki nodded and then shifted his gaze to Sora. Sora met his eyes with her heart pounding and the weight of her injuries pulsing beneath her skin. She quietly said that she could not go back either. Her voice was not as steady as Midoriya's, but the meaning was the same. When they stepped out into Kamino, the night hit them all at once warm, loud, and alive. Even at 10 p.m., the streets were crowded, neon signs buzzed overhead, shop lights spilled onto the pavement, and people moved as if the city never slept. Sora slowed instinctively, scanning everything at once. The air felt denser, restless, as if danger blended seamlessly into the crowd. 𝗂𴑐𴜏 walked beside her, calm on the surface, while the others followed a few steps behind, their presence tight and alert. Midoriya murmured that there were a lot of people. Todoroki added in a low voice that this was where the villains might be hiding. Kirishima cracked his knuckles and pushed forward, asking 𝗂𴑐𴜏 where they were. 𝗂𴑐𴜏 called back, asking them to wait and then warned that they would have to be very careful because the villains knew their faces. Midoriya immediately raised his arms to cover his face in an awkward attempt at stealth and said they would be furtive. Todoroki replied flatly that Midoriya was attracting more attention like that. Ida adjusted his glasses nervously and commented that it would be difficult to avoid being recognized that way. Kirishima asked what they should do next. Yaoyorozu paused, eyes sweeping the street until they landed on a brightly lit shop with a familiar logo. She pointed and said she had an idea about that place. Sora followed her gaze and realized it looked like a discount store. Their mission took a strange detour. Inside the store, colors exploded around them: racks of clothes, accessories, wigs, and sunglasses. Yaoyorozu moved with purpose, guiding them quickly. Soon the 6 of them emerged almost unrecognizable. Midoriya stepped out first in long denim jeans and a matching jacket over a dark purple shirt, a gold chain hanging loosely at his neck. Sunglasses hid his eyes and a fake mustache clung awkwardly to his face. He squared his shoulders and tried to sound tough, but his embarrassment was obvious. Todoroki wore a simple suit and a black wig, his posture stiff and tired, looking like an exhausted pub worker at the end of a long shift. He noted calmly that they were in costume. Yaoyorozu looked completely different in a soft pink dress and heels, her hair pulled into a neat ponytail and sunglasses perched elegantly on her nose. She exuded the confidence of someone at home in the city's nightlife. Ida adjusted his own suit, face flushing red, hair slicked back with gel and fake facial hair tickling his skin as he fiddled nervously with a red bow at his collar. He muttered that he did not understand why they were dressed like that. Kirishima grinned and tugged at his red jacket and matching pants, fake horns perched on his head, saying he would explain later. Finally Sora stepped forward in a fitted blazer and a miniskirt, black tights hiding the bruises along her legs. Black heels clicked softly against the floor, fake glasses rested on her nose, and her hair was pulled into a tidy high ponytail. She looked sharp and serious, almost intimidating, and blinked at her reflection, noting that she looked like an office worker. When Sora finished adjusting the blazer, she stepped closer to Todoroki, her heels clicking softly. She tilted her head and examined her reflection in a nearby glass panel, then let out a small, uneasy breath. Sora muttered that she would look like a drunk office worker out there, half joking and half nervous. Todoroki glanced at her once, quiet and attentive, and told her that she looked fine. Sora blinked, caught off guard, and felt heat creep up her neck. She murmured that she was embarrassed and turned away to fidget with her glasses. Todoroki returned his gaze forward as if nothing unusual had happened, hands slipping into his pockets. Around them, the noise of Kamino continued: voices, lights, movement, but for a fleeting second the tension softened. Yaoyorozu cleared her throat and instructed everyone to move, saying that from now on they would blend in. Yaoyorozu slowed and guided them toward a narrow, lightless alley, indicating the building ahead. The noise of Kamino faded behind them, swallowed by brick walls and damp shadows. In front of them stood a small, squat building with cracked windows and peeling paint, the kind of place the city had forgotten. It breathed abandonment. Yaoyorozu held up a tracker and said she had attached the device to a Nomu and that it had not moved all day, which meant it was likely still here. Sora stared at the building with a tight chest and pointed out that the tracker did not necessarily mean Bakugo was here too. Yaoyorozu nodded, keeping her voice steady but strained. A tense silence settled over the group. Kirishima asked what they should do next while rubbing the back of his neck. Midoriya suggested they wait and watch to see if anything happened. Ida adjusted his glasses and noted that their information was limited and they were operating on thin margins. Sora remarked that a quirk like Gyru's or Hagikure's would be helpful now. She stepped forward and scanned the narrow gap between the abandoned building and the neighboring structure. Sora proposed that they take a look inside through that space to get closer without being seen. After exchanging glances, the team agreed. They slipped into the tight space, shoulders brushing cold brick. Dust and the smell of rust filled the air until a grimy window appeared, half covered by a bent metal grate. Kirishima volunteered to check and climbed onto Ida's shoulders as Midoriya balanced on Todoroki's. Kirishima peered inside, then went rigid and pulled a pair of night vision goggles from his pocket. The moment he put them on, his whole posture changed. Midoriya urgently asked what Kirishima saw. Kirishima swallowed, hands tightening on the ledge, and indicated that Midoriya should look to the left. 𝗏𝗏 took the goggles and his breath caught. What had seemed like an empty storage facility was filled with rows of glass tanks. Inside them were altered forms, hulking figures that bore the marks of cruel experiments and unnatural engineering, their proportions uneven and unsettling. Dozens of them stood almost motionless. 𝗏𝗏 reacted with disbelief and said they looked like Nomu. Yaoyorozu asked what it was, fear flickering across her face. 𝗏𝗏 lowered the goggles and said quietly that he could not explain it well and that they should leave. Before anyone could decide on a course of action, the ground trembled. A thunderous crash split the night as the warehouse wall exploded inward, concrete and metal scattering. A massive foot slammed down, shaking the earth. 𝗏𝗏 gasped and Kirishima shouted for Mount Lady. Heroes swarmed the scene within seconds. Todoroki barked that they needed to go, but Sora did not move. Her body locked as a voice echoed through the destruction, smooth, calm, and utterly wrong. The voice apologized to Tiger and explained that it had taken advantage of an opportunity to acquire a quirk it found useful long ago. The words were casual and chilling. An oppressive force pressed down on the air, stealing breath and making knees tremble. The voice explained that since the speaker's body had changed, its standing had declined, and it asked them to stop interfering. There was no anger in the voice, only quiet certainty, and that certainty felt more dangerous than rage. The figure then unleashed a sweeping burst of power. The blast struck with overwhelming force, sending heroes tumbling and collapsing the warehouse in a dramatic wave of destruction. The street was thrown into chaos, dust and debris swirling, lights flickering. Somehow, miraculously, the students' section of an outer wall remained intact and trapped them on the other side. They were pinned beneath rubble, backs pressed to crumbling brick, ears ringing, frozen into place. Then a rough voice cut through the chaos, complaining loudly about the smell and asking what was going on. Every one of them froze at the sound. They recognized that voice as Bakugu's.